651, awkward. Yes. Hearing this answer, Shishio and Yukinashita felt their heads dizzy and their faces reddened, thinking, what was the point of their previous conversation? They weren't sure what to say for a while, but one thing was for sure, they knew that their previous conversation wasn't meaningless. It told them how they felt about each other. However, they had to say they felt embarrassed. Will you kiss me in front of your fiancé? He didn't see the point of getting embarrassed any longer and teased her. She rolled her eyes since her fiancé was this bastard. Why didn't you say anything? She looked at Shishio with some grief since she felt that everything was just a joke. My parents also didn't tell me. He was also helpless since he didn't know that his fiancé was Yukinashita. She also looked at his father, wondering why he didn't say anything. If she knew that this bastard was her fiancé, even though she was reluctant, she didn't think it was that bad. Well, she was happy, but after she had said all of those words to him, showing her determination to cast away everything for him, why was the ending like this? Was this a happy ending? Or was this an embarrassing ending? She didn't know, but she was so embarrassed at that moment. However, she also felt complicated, yet when her hand was held by him, this doubt disappeared. She looked at him, who held her hand naturally in front of her father, but didn't say anything and just held his hand tighter. That's right. As long as they were together, it was okay. It was good that she didn't have to cast everything away to be with him. Instead, it was good that her parents supported their relationship. Yet she still held a grudge against her parents for not saying anything about her engagement with him. She had been tormented by many thoughts over the past few weeks, and she was hungry. While the end was good since she could be honest with her feelings and be with him, she still held a grudge against her parents. I have never known that you have a good relationship with Takumi-san's son. However, when she heard this voice, she lowered her head and hid behind Shishio. Unlike her father, she wasn't good with her mother since her mother was strict. This action didn't escape his eyes, and he followed the direction of this voice. Yukino-senpai. No, it should be her mother. He was in a daze when he saw Yukinashita's mother since she was similar to Yukinashita. Unlike Harano, who had a developed body and was full of smiles, Yukinashita's mother was similar to Yukinashita. Their bodies were slender, and her appearance was rather cold and sharp, even if she tried to make her expression as soft as possible. If Yukinashita was like Edelweiss, growing the toughest alpine alone, without anyone's help, then her mother was like a white rose. Beautiful yet full of thorns. Still, he had to say that her mother was beautiful. Her jet black hair was carefully tied in a bun, and she also did her makeup delicately. Unlike his mother or her two daughters, who wore a dress, she wore a kimono with a light purple color, which was embroidered with a wisteria flower design. However, what surprised him was that the relationship between his father and Yukinashita's mother seemed quite close since she called him by his first name. Yukinashita's mother didn't seem unfazed when she didn't receive an answer from her daughter. Instead, she looked at him carefully from up to down. He also did the same and looked at Yukinashita's mother. They stared at each other for a moment before Yukinashita's mother shook her head and said, "You're like your father." "Do you know my father, ma'am?" "Call me Takako-san or mom since my daughter will marry you, right?" Takako, Yukinashita said with a gentle smile. He somehow understood why Yukinashita didn't seem to be good with her mother. Then, "Takako-san. Do you know my father?" He glanced at Yukinashita's father, who seemed awkward. "We were classmates before. He was quite a womanizer." Haha. Takumi laughed awkwardly before coughing since Shioriko punched his rib before slowly coaxing his wife. Shishio looked at his father thoughtfully and thought there might be something hidden between his father and Yukinashita's mother. However, it didn't really matter since it was all in the past, and they had their own family now, so there was no need to bring up that matter to the present. "You're not like your father, right?" Takako asked with a smile. Shishio, Takumi, Shioriko, and Yukinashita. Harano looked at the four of them thoughtfully. "Well, it doesn't matter if you are a womanizer like your father, but since you have decided to take Yukino as your wife, you should take care of her, okay?" As a people from a high position, it was natural for Takako to understand how lustful the men were. Many people in this place had one or two lovers or even more. Naturally, there were also many who were devoted to their partners like Takako and her husband or Takumi and Shioriko. However, unlike Takumi and Shioriko, who were in love with each other, the relationship between Takako and her husband was quite complex since her husband was a son-in-law. In other words, he was chosen by her family to become her husband since she needed someone to impregnate her. Still, their relationship should be good since they could have 2 children. However, in their relationship, Takako had the upper hand. "That's what I plan to do, Takako-san." Takako's gaze might be able to scare anyone, but in his eyes, she was just another attractive woman. He didn't mind her gaze and stared into her eyes calmly while answering her question. Still, he was speechless since Yukinashita's mother should be able to tell what kind of bastard he was. While Yukinashita was quite scared by her mother, she looked at him with a smile and moved so close toward him. Takako glanced at her daughter for a moment before showing a gentle smile, then looked at Shishio again. She put her hands on top of each other in front of her nether region before bowing her head sincerely. Then, I will leave her in your care. I will take care of her, Takako-san. Even if he didn't like to bow his head, he followed the etiquette of this country. However, unlike Takako, who put her hands in front of her nether region, he put his hands on his side. Takako-san. Takako looked at Shishio doubtfully. Mother. That's good. Takako smiled brightly. Harano and Yukinashita were in a daze since they had never seen their mother smile so brightly. The relationship between them was clear, and their engagement was also clear, so no one was holding back anymore, and their relationship was harmonious. However, one person felt awkward and ignored. This person was Harano, but she also understood this since the main characters in this place were Shishio and Yukinashita. She couldn't voice her thoughts, but she felt quite jealous. However, everything had been decided. Yukinashita would become part of the Oga family and Shishio's wife. On the other hand, she would become the head of the Yukinashita family, and it was her duty that she had to. Her feelings? It was unrelated in front of the prosperity of her family. However, unlike Yukinashita, she was strong and good at acting. Then, when are you going to have children? Harano asked with a smile while hugging the two of them. Nei-san. Yukinashita blushed and wanted to push her away. However, he was speechless since he didn't even think to make one for now. Harano. Yes. He looked at Takako again and thought that this woman was quite dangerous since even Harano, who was so lawless, was disciplined in a single word. However, it might be a habit since Takako had taught Harano from her childhood. Oh, right, I have read your book. It's good. Are you planning to become a politician in the future? Takako asked. He was speechless, but then he said, I plan to become a mayor in Kyoto. Takako was in a daze for a moment before she nodded. That's a good ambition. Harano and Yukinashita. Anyway, they were talking for a while before Tokugawa came and interrupted them before he celebrated when he knew that Shishio had engaged with Yukinashita. While it wasn't official, it was clear to the eyes that their marriage was blessed. However, he wasn't sure how to explain this to his girlfriends. After all, everything had become so complicated. Still. He looked at Takako with a complicated gaze before he shook his head, thinking it was time to go home. Can I bring Yukino-senpai with me, mother? Takako looked at Shishio for a moment, staring at him in silence without saying anything. We haven't met each other for quite a while, so there are many things that I want to talk about with him. Of course, I will go home as soon as I have talked enough with Yukino-senpai. Takako then looked at her daughter. Please. This time, Yukinashita didn't stay silent since she wanted to follow him. Ah, then, how about I follow? Harano suddenly said with a smile. Shishio and Yukinashita. Harano. Takako glanced at Harano and then looked at the two. Okay. Just be careful. Harano sighed but didn't say anything. What do you mean by be careful? He sighed, but he said another thing that he wanted to say. One more thing. Yes. Can we stop this engagement? Everyone. What do you mean? Are you playing with my daughter? Even Takako was furious when she heard Shishio's words. Yukinashita also looked at Shishio dumbfoundedly. No, I love your daughter without a doubt. He didn't blush this time and said firmly what he felt. However, I don't like the circumstances of how we become one. It makes our relationship impure. Is that something important? Takako frowned. Of course. He looked at Takako without blinking his eyes. If this engagement continues, people might see us become together because we were forced. I don't want that since I want everyone to know that I marry your daughter because I love your daughter. Takumai was in a daze. However, Yukinashita and Shioriko blushed since they didn't expect Shishio would be so bold. Harano also blushed, but it wasn't that noticeable. Still, Takako kept staring at Shishio. She also blushed, but because of her makeup, it wasn't noticeable. Can I believe that you will marry her? Yes, since I won't let anyone have her. She can only be my woman in this life. You're too overbearing. Takako let out a long sigh and then looked at her daughter. What do you think, Yukino? If you have an engagement now, you won't have to marry other women that might be close to him. Shishio. Yukinashita's body was tense, but she nodded. I believe him. Is that so? Takako sighed, then said, then I will leave this matter to the two of you. Before, she felt reluctant to leave her daughter with Shishio, but now, it was better to leave her with him since if she was pregnant, could he escape? He wasn't sure why Takako was so eager to leave her daughter with him, but he didn't bother to question Takako and brought Yukinashita with him with his parents to go to Sakurasu, where everyone was waiting. However, when he left with Yukinashita, Harano stared at their back without looking away until they disappeared. You sure have guts. When they were inside the car, Takumai couldn't help but say. Haha. He laughed awkwardly. Yukino, have you eaten yet? How about we stop somewhere to eat? Shioriko said with a gentle smile since she had a good impression of her daughter-in-law. Yukinashita hesitated since, while she was hungry, she wasn't sure whether she should agree since she was afraid of being seen as rude. Let's go. Let's go to eat. I didn't ask you. What? How can you let your son go hungry? As they bickered, Yukinashita smiled and thought that this wasn't bad. Still, they visited a Chinese restaurant before they went back. Yukinashita ate a lot of food since she was so hungry. However, while the food was satisfying, there was something that they had to do. His parents didn't join him and returned to his apartment right after they sent them to Sakurasu. Are you ready? Yes. Yukinashita nodded calmly. It wasn't her first time entering Sakurasu, but unlike before, her identity was different. The two entered the Sakurasu at the same time, and they were greeted by everyone. Hey? Why is Yukino-senpai here? Also, why did you hold each other's hands? Everyone suddenly had a hunch in their minds, but they didn't need to ask since they had heard his answer. As you have known. This is Yukinashita Yukino. She is also my fiancé. Everyone. 652, day. Shishio sat in the corridor with a warm tea in his hand, staring at the yard absent-mindedly. On his side, there was a novel he had half read, but he put it aside since he wasn't in the mood to read it anymore. What happened yesterday was just mind-boggling, and he knew that he was being unfair to Yukinashita. However, he had promised everyone to reject his engagement. While the other party was Yukinashita, if he accepted this engagement, it would be unfair to everyone. As long as this engagement was completed, his first wife was, without a doubt, Yukinashita. While he didn't doubt that she was the most suitable to become his wife since she also came from a family whose status was similar to his, and she received an education on how to become his wife. It might be hard to imagine, but if he gave an example when he was busy, she knew what she should do, and she also knew how to help him. On the other hand, while his other girlfriends were beautiful and special, they lacked the education and etiquette to help him. While he didn't mind, they might think differently. But it was better not to mention this matter any longer since his engagement with Yukinashita had stopped. After they went home from the party, the girls brought Yukinashita to the girls' side. He couldn't enter, so he returned to his room. The only unfortunate thing was that no one was by his side, and he felt slightly frustrated. He suddenly thought about his parents and could imagine that he might have a little sister or little brother sooner or later. Hopefully, it's a little sister. He thought. His parents aside, he knew he had to say sorry to Yukinashita. Sipping his tea again, it had become quite lukewarm, but suddenly his eyes were attracted to the person who walked out from the girl's side. Senpai. You're not sleeping? Yukinashita asked. Unlike last night's appearance, which made her as beautiful as an elf, she dressed in frilly pajamas she borrowed from Kawaii Ritsu, making her appear cute. I have slept. He shook his head and asked, how about you? It's your first time sleeping here, right? What do you think? While he didn't think Yukinashita had trouble sleeping in Sakurasu, there were too many people that slept there since most of his girlfriends gathered in Sakurasu to ask about the engagement. It's okay. I sleep well. She looked at the cup on his side and asked, is that tea? It's lukewarm, though. Let me help you make a new one. Where is the kitchen? He looked at her for a moment and stood up. Let me help you. You can just point to where the cup, tea and all the necessary things for me. You just need to sit and relax. It felt weird when this girl was so gentle with him, but he nodded. Still, he stood up to help her to take out all the necessary items that she needed to make tea. There's a lot of tea here. Not only green tea. There were many types of tea, Japanese, black tea or herbal tea, such as chamomile, mint and even ginseng tea. What is ginseng tea for? It was her first time seeing one, so she was quite curious. For stamina. I am serious. Let's not drink it in the morning. With your libido, I am afraid that you might attack all the girls you see. She gave a helpless sigh and blushed, remembering how he showed his erection when they kissed. Wise choice. The two discussed what kind of tea they should drink. It was still early in the morning, and the sun was like a blazing mound in the distance. Yet the light was still dim, and it was rather dark. However, it didn't interrupt their conversation, and they discussed many things about tea. Yukinashita loved tea, and to prove that, she always prepared tea for everyone in the club room. In the end, they decided to make tea with a combination of lavender and mint. Still, there was also something that attracted her the most. What is this? Cobra and scorpion alcohol. I can see that. Besides tea, there were many other beverages kept on the shelf in the kitchen, such as coffee and alcohol. However, the most surprising one was the cobra and scorpion alcohol. It was a large glass with clear alcohol, a whole cobra, a few scorpions, and some ginseng. Is this also for stamina? Yes. Do you need a lot of things for stamina? As his ex-fiancée and girlfriend, she was naturally curious since she knew they might do it in the future. Not really, but the others often try to give me this, so I can stay healthy. He didn't really need this type of stamina drink, but he had to say the taste was quite unique, so he didn't mind their gift. The one who gave him this one was Sakurajima Mai. After she finished her job, she brought a lot of things for him, including this cobra and scorpion liquor, which made him speechless. Do you want to try it? I am a bit curious, but we haven't reached a legal age, so no. That should be the case in this country, but if we're in Germany, we're already legal. Unlike in this country, in Germany, they could drink alcohol when they were 16. Then, do you know what country we are in now? Can we just pretend that we're in Germany? What do you think? He only shrugged his shoulders since he just couldn't defeat her stare. Her stare was dangerous and expressionless, and one couldn't tell what she was thinking, but it made him excited. Senpai. If it's alcohol, you can't drink it. Be satisfied with tea for now. Can I kiss you? She stared at Shishio without emotion and asked, what do you think? Great. He kissed her without hesitation and hugged her in his arms. She was speechless, but she accepted him and hugged his neck affectionately. However, their kiss was quickly interrupted by the sound of the boiling water. We can continue later. She patted him lightly and prepared the tea. He stared at her and thought that he was really lucky to have Yuki Nashida. As the hot water was poured on the dry lavender and mint leaves, they needed to wait 5 minutes before the tea was ready. While waiting, they sat in the corridor, watching the yard. Unlike before, the yard Sakurasu was beautiful since he carefully dressed them with flowers and planted a few vegetables. It's nice here. Do you like traditional Japanese houses? My house in Chiba is built in a traditional Japanese house, after all, so I might have gotten used to living in this type of house. She looked at Shishio and asked, how about your home in Kyoto? My parents' house is modern, but my ancestral family's house is Japanese. He looked at Yuki Nashida and said, I want to see your house in the future. Well, I want to visit your house too. She was embarrassed, but she told him what she felt inside her heart. He smiled before he apologized. Sorry. She was stunned before she asked, why did you apologize? You might have realized why I have decided to stop the engagement, right? While the feeling of wanting to marry her without the involvement of others so their marriage could stay pure was real, the real reason was that he didn't want his other girlfriends to feel sad. If he had agreed to that engagement back then, as he said before, he would have broken his vow with everyone to reject the engagement, and lastly, it would be unfair to them. While they were all familiar with Yuki Nashida, what made her so special compared to the rest? If so, why didn't he make the rest his fiancé? Honestly, even if he accepted the engagement, they might not say anything, and they would still love him and be with him, but they would be sad. This was something that he couldn't accept since he was the reason why they were sad. Naturally, he decided to deceive Yuki Nashida's mother, and his family, by telling them that he wanted to maintain the purity of their relationship. If the one who said this was an adult, they might not believe it, but it was him, who was only a teenager. Purity. This single word had always been something that described a teenager, and for him to use this reason to stop his engagement with Yuki Nashida was simply the embodiment of impurity, so he apologized to her since he knew he had deceived her. So, are you lying to me that you want to maintain the purity of our relationship? No, I am not lying, but that's not the only reason. Then, let's leave it like that. Are you okay with that? Yuki Nashida nodded. While knowing that you only love me is a good thing, the fact that you can throw others away without consideration might make me worry for the future, even if I believe that you love me so much that you can throw everything away for me. While his relationship with other girls was something that shouldn't be accepted, who made her crazy for him. However, it was good to know that he cared about the others, so even if she had become older and her beauty disappeared, she knew he would love her forever. While I am speechless at how narcissistic you are, you're not wrong, though, since I am crazy for you. It's troublesome to have such a man with me, though. Oh? Should I leave then? You dare. The two looked at each other and laughed. Thank you. Me too. Why did you thank me? He was confused. Because you have brought me out and taught me how wonderful it is to love someone. She gently caressed his cheek and kissed him again. I know I have said this several times, but I love you. He was in a daze and thought that he was really lucky to have this girl as his woman. You're not going to say anything. She blushed and was slightly dissatisfied since he didn't say anything. I love you too. He kissed her lips, too, then asked with a smile, satisfied. Not enough. Is it only me, or are you acting spoiled now? Oh? You don't want me to act spoiled in front of you. Why not? He hugged her in his arms, enjoying the morning and tea in their hands. She looked at him for a moment, smiled, and hoped that this kind of day would continue forever. 653, Lude Dorm. Summer vacation is almost over soon. This time he stayed on the Sunaharasu with Ayaka Sunoera, Nana Sunoera, and Hina Tachibana. While the three of them were playing a game together, Ayaka talked with someone on the phone. Oh, the game they played wasn't a perverted game but a normal game. By the way, where is Rui-senpai? Nana asked. She needs to go to the restaurant for a while. Unlike the rest, Rui Tachibana had something she wanted to do, so she worked hard during the summer vacation. Naturally, she also took a break from time to time. Still, among all of them, except for Shina, Nanamai, or Mai, she was the one who was the most serious with her dream. You're going to pick her up later? Hina asked. Yes. He nodded. We have decided to stay here tonight, right? The only one who lived in Sunoarasu during the summer vacation was Ayaka. She was quite lonely, so she often invited everyone to stay. Ah, I lost. Hina was frustrated when Nana kept beating her in the game. Ha ha ha, it's 100 years too early for you to defeat me. Nana laughed heartily, showing a smug expression as her nose grew long from the happiness of bullying a weak player. This feeling might be weird and distorted, but winning was better than losing, right? Shishio looked at Hina, who wept before staring at Nana and asked, Do you want to fight me? Nana suddenly felt her body almost crushed by his sheer presence. She suddenly thought about the RPG game that she played where a hero had to face the Demon King, who gave terror in this world. She felt that this was how the hero felt at that moment. Her body trembled, and her lips shivered, but even so, she knew that she had to take a step forward, or who would defeat this demon and save humankind. You're next, Shishio. Come on. Let me show you the result of my training. Nana stood up, wielding her gaming hand held like a sword toward him. Nana, you should give up. Hina sighed since she knew how strong Shishio was, but it also brought her a smile since it felt good to have her man to give her opponent revenge. No. This time, I won't step back. This time, I will win. Nana shook her head with firm determination. Oh? Do you dare to approach me? Instead of running away, you're coming, right to me? Even your teacher, Hina Tachibana, has told you how powerful I am, like an exam student scrambling to finish the problems on the exam until the last moments before the chime, yet you dare to approach me. His tone was arrogant and seemed dramatic. No, I don't. Hina thought, but she didn't interrupt him, eating peanuts, watching their confrontation curiously. I can't beat your shit without getting closer. Oh, ho. Then come as close as you like. Their battle was inevitable, and they started their battle right away. Too slow. Too slow. Hina thought that watching their interaction was more interesting than anything. It's too hot. Hiratsuka suddenly entered the room while trying to fan her face before she saw Shishio and Nana fighting each other. Naturally, they fought in the game, not with their bodies. Even if they fought with their bodies, they would do it with a different method. Aura. 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 Useless. 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 Hiratsuka was in silence for a while, then asked, What are they doing? Fighting, Hina answered calmly while eating peanuts. Hiratsuka looked curious at the fight before she hugged him with her sweaty body. You're full of sweat. He was startled when he felt her sticky body on him. Don't you like my sweat? I am not such a pervert. Your mouth is like that, but your body is honest. Look, your penis is so erect. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka and wondered how this woman could be so lewd. Yet he didn't expect his indignant expression to be like oil on Hiratsuka's fiery passion, which made her even more excited to tease him. Hold him down, sensei. I am going to win soon. Nana laughed happily, thinking that as a hero, wasn't it natural for her to have a party? While this party was quite weird, as long as she won, Nana didn't care. As for whether she was being fair or not, she could talk about this matter later when she won. Shishio looked at Nana, who was lusting after victory. He wanted to show her the reality that even though he was at such a disadvantage, it was impossible for her to win, yet he was in a dilemma. Should he act like a good boyfriend by losing so she could be happy? Or should he become a strict boyfriend who told her that reality wasn't so easy? This was a difficult question, but he had to say that Hiratsuka's sticky body made it hard for him to concentrate. If she was smelly, he would put on a disgusted expression, telling her to take a bath, yet strangely enough, her sweat had a scent of lily. The pure lily, which had the meaning of sweet and innocent, could be smelled on Hiratsuka's impure body. This contradiction almost put him in an obscene haze, like he was in the aromatherapy room with essence from Hiratsuka's scent. It was something strange, and only an extremist would be excited in this situation. However, unexpectedly, he might also be one of them, which made him sigh since he still couldn't endure the temptation of an older woman. He no longer cared about the game and let Nana win. Hiratsuka also noticed the subtleness of his emotion, and she just wanted to tease him, but she didn't expect she would really get him aroused. Her throat was dry, almost parched, and she knew that only his lips could satiate her thirst. Yet, suddenly, Nana's voice echoed, I won. 2x. Shishio and Hiratsuka let out a sigh before they regained their clarity, but their minds were still in shambles, and they were hardly able to concentrate. I won. I won. I won. Nana danced happily, causing her skirt to sway left, right, up, and down, showing the shadow of the bottom parts of her buttocks, yet not enough to show the color of her panties. Shishio was afraid that this place might change into a lewd down in the future, which made him think that his life was good. He let out a sigh and said, I lost. Hey, is that how you treat the winner? You should be more humble in front of me, right? Nana pinched his chin and lifted it, so she could see his humiliated face clearly. She loved this feeling when she could dominate him, giving her a strange excitement that shouldn't be born. You, when the night comes, I will teach you the meaning of humility. He was utterly humiliated. How could he bear this? Oh, ho? Do you dare? Then come on. Let's have our rematch tonight. Okay, okay. Enough of the drama. Hina looked at the rows of liquors on the table and slurped. Shishio, what's wrong with these? It's my collection. What do you think? He had a lot of alcohol collection, so he brought all of them here, including the cobra and scorpion liquor that he kept on the shelf in the kitchen. Is this good? Hiratsuka looked at the cobra and scorpion liquor. It'll make your body hot. You should dilute it with something when you drink it. Hot, hey. 2x. Hiratsuka and Hina stared at the alcohol with a subtle curiosity. Is the alcohol good? Nana asked curiously. He looked at Nana and said, I am afraid that you might become an alcoholic. When he thought about Nana, he felt this girl might chug down alcohol like water in the future. So it is good. Nana was curious. Nana, you can't drink it, okay? Ayaka, who had returned, couldn't help but scold Nana. However, Shishio, on the side, also wanted to be scolded by Ayaka. By the way, who is that? You have been talking for so long, Ayaka. Hina was quite curious about the person who talked with Nana on the telephone since they had talked for quite a while. It's Akun's parents. Akun. They thought for a while and knew who Akun was mentioned by Ayaka. While Ayaka's dorm only accepted a female tenant, Akishina was the only male in this dorm. It was quite a special case since she thought he was a female in the beginning. Even now, she felt he was like a female instead of a male, especially when she thought about his pen cap. What's wrong with him? He became curious now. It seems that he is going to move with his big sister, Ayaka said with a sigh, feeling a bit lonely, but if this was something they had decided, she could only support it. Big sister. Suddenly, he became curious about Aki's big sister. They should be on their way and will come soon after to bring their luggage to their new apartment, so his parents told me about this. Even if his big sister comes, Aki doesn't have to move, right? He had to say that he was amazed by his shamelessness since he could say something he didn't mean with such a straight face. Instead of feeling disappointed, he felt it was a good thing that Aki decided to move, but he couldn't show it on his face. Well, his big sister is the one who insists. His parents told me so. Aki's parents told her that Aki's big sister doted on her little brother, so she didn't want to leave him alone and insisted on transferring to Tokyo and letting him live with her. His parents also felt it was good since instead of being alone, if two siblings lived together, they could support each other, right? Well, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do. I will help them to move later, Shishio said with a straight face. Thank you, Shishio. Ayaka kissed his cheek affectionately. She wanted to kiss him more, but she was quite embarrassed. By the way, when is Roberta going to come? Soon. However, suddenly, Hina's phone rang. She took her phone and frowned. Mom. She connected to the phone and asked, What's wrong, Mom? However, her expression quickly changed, and she exclaimed. Hey? Police. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned tense with her voice. 654, pervert again? Yo. Shishio. Ju Mikimoto greeted Shishio with a smile when he saw him entering his restaurant. Uncle. During the summer, Shishio often came to Ju's restaurant to pick up Rui or to taste their food, so they could make it better. Ju knew Shishio's palate, and his advice was good, and he could even see how his customers kept praising his foods since they tasted better. Everyone in Ju's restaurant knew him, and no one stopped him when he entered. They even greeted him with a smile since they knew this restaurant could be better because of him. If they made their own restaurant in the future, they knew that if they could get his help, their restaurant would become famous, so they tried to please him. Where is Rui? Shishio was straight to the point since he needed to handle the matter needed Rui's presence. She is getting ready. What's wrong? You seem so serious, Ju asked curiously. It's a pervert. He let out a long sigh, wondering why there were so many perverts in this city. Before Hina received a call from her mother, telling her that Natsuo was at the police station. Natsuo was at the police station because he caught a panties thief around the neighborhood. Natsuo called his father, but his father was quite busy, and it was impossible for him to come for him, so in the end, his father told him about this matter to Tsukiko Tachibana, and she told her two daughters about this matter, telling them to help to get Natsuo out since she was also in the middle of her job. Hina didn't want to come since her relationship was quite awkward with Natsuo. She had rejected him, after all, and their relationship was hardly close. She also moved to Shishio's apartment and barely communicated with Natsuo. Still, it was impossible for her to ignore Natsuo. Fortunately, Shishio was there, and he also didn't mind helping Natsuo since even if it felt weird, Natsuo might become his brother-in-law. As for why Shishio also invited Rui, it was because Rui was also a victim of this panties thief. What? Who dares? I will come with you. Ju's eyes reddened as he took the kitchen knife, ready to rampage on the police station. How could a father stay calm when he heard that his daughter's panties were stolen by someone? If Ju didn't cut 1 or 2 fingers off this thief, he wouldn't be called a man. After Ju received a recipe from Shishio, his stamina increased, and his skin was healthy. He also had dominated his wife, and watching his wife begging for mercy every time made his pride rise. Calm down, Dad. Rui just happened to go out and quickly stopped her father. There was no way she could let her father follow them to the police station since she knew that this guy might rampage. She wasn't sure how, but after Ju's meeting with Shishio, she felt her father had become more aggressive and confident, which made her sigh since she could see many young women were attracted to him. While Rui didn't care much about her father's romance, he had a new wife, so she hoped he would stay loyal even though her boyfriend wasn't loyal to her alone. Still, this and that was a different matter. This matter aside, being aggressive didn't mean a bad thing. Also, instead of saying aggressive, it was better to say Ju dared to take the initiative. His age might keep him calm and cool-headed in many situations, especially with his experience of failing his first restaurant. However, when he saw a chance, he didn't hesitate to take the initiative. This is what it meant to become aggressive. In other words, Ju had become a man of initiative. Shishio, do something to that pervert in my place. Ju was helpless by Rui, so he could only rely on his son-in-law. Don't worry, uncle. Leave the rest to me. How could he let this pervert go? The moment this bastard had stolen Rui's panties, this guy's fate was already sealed. Whether it was going to become a potato farm, a miner, or a fish pellet, he was going to torture this guy slowly, giving him the best despair from one place to another. Rui could only smile helplessly at the two men before she hugged Shishio. Then, bye, Dad. I will see you after the summer vacation. Ju nodded. Have fun on your summer vacation. You don't need to be in a hurry to continue your work. He waved his hand, watching the two leave until he suddenly remembered about his stepdaughter, Hibiki Mikimoto, who reminded him to call her whenever Shishio came. However, while he felt good about Shishio, how could he feel good when almost all of his daughters fell to the same man? Or maybe because his daughters shared the same type of men. He wasn't sure, but it was better to keep quiet about this matter. Shishio, don't forget. Okay, uncle. He waved his hand and said goodbye before he took Rui with him to his car since he had something to talk about with her. The two were inside the car, but he didn't immediately drive them to the police office, where Natsuo was waiting. It was Natsuo, after all, so even if this guy stayed in the police office for a while, it didn't matter. Why didn't you tell me about this? He was helpless at Rui since she didn't tell him that her panties were stolen. Rui was a bit embarrassed but said, you have been busy for the past few days after all, especially when your parents came and told you that you would be engaged with someone. I don't want to bother you with something small. It doesn't matter whether this issue is small or big, but no matter how busy I am, I won't think of you as a bother, okay? He rubbed her hair gently and said, so promise me next time, tell me if you have something that you keep on your heart or trouble you have encountered since it saddened me when you don't trust me. I know. Rui stared at him for a moment, feeling her eyes moist from the tears before hugging him tightly. Sorry. She thought she should handle this problem alone, but she was wrong since she knew she should discuss it with him as soon as it happened. It's okay. It's good that it is only your panties. What if you're hurt next time? The matter of panties could be big or small, depending on how one sees it. However, what mattered the most was how this situation would develop. If this pervert only stole panties, it didn't really matter since it was just a piece of clothing. Even though it was annoying and made people furious and disgusted, it was still better than how a sexual deviant would usually act, especially toward an attractive girl. To be honest, he didn't expect to meet so many perverts in this city. If he included Shiro-san, he had met 3 perverts and 2 while he was in the summer. It might be only 2 people, but it was scary, okay? If possible, he didn't want any of his women to meet a pervert, but he knew that the world couldn't work that way. Still, for those perverts, who harassed his women, it was impossible for him to give them a merciful punishment, and only hell was waiting for them. It's just that it is only my kid-like panties that are stolen, and I thought it was Fujiai who stole it. While Rui had many adult panties, the only panties that were stolen were kid-like panties. This fact made him speechless, making him wonder whether this pervert had a special hobby. On the other hand, he knew Natsuo was being wronged, but it couldn't be helped since their relationship was far from good. It was normal for Rui to have such prejudice toward Natsuo since Natsuo was the only male except Akihito Fujiai in the house. Anyway, let's pick him up. Okay. Even if their relationship was terrible, they were still a family. However, it was impossible for her to pick him up alone, so when Shishio told her that he was going to go with her, she agreed without hesitation. When we go back, how about we stop at the nearby hotel first? Shishio thought that this might be Rui's way to give him thanks for helping her. Natsuo Fujiai was sitting in silence, wondering how everything could become like this. His mood was far from good since he had encountered one misfortune after another, especially after he was rejected by Hina and how Rui often looked at him with disgust. What did I do? Natsuo felt the unfairness of this world. Yet Natsuo didn't expect to have a good relationship with Rui since he also hated her. The only thing he regretted was Hina since if he didn't confess and didn't express his feelings, their relationship wouldn't be so awkward. However, there was no medicine for regret. It was impossible for him to change everything, so he had been holed up in his room to write a story. Today, he also wanted to do the same, but he had gone to the school to do some business before going back and continuing to write. Unfortunately, he met a disaster. Nat-chan. Nat-chan. Who is going to pick us up? He looked at the transfer student from America, who sat next to him. Probably my father or my mother, Alex. It was still hard for him to call Tsukiko Tachibana his mother, but he didn't want to talk about his father's remarriage, so he called Tsukiko a mother. Okay. Okay. Alex J. Matsukawa. This was the name of this boy, who was also Natsuo's new friend. He came from America and just transferred to Swime. As expected, he had blonde hair and blue eyes, showing he was a real one. By the way, are we going to be on the news? Alex asked. It's just an underwear thief, so I don't know. Natsuo was helpless since he just wanted to go home. However, he was stunned when he heard this voice. Fujiai. Natsuo turned and was dumbfounded. Hey? Rui. Alex also turned before he was in a daze since it was his first time seeing such a cute girl, yet he didn't realize how dark his future would be. 655, Subtlety. Why are you here? Natsuo was dumbfounded since the one who appeared wasn't his father or Tsukiko. Instead, it was Rui, who he had the worst relationship with. As for Alex's reaction, he didn't see it, and he didn't care either since even if this guy was interested in Rui, it was impossible for him to get Rui. My mom and Akihito-san are busy. Also, I am sorry. Rui apologized. Why did you apologize? Natsuo was even more dumbfounded. I thought that you were the one who stole my panties before, so I wanted to apologize for my mistake. Natsuo's lips twitched, but he nodded and felt happy for some reason. No, it's okay. If you understand, then it is good. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Suddenly a police officer came before, surprised to see Rui. Who is this student? Ah, she might be one of the victims, Natsuo said. I see. Well, we can't return any underwear yet, but could you check if yours is there? Yes. Rui nodded, then looked at Natsuo. Fujiai, tell Shishio that I am going to see my panties first. She then left with the police officer before he was able to react. What? Natsuo's mood suddenly became complex, but he understood how Rui could come and pick him up. If Shishio wasn't there, it would have been impossible for Rui to pick her up. Also, shouldn't Hina know about this matter? He suddenly thought that his father and Tsukiko should be busy with their job, so in the end, they could only ask Rui and Hina to help, but it was only Rui, who could come, which made him depressed. Hey, Nat-chan. Nat-chan. Who is she? Hey. He was quite surprised by Alex's outburst, but he answered him in an uncomfortable manner. Ah, I'd say, a friend. He didn't want to tell anyone about his father's remarriage nor the fact he had a step-sibling, especially when he only knew Alex today. In other words, he wasn't that close to Alex. Awesome, she is so cute. Alex was smitten by Rui, then he looked at Natsuo and said, I want to go out with her. Nat-chan, introduce her to me. I introduce. Natsuo was dumbfounded. He thought for a moment and knew that Rui had a boyfriend, but that boyfriend was a bastard and a scumbag. Yet he didn't think that Alex was much better. Still, he didn't tell about the matter of Shishio first since there was something that he was curious about. Why don't you pick her on your own? Al, didn't you say you have a lot of experience? Ah, well, Alex rubbed the back of his head, showing an uncomfortable expression since he was lying to Natsuo that he had a lot of girlfriends. Natsuo also knew this since the face of someone with a lot of girlfriends didn't seem like someone with a lot of girlfriends. However, Alex wasn't that kind of type at all. You know, the girl in this country is shy, right? If I try in my own way, they might run away, so please, Nat-chan. Please introduce her to me. Alex begged with all of his might. Natsuo wanted to say something, but he heard a voice that made his heart stop. Senpai. Natsuo turned, and he almost stopped breathing. Shishio's aura was special, and it made people who saw him stop breathing for a while appreciate the pure masculinity of his body. His eyes were sharp, his eyebrows were like blades, and there was this special atmosphere when Shishio walked. Even if he didn't swing that way, he had to say that Shishio was attractive. Even Alex, who followed Natsuo's gaze, was also stunned when he saw Shishio since it was his first time seeing someone like him. If his instinct was good, it would quickly tell him that he shouldn't let his mother or future girlfriend meet this person, or else the consequences would be dangerous. Unfortunately, he didn't have such an instinct, so he could only lament since he didn't expect there was such a male born in this world. It was like the very essence of manliness, and power was used to define him. This was the reward he got from Yukinashita last time, and it gave him a different aura from a normal person. When they saw him, they would naturally put themselves lower than him and bow their heads subconsciously since his presence was just too blinding. Still, this wasn't the main ability of this skill. The real ability of this skill was to make people easily win the trust of anyone and fit into any social group. It was a scary ability since it was almost like hypnosis. Where is Rui? Shishio asked. He should be with the police officer, Natsuo said after a moment of nervousness. Thank you. He nodded with a gentle smile and said, wait here. Let's go home together later. He left Natsuo and walked to where Rui was. As for the foreigner, who sat next to Natsuo, he simply ignored him. Natsuo let out a long sigh. Even though he felt bitter, he understood why this guy could get so many girlfriends. Still, this didn't mean he accepted his relationship with Rui since he was still worried about Rui. Yet what could he do? Their relationship was far from good, after all. Hey, Nat-chan, who is that? Alex was quite nervous and asked Natsuo secretly, so he wouldn't be heard by Shishio. Still, his gesture was quite exaggerated since Shishio was already far away, so Shishio wouldn't hear them, right? Natsuo looked at Alex and decided to ignore him since he just wanted to calm his mind at this moment. Still, he had to say this guy was annoying. If the pervert was a prick, Shishio would do something, but the pervert was a chicken. Still, it didn't change what he was going to do with this pervert. However, he also felt it was normal since the surroundings were police, and this pervert was caught red-handed. Naturally, he wasn't going to give this guy mercy since there was a price one needed to pay for doing something inappropriate to his woman. Let's go back. Rui held his hand and didn't care about the pervert anymore since this guy was caught. As for her panties, she didn't ask them back since they were disgusting. Still, even if she asked, it was impossible to get them back since they would be used as evidence for the pervert's crime. Okay. He nodded. By the way, before we go to the hotel, let's send Natsuo-senpai back home first. Rui was reluctant, but she nodded. She knew that her man was gentle, toward her only, or he might try to mess around with Natsuo. Either way, their trip to the hotel needed to wait for a while, but it didn't matter since it was still in the afternoon. The two walked and saw Natsuo was still sitting there. Natsuo-senpai, come on. Let's go back. As for Alex, Shishio had never looked at him from the beginning to the end since he thought this guy just happened to sit next to Natsuo. However, this person stared at Rui before looking at his hand, which was held by Rui. Shishio looked at Alex, and Alex also looked at Shishio. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. 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 Alex shook his head with all of his might before he lowered his head, crying and sobbing. Shishio wondered whether this guy's panties were also stolen. Natsuo looked at Shishio and Rui before Alex for a while before he stood up, but Alex held his hand tightly without letting him go. Let go of me, Alex. Natsuo said quietly. Nat-chan, are you so cruel toward me? Alex didn't expect that. Even before he began, everything was crumbling before him. He didn't even have a chance to do anything and lay down on the ground, hopelessly. What was even crueler, knowing this fact, Natsuo didn't say anything and let him understand the brutal reality before him. He wept, and his face was full of sadness, but Natsuo didn't hesitate to leave him, which made him realize how fickle the human relationship was. However, Alex didn't plan to let Natsuo go since he had a lot of things to complain to him about. As for Shishio, Alex didn't dare to say anything and just lowered his head. While it was only a moment, he felt that Shishio was like a gang member or mafia he saw in America. Or worse. However, he wouldn't be surprised if Shishio was a son of a Yakuza family. Was it worth it to entangle with such a man for a girl that he had only met? No way. Still, he hoped that Natsuo didn't say anything about their previous conversation, and he also wanted him to stay by his side. Natsuo was speechless and tried to forcefully pull his hand away, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only sigh and give up. Sorry, but I will stay with him. Are you sure? I drove a car here. It's faster and cooler, especially in the summer, Shishio said. Natsuo gulped since the temperature was hot, and it was better if he could stay in the car, but Alex wouldn't let him go. Yes. If possible, he wanted Shishio to bring Alex too, but he wasn't that close with Shishio, and he was somewhat reserved toward him. Also, who was Alex? Okay, bye, senpai. While he said goodbye, Rui didn't say much and pulled him since she couldn't wait to go to the hotel. When they were gone, Alex couldn't help but complain, why didn't you say she has such a dangerous boyfriend? He felt that he had almost shortened his age because of Shishio. If I told you, would you believe me? I am sure you might think you can steal her from him, Natsuo said calmly. Alex knew that he would say this, and it seemed the first lesson he got after moving into this country was to be humble, or else he might see his mother with someone else when he went home. Shishio and Rui didn't stay too long at the hotel. After 2 hours, they drove toward Sunoarasu, where everyone was waiting, but he didn't expect to see Akishina on the way. Also, who is that? When he saw this, his expression became subtle. 656, Fatamorgana 1. Oni-chan, where are we? Akishina asked his big sister helplessly. You don't need to worry. Leave everything to your big sister. I will lead you to your dorm. Aki looked at his big sister for a moment, hesitating, before he let out a long sigh since he didn't know where he was. He knew that from the beginning, he should be the one who led his big sister to the Sunoarasu, so they wouldn't waste their time. However, his big sister was too forceful and told him to leave everything to her. It was like how she decided to transfer to Tokyo, so they could live together. She told him to move with him without hesitation. Being asked that, Aki couldn't reject his big sister and only nodded since he knew that he couldn't fight his older sister. Yet deep inside, he also wanted someone to take him away. But he also didn't want to go away from Sunoarasu. He wasn't sure why, but this was his feeling that made him far more than comfortable. No, it was uncomfortable. He wasn't sure how to explain this feeling with his limited vocabulary. However, he felt like something that should be destined for him should be gotten by him and should be for him slowly vanished like a morning mist. He could feel it since it was in his surroundings, but as he tried to touch them, they disappeared, and like a morning mist, as the sun grew higher, it disappeared, and nothing remained. When he woke up, he realized that everyone was just an illusion. This was something that he couldn't accept for a while, and it made him depressed for the entire summer. Yet even if it was only small, he still had hope. He hoped for Ayaka to call him during the summer to ask how he was doing. This hope might be small, like a spark, but the more he thought, the bigger it grew, almost burning his body. He felt that he was haunted, wondering what Ayaka was doing. Naturally, this was impossible to hide from his big sister. What's wrong with you? Did someone bully you? If so, then tell me, and I will beat them up for you. No. No one is bullying me. I am okay. While Aki wasn't someone that was bullied, his expression said otherwise. Yet it was true since he had never been bullied. Instead, he just had a broken heart. It was his first time feeling something like this, so he didn't really know how to explain this feeling. So what's wrong? However, his big sister couldn't accept such an explanation, urging him to explain what was happening. Unlike the others, she didn't want Aki to move to Tokyo and live on his own. If possible, she wanted him to stay with her all the time, be spoiled and stay cute all the time. Yet when her little brother returned, he was far from cute. If it was before, Aki always had this flustered expression that made people want to tease him. His appearance was also good and was quite feminine, which was cute, and he sometimes misunderstood him as a girl. She also often dressed him like a girl because of how cute he was, and she even had 10 photo collections filled with Aki in a girl's costume. This was also why Aki decided to move to Tokyo since he didn't want to be mistaken as a girl anymore. However, living as a man was harder than he had imagined. Watching the woman that he loved with someone laughing, smiling, and showing love to each other was tough. While Aki wanted to hide everything, his big sister stayed and urged him for the past summer vacation. In his sleep, bath, dinner, toilet, all the time, she had never left him and kept asking him why he was sad. Her presence calmed him down, but he had to say it was quite annoying. Still, with his weak personality, he finally talked about what had happened. Instantly, she knew what had happened, and she was speechless since she didn't expect her little brother to fall in love with someone. Unfortunately, his love wasn't appreciated, and that person already had a lover. You're in love? Aki was dumbfounded. Have you confessed to her? No, no. It's impossible, right? She has a boyfriend. He became depressed once again, but soon, he became spirited. Yes, he didn't confess. If he confesses, would something change? Suddenly, the fire in his body didn't burn his body painfully anymore. Instead, it lit the spirit on his body. It made him so excited that he wanted to go to Tokyo right away since he realized that he might have hope. He was like someone who had been trapped in the desert for so long and finally saw an oasis. He wanted to jump into the water and drink all he could to satisfy his thirst. However, his big sister was far from happy. While she felt happy that her little brother had regained his spirit, this was different from what she imagined. Also, she was afraid that the woman that confessed to Aki would really agree to his confession. By so, she wouldn't be able to monopolize him anymore. As for being rejected, she didn't think about that possibility at all since she knew how cute Aki was. Aki was like an angel that was born from this world. He was cute. He was simply an angel. Naturally, this was only her opinion. Some might have a similar opinion, but many would doubt it. As for whether the woman that had made Aki fall and had a boyfriend or not, she didn't think it was a problem since she had read many romance books and shoujo manga. She also watched many romance TV dramas and movies. She might not have experience in love, but she felt her knowledge was better than that of a love master. No, you can't. You can't. You can't. You can't. I won't allow you to confess to her. Aki was dumbfounded when he saw his big sister suddenly throw a tantrum. She rolled around on the ground and waved her hand, legs, and head like a child who begged her parents to buy her a toy. Her eyes were red and teary, and she screamed as loud as she could, causing Aki and her parents to be dumbfounded. Aki was helpless, but the parents were confused, wondering what was happening. Still, while she threw a tantrum, she kept thinking about how to stop Aki. She kept thinking until she suddenly stopped since she had a good idea. What's wrong? Are you okay? Oni-chan. Aki and the parents wondered whether she had hit her head. They felt worried and wanted to check on her, but she suddenly stood up. However, Aki was so close that when she raised her body, their foreheads knocked against each other. It hurts. 2x. They covered their foreheads with teary eyes. Parents. Why did you stand there? Sorry. Sorry. That's not it. She suddenly stood up, looking at her parents with a cute expression. Parents. Mom. Dad. Aki is still a child. He needs someone to stay with him all the time, or else he might be hurt in Tokyo. You can see how depressed he was before, right? If it isn't because of me, he will stay depressed even if he returns to Tokyo. However, if I am there, it is different. What do you want to say? I want to go to Tokyo too. We'll live together there. Parents. Aki was dumbfounded and opened his eyes wide. While it was so sudden, his parents also could see how depressed Aki was. They were also worried, wondering what was happening, but it was hard for them to ask him, so they left to their daughter, who was also Aki's big sister. When they saw that he was alright, they also felt happy, but then, they knew that he would return to Tokyo. Ayaka might be able to help with Aki's food and place to stay, but it was a different matter with the heart since they also had heard that their son was heartbroken. Unlike their daughter's confidence, they knew that love wasn't so simple, and in case that Aki was rejected. They looked at their daughter, who still maintained a cute and well-behaved expression. Okay. 2x. Yay. Aki. Aki couldn't say anything, and he was in a daze. Everything happened so fast, and his big sister decided to move to Tokyo and also forced him to stay with her since she didn't want him to stay in the dorm anymore. His parents also agreed since it was better for the two siblings to stay together. Their family also lived close by, and they could ask them to check on their two children. However, Aki hardly felt happy and felt quite complex by this change. He thought that he had a chance with Ayaka since, as long as he confessed, everything might change. As long as he told her the feeling inside his heart, they might become lovers. If he stayed on the Suno Arasu, he might be able to do something that a lover could do there. Yet suddenly, he had to move in with his big sister, and he had no way to say no in this matter since he also knew that his parents were worried about his big sister. While his big sister seemed reliable, she was quite childish, and something might happen to her. However, he was also far from mature. If the two of them had stayed together, they might create a more chaotic situation, yet it was like a storm when the feeling everyone was strong, no one dared to say no, and everyone was forced by the atmosphere toward their destination. In the end, his big sister moved to Tokyo, and they decided to live together. Aki knew it was his last chance to confess to Ayaka since he might not be able to meet her anymore if he lived in a different place. It was his last chance, and it was impossible for him to waste this chance. Yet unexpectedly, when they were about to go to Sunoarasu, they were lost. Leave everything to your big sister. When they arrived in Tokyo, his big sister told him that she was the one who tried to lead him to Sunoarasu. Yet, unfortunately, they got lost along the way and didn't know where to go. Aki was also unfamiliar with the place, and he didn't know where he was since he was still unfamiliar with Tokyo. What was even worse, they had been walking for a few hours without seeing their destination. Oni-chan. It's okay. Leave it to me. When they were about to fall into despair, the voice of an angel suddenly descended. Aki, is that you? Shishio nii. Aki was in a daze and realized this wasn't an angel but a devil. 657, Fatamorgana 2. Shishio didn't expect that he would meet Aki on his way to Sunoarasu. However, this place was too far away from the dorm, and if he didn't call Aki out, he could see that Aki would walk in a different direction from Sunoarasu. While he wondered why this guy often got lost along the way, which made him like a heroine instead of a protagonist, he couldn't help but glance at the cute girl beside him. While the girl was the same height as Aki, he could tell that this girl should be older than him. Should it be a year older? As for how he could tell, it was because of his orthopedics mastery. While it was mostly used for medicine or treatment, he could tell someone's age from the shape of their bodies and bones. Many would be surprised by this fact and might ask whether there was a scientific basis for it, but there was no such thing. It was like an instinct, and he could tell the age from a glance. Besides age, he could also tell how strong someone was from their bodies alone. He was already like a fighting manga character who could judge someone whether they were strong or not from a glance of his eyes. It might be too late for him to explain this, but this wasn't too late to get to know Aki's sister, right? He stopped his car and called Aki out, causing his big sister to glance at him too. They stared at each other for a moment before he smiled. Unexpectedly, the girl was dumbfounded. She blushed before hiding behind Aki while peeking at him from time to time. Oh Oni-chan, what are you doing? Aki was speechless by his big sister's action. Still, he had to say his big sister was heavy. While he complained, he didn't realize that his big sister might have a feeling toward a certain someone. However, he couldn't be blamed since his big sister was crazily obsessed with him to the point that he was almost like a psychopath. His big sister had always treated Aki like an angel. A perfect cute creature that should be protected and doted on. This was how she had always viewed Aki. She was sure that Aki was the only perfect being in this world. In other words, Aki is the cutest. Yet she was wrong. She made a big mistake. The world was a big place. Tokyo was a big city. When she arrived in this city, she thought that this city was too crowded for her liking and it was quite annoying to see so many people crowded together. It was hard to breathe, and it was hard to walk. Her short stature also made it harder for her to walk around this city. After all, when one was short, the steps that one needed to take to a certain place distance was more than one who had a tall stature, considering the leg's length. While she had a lot of complaints about this city, she was also quite curious since this was a different place from her hometown in Shizuoka. Naturally, she loved Shizuoka more since she had been living in that city for as long as she could remember, but the excitement from a new environment wasn't bad. Yet the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The only redemption of this city was the fact that she was with Aki. They would be living together in this city. In this city, there were only two of them. They would be together, inseparable, forever. Yet once again, she was wrong. She might not be able to find an angel, but she saw a fallen angel. Unlike the angel, who was cute and should be protected, this fallen angel was dangerous, giving temptation to anyone who saw him, telling them to eat the forbidden fruit since its taste was luscious. When she saw his smile, she could imagine how his lips might ravage her lips, making her stupid and only care about pleasure. No, she might become an idiot and be cursed by his devilish attractive appearance. She knew this man was dangerous, yet she couldn't look away. Who is this? He is Shishio nii. Aki wanted to say that Shishio was the boyfriend of the woman he liked, but he felt uncomfortable saying that. His expression was slightly depressed, and he fell into silence. Yet his big sister didn't notice that. Who is the girl beside you, Aki? Shishio asked. She is my big sister. Aki introduced his big sister. Her name is Shina Matsuri. I see. Shishio looked at Matsuri and nodded. Hello, Shina-san. My name is Shishio Oga. You can call me Shishio, like Aki, if you want. Ah, yes. Matsuri was a bit nervous, but she nodded shyly. By the way, what are you doing here? Are you two going somewhere? Shishio asked. We were going to Sunoarasu. Aki answered helplessly. Sunoarasu? You're going in the opposite direction. As expected, Aki had gotten lost once again, which made him speechless. Shishio wondered whether Aki was really the protagonist since this guy was like a heroine. However, while it had been a while, he knew that Aki could trigger his system, so, it was better not to mention this matter anymore. Aki and Matsuri. We're going there too. Let's go together. Still, he had to say that Aki's big sister was cute. Aki's genes were good, and he would be mistaken for a girl wherever he went, so naturally, his big sister was a beauty. Her skin was pale white, like snow, and her hair was so long that it reached her knee. Still, the most noticeable trait of her features was her white hair and green eyes, which were rare. The hair color in this world is quite unique. Usually, in this country, everyone has black hair. However, he had a purple color, and this girl had a white color. However, he didn't intend to do anything to Aki's big sister since he felt this girl was quite dangerous. It felt like he was watching a sexual predator in the girl's clothing. Rui was also right beside him. How could he flirt with others? Though, if he was alone, it would be different. Hearing his offer, Aki and Matsuri looked at Shishio's car for a while before they looked at their sweat-soaked clothes for a while before they nodded. Please. 2x. The two entered the car in the back seat together before they realized that there was someone beside Shishio. Oh, she is Tachibana Rui. Hello. Rui only nodded but didn't intend to talk further. She was exhausted, and she just wanted to sleep. If Shishio didn't stop suddenly, she wouldn't bother to wake up since his driving skill was so comfortable. Hello. 2x. Who? 2x. Aki and Matsuri thought, but neither Rui nor Shishio wanted to explain their relationship. Are you ready? Yes. 2x. Okay. Shishio started to drive his car toward Sakurasu while glancing at Matsuri, who kept stealing a glance at him before glancing at Aki, who was oblivious of anything. He shook his head, then asked, Aki, I have heard that you are going to move. Is that true? Ah. Aki was stunned by this question. He didn't really want to move, but everything had been decided. This also made him decide to confess to Ayaka today, so they could be together. However, he forgot that Shishio was Ayaka's boyfriend. When Aki was in Shizuoka, he was still blinded by his feelings, but when he saw Shishio again, he could feel how special he was. When he was in Shishio's presence, he could feel how weak and unmanly he was. No. 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 Aki shook his head and tried to force himself to believe he still had a chance. Aki. Ah, yes. Aki raised his voice, causing Rui, who was sleeping, to open her eyes, then sigh. Can you talk quietly? I am a bit exhausted. You hear her? She's worked hard before, so let's talk quietly, Shishio added. Working hard. Matsuri looked at Rui in doubt since their age should be similar, right? They were students, so why did this girl work hard during summer vacation? She is a chef apprentice. It's still summer vacation, so she decided to use most of her time to study. Oh. 2x. Aki and Matsuri were surprised. Rui only glanced at Shishio for a while before she closed her eyes. She had gotten used to her boyfriend's shamelessness, and there was no way for her to say why she was tired of the two people behind. By the way, are you also going to move here, Shina-san? Shishio wanted to talk with Matsuri. Ah, yes, Shishio-kun. Shishio glanced at Matsuri and thought this girl was braver than he had thought. On the other hand, Aki didn't realize anything. Is that why Aki decides to move too? Yes. Matsuri nodded. I am worried about him, so I decided to transfer to Tokyo and let him live with me since he is still a child. Her voice was so gentle and soothing. Strangely, it felt like those words really came from her heart. I am not a child. Aki complained. You are. The two bickered for a while before Shishio stopped them. SHH. Be quiet. Oh. 2x. They forgot that Rui was still sleeping. Shishio checked that Rui didn't wake up, so he continued his conversation. You have a good big sister, Aki. Ah. What could Aki say? Good? He felt this was definitely far from something that could describe his big sister. While his big sister was gentle, kind, and good to him, he felt her care toward him was too excessive. Yet, unlike Aki, who was speechless, Matsuri smiled happily. Oh, right. You're going to move to Tokyo, right, Shina-san? Yes. Is there something that I need to watch out for? After all, Tokyo was different from Shizuoka, so she wondered whether there was something that she needed to watch out for. No, There isn't much difference between this city, but I just want to say welcome to Tokyo, Shina-san. When he said this, he showed a gentle smile, yet he didn't realize that he might awake something that he shouldn't be. Matsuri stared at his face for a moment, yet if someone saw her, they would notice the strangeness on her face. Her face was reddened, her breathing was haggard, and her eyes seemed like a bottomless abyss in pink color, completely different from her feminine appearance. However, it was only for a moment, and she quickly hid it with a gentle smile on her face. Yes, thank you, Shishio-kun. By this point, she was glad to move to Tokyo. 658, Fata Morgana 3. As they talked, they quickly arrived at Sunoarasu. While they talked, he knew the Shina siblings decided to go to Sunoarasu to move all the items in Aki's room to their new place. They had been in Tokyo for a day, but they stayed in their new place. Naturally, Matsuri wanted her little brother to move out as soon as possible, so she decided to bring him to Sunoarasu to move out of all his things. I see. He nodded, then asked, then, how will you bring all of that? Aki and Matsuri. I will bring it with my hands. Matsuri said quickly but lacked confidence. She had been walking for quite a long time. Even if she had lunch before, she was tired and didn't want to move. She had to say that it was so lucky that they had met him. So, if you don't mind, do you want me to help you? Is that okay? Matsuri was happy. Yes. He nodded. I just happened to bring a car anyway. He felt that it was good that Aki could leave as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Matsuri didn't hesitate to accept his offer and continued to talk with him happily. Meanwhile, Aki was far from happy. He felt his heart was in a complex mood since he didn't expect that he would move out so soon. He thought that it might need a few days or even a week before he could move, but everything was shortened to a day because of Shishio's help. While Aki was grateful, he also treated Shishio as a competitor, even though Shishio had never thought of him as one. Shishio only felt Aki's presence was a bother in Sunoarasu. It was a female dorm, but a guy could enter because he was mistaken for a girl. He was also a man, especially when he was already a middle high school student. If Aki wanted to, he could make someone pregnant already. Also, Aki was no longer alone. Aki had his big sister, right? Anyway, before long, they arrived in Sunoarasu, and they were greeted by Ayaka. Welcome back. Ayaka hugged him happily and didn't notice Aki and Matsuri standing behind him. As for Rui, they had known each other, so why should they hold back because of each other's presence? However, Aki's body trembled for a moment. He opened his lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed his lips since he knew it was already impossible between him and Ayaka, so. I should just give up. Still, the most shocked one wasn't Aki, but Matsuri. Matsuri wasn't sure about Shishio's relationship with Rui, but they seemed like a friend instead of a lover, based on her zero love experience. However, Ayaka was different. Ayaka was simply the accumulation of all the lust in the world. Everything was accumulated on that mass of fat on her chest. This woman was simply a succubus. Danger. This was her instinct when she saw Ayaka, but what made her even more dumbfounded, she saw her hug him. Shishio Oga. She thought they were meant to be together. After all, even if she had a brother complex, she didn't do the last step with Aki. What she liked about Aki was his cuteness and how he was like a girl instead of a man. In other words, he was the cutest. However, Shishio was different. He was simply the personification of a man. If there was a man in this world, it would be him. While she didn't say anything, she had already thought he would become her future husband, and she had already planned the name of her child, dog, and a place to live, but who would expect this lewd woman would appear and break that dream? Who is this lewd woman? Lewd woman. Ayaka tilted her head and only noticed Aki and an unknown girl she didn't know. However, she didn't expect that this unknown girl would call her a lewd woman. While it wasn't wrong, it felt weird being called that directly. Shishio and Rui were in silence somehow. What's wrong? Suddenly, Hina, Hiratsuka, and Nena also walked out since Matsuri's voice was too loud. Being surrounded by so many people caused Matsuri to feel slightly taken aback, especially when she was quite short and they were all tall, but she didn't feel fear and said, "My name is Shina Matsuri. I am Shina Aki's big sister." She was like an angry little chihuahua for some reason. "Ah, Matsuri-chan." Ayaka clapped her hands with a smile, then said, "It must be a long trip, right? You must be tired. Do you want tea and a snack? As for Akun's things, I have put all of them in the box. You can take them away when you're ready." Tea and snacks? Matsuri gulped, but then she coughed. "I mean, thank you. I guess you're quite a dependable caretaker." "That's not true. You're also an amazing big sister too." Ayaka hugged Matsuri naturally on her chest. Matsuri drowned on Ayaka's breasts. This was her first time feeling like this. She had never thought that breasts could be so soft. It had a nice scent, was warm, and gave a sense of security. She felt like she was in her mother's breasts, even though her mother's breasts were smaller. When they saw all of this, they nodded since they could know how amazing Ayaka's breasts were. They were hard to describe with words, but they were amazing, without a doubt. Only Aki bit his thumb, feeling quite jealous of his big sister since he had never touched those breasts. Shishio glanced at Aki for a moment before he shook his head. Matsuri almost fell, but she quickly awoke and realized how dangerous her situation was. You can't fool me, you lewd woman. Anyway, I will take Akun away now. With those breaks, you'll endanger Akun's life. Everyone. Matsuri-chan, I think you misunderstood something. However, Ayaka was still smiling. Misunderstand? Matsuri was confused. Yes, they're only for him, after all. Ayaka then hugged Shishio intimately and leaned her head on his shoulder. Aki. Matsuri pointed her finger at Ayaka and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. It wasn't a moment later she recovered and asked, What's your relationship with Shishio-kun? Oh, I am just his woman, Ayaka said with a gentle smile, then patted Matsuri's head. So you don't need to worry that I will do something to your little brother, right? If it was another person, Matsuri would say that it was impossible for anyone not to be tempted by Aki, but when she looked at Shishio, she gulped and knew it was possible. However, more importantly, she realized that her first love had disappeared, gone, and failed before it even began. However, she looked at him, trying to confirm everything. Yes, she is my woman. Shishio nodded. He wasn't sure what Aki was planning, but he could see that Aki seemed to be brimming with hope or something. As for Matsuri, they had only met for a day. What did you expect him to do? He could feel that this girl was dangerous, but compared to him, she was like a hamster, cutely chewing his finger or something below his navel. Can you help me move away? Matsuri lowered her head before she asked. Sure. Then, please. She bowed her head politely. The change in Matsuri was quite weird, but the decision to move didn't change. Aki moved away from Suno Arasuo and lived with his big sister in their new place. This was a decision that everyone had accepted. Ayaka also didn't intend to stop since it was the decision of Aki's parents, and Aki didn't seem to talk much about this matter. To be honest, she also knew that it was quite wrong to accept Aki to the female dorm like Suno Arasuo, but he was a kid, after all, so she didn't think too much, and with his effeminate appearance, it wouldn't be strange to mistake him as a girl. However, she knew it was wrong since Aki was a man, so it was better for him to move. Everyone decided to help to move Aki's things to his car. Shishio's decision to help Aki and Matsuri to move didn't change since he only needed to bring all of Aki's things to their new place. Akun, you might have been living in Suno Arasuo for a few months, but I hope that you don't have a bad experience with it, right? No. I have fun living here, CA caretaker-san. Aki almost cried since he knew after this, he would leave this place, and he might not be able to meet Ayaka anymore. It's going to be lonely, but do your best in your new place, alright. Ayaka patted Aki's head gently with a smile. Aki was in a daze, blinking his eyes, then asked, Are you going to be lonely without me, caretaker-san? Ayaka only said some pleasantries and didn't mean anything by those words, but she only nodded since she had always thought of Aki as a child. Yes. Then, please go out with me. If we go out, then you won't be lonely. Ayaka was dumbfounded since she confessed so suddenly. She quickly looked around and sighed in relief since they were alone. Sorry, Akun, I can't accept your feelings. Her tone was still as gentle as ever, but it was cruel. Why? Aki was dumbfounded since this was different from what he imagined. Because I love someone else, and I can't accept your feelings. You're still young, and you will meet many women in the future, so don't be sad and search for your love in others, okay? She then pushed Aki outside, where everyone else was. Your big sister is waiting. Come on. Aki, who was being pushed, was still in a daze, and at this point, she realized that in his barren-like heart, there was no oasis, to begin with. Everything was just a fata morgana, an illusion. When he tried to reach them, they disappeared. There was no hope, only a yearning, but this was impossible to achieve since her heart was already for someone else, and that person wasn't him. When he woke up, he realized that he was already in the car and he was moving toward his new place, leaving everything this bittersweet memory. 659, Beach 1. Is this the place? Yes. Unlike before, the Shina siblings were down, and they were quite unresponsive. He needed to call them a few times before they gave him a response. It was fortunate that Matsuri was cute. If it was only Aki, he would throw this guy out. After all, how dare this guy confess to Ayaka? Even if Aki knew that Ayaka was his woman, this guy still thought to confess. Was his head hit by a stone or something? He wasn't sure, but if Aki wanted to get Ayaka, it was only a dream. He glanced at Aki before glancing at Matsuri. He didn't intend to trouble Aki after this kid left, but this kid dared to trouble him, so he shouldn't blame him for this, right? It was for his sister's happiness, so Aki should be supportive. Aki, you go to the apartment first. I will bring you your things with Shishio-kun. Aki didn't reject this offer and walked out alone to his new place, leaving his big sister with Shishio alone. After all, he was so depressed at that moment. You're spoiling him too much, Shishio said when Aki left. No, it's okay. I just want to spoil him, so he won't have independence and stay with me all the time. Even if he becomes a bum. Even if he becomes a bum. Matsuri nodded. After all, even if he is a bum, he is still the cutest. This was his first time seeing a brother complex, but he didn't expect it would be so serious. What if you have a boyfriend in the future? Boyfriend? Matsuri was dumbfounded before she looked at him and blushed. She had been absent-minded when she found out that Shishio had a girlfriend, and that girlfriend was Ayaka. However, what did he mean by that? Did he like me? It seemed that her cuteness was better than that mass of lewdness. Still, when this question fell, she also started to think whether it was better to let Aki be with her all his life. If she had a boyfriend, they would marry, and in the future, they would have children. When they had children, they were sure that they would be like an angel. No, they were going to become an archangel. The existence that was far better than an angel. How could she be so sure? Please, with the combination of genes between her and Shishio, there was no way that their children would be bad. She could imagine how the world might throw into chaos because of the beauty of their children, which made her suddenly become worried. If so, then they might need a bodyguard, advanced security items, more dogs, and many others. Suddenly, there were many things that she needed to think of. Hello? Shina-san? Shina-san? Ah. She awoke, then she stared at him in silence. What's wrong? He felt this stare was weird. Call me Matsuri. Your first name? Yes. Well, okay. He nodded, then asked, but you should be in the second year of high school, right? Yes. When she heard this question, she knew she had to make him her husband since he didn't mistake her for a middle high school student or, even worse, an elementary school student. I am just in my first year, so should I add senpai suffix in your name? Senpai? Matsuri was in a daze. Yes. He nodded. Matsuri senpai. Matsuri suddenly felt that she was in the universe, and she had never expected there would be such a wonderful word in this universe. It was her first time to be called that by someone, especially with all the people she knew would call her with the chan suffix. Being called senpai gave her a feeling that couldn't be described by mere words. It was such an exhilarating and breathtaking event, which you wouldn't lose to the many famous events such as Independent Day. One more. Matsuri senpai. One more time. Matsuri senpai. More. Matsuri senpai. He showed a helpless expression and asked, is that enough? Matsuri's breath had become haggard, almost uncontrollable. No, it couldn't be controlled anymore. She was afraid that if this continued, she might pass out from the happiness. Should we take Aki's things now? Okay. It's okay. I am strong enough to bring all of them. You only need to lead me to where your place is. He stopped Matsuri when this girl tried to pick up one of the boxes which used to keep Aki's belongings. Still, he felt that Aki was being too spoiled on this girl, which made him wonder whether Aki really could get individuality and independence or not. However, it had nothing to do with him, and taking care of one bum was quite easy since they didn't need that much space and only needed some food, internet, and a space to be alone. In other words, as long as a bum or need had all of that, they were all clear and could be left alone. No, no. Let me bring one. Okay, then. He had to say she was kind and gentle, even if this girl was quite weird. However, he wondered what would happen if she knew he had a lot of girlfriends. Was she going to stab him? Well, the knife probably might not be able to penetrate his skin. However, it was better not to mention this matter since their relationship hadn't even begun, and it was too early to mention those things. Yet what he didn't know was Matsuri had already thought of him as her future partner, which made him speechless. If he knew, he would say that she was like a guy who fell in love with someone for the first time. If so, he believed this girl might have already thought of the name of their children, dogs, and many other things. If Matsuri knew what he was thinking, she would be dumbfounded, wondering whether he was an esper. Still, as they moved Aki's things, they talked. So you're from Kyoto? Yes. We're similar. She didn't expect that they would have a lot of similarities, especially the part where they were moving to Tokyo. You don't need to worry. If you have a problem, you can talk to me. Aren't I the one who's supposed to say that? He was speechless, but he nodded. Okay, senpai. Senpai. Watching her giggle from time to time, he had to speak to this girl was too easy. Still, he didn't intend to stay too long since many were waiting for him in Sunoarasu. Then, I will go back now, senpai. Wait. Wait. Isn't it a bit too fast? Don't you want to stay for a bit? Sorry. Then, can we exchange our number? Sure. This process was so smooth that it wasn't that different from breathing for him. Bye. Matsuri waved her hand, watching him leave, before looking at the room where Aki stayed, wondering why this guy didn't even say anything when Shishio left. Maybe, I am spoiling him too much. She felt it might not be too bad to make a Spartan education for Aki. I am back. Welcome back. He looked at Ayaka, who welcomed him with an awkward smile. Did you get confessed by Aki? Ayaka blinked her eyes and asked, you know. While she felt it might be better to hide what had happened before, she felt it was better to talk with him, but she didn't expect that Shishio would know everything. Your expression is easy to guess. Also, it is as clear as the day that Aki likes you. Ayaka pouted, then asked, why didn't you stop him? If Shishio knew, should he stop Aki? After all, she was his woman, right? It's stupid for me to worry about him, and what kind of man is worried about such a small kid? Especially when I have conquered your body. He whispered, causing Ayaka to blush, but what could she say? She knew that he was right. There was no need for him to worry since it was impossible for her to move away from him. Instead, she hoped that nothing like that would happen, so her relationship with him would be as stable as ever. But she hoped he would react more possessively, telling her that she would be his forever since it showed how much he loved her. But well. He hugged her tightly from behind and said, I am lying if I am not jealous, so let's go to your room. Ayaka had to say that she didn't hate this part of him. It was almost midnight, and everyone gathered in his apartment, including Yuki Nashida. There were many rooms here, and while she wasn't ready for the next step, it wouldn't be wrong to familiarize herself with everyone. However, they had known each other, so there was no need for such a troublesome thing, especially when their relationship was good. As of now, he is writing his new novel, which was created based on his engagement with Yuki Nashida. He had written this novel after that party, and he had written 12 chapters, which were read by many of his women. Miu Ashihara let out a heavy sigh, then her eyes brightened. It's as amazing as always. You're going to make this for a Kutagawa reward? Yes. He glanced at Yuki Nashida, who kept quiet but didn't say anything. However, he knew that this girl had received his message. I thought you were lying that you were going to become the mayor of Kyoto. Saki Kawasaki knew that her man's goal was to enter politics. She wasn't sure whether she could help him, but she was going to do her best. It's a small step. By then, I will try to make polygamy that is allowed in this country. They were in a daze and felt that this guy could really do it. Still, instead of this issue, they were more cornered about another issue, which was the fact that they would be living in Kyoto in the future. Did they feel worried? Not really. Instead, they were anticipating their days in Kyoto. However, out of nowhere, Sheena suddenly said, Shishio, can we go to the beach? What? 660, beach 2. We're really on the beach. Yuki Nashida was speechless. She held her book and tightened her jacket as she fixed her messy bangs, which were blown by the night wind. It was 3 in the morning, and coming to a beach at such a time, they should be greeted by beautiful scenery that they might not be able to forget in their lives. However, unlike what they imagined, the view around them was scary and menacing. The moon didn't appear since it was a new moon. The stars also couldn't be seen because the cloud was quite thick. Everything was covered in darkness, and everything was pitch black. Are you sure you want to be on this beach, Mashiro? Saki asked nervously. She had been hugging Shishio's arm the moment they went to this beach, and she had never let him go. While she kept it a secret, she was scared of ghosts, so it was also why she had never tried to read the new manga of Shishio and Sheena since it was a horror type. Honestly, she also wasn't good with the horror theme for the literature club during the culture festival, but even so, she didn't want to break her cool and aloof persona, so she tried to endure everything. However, what she didn't know everyone had already known was that she was scared of ghosts. Yes. On the other hand, Sheena nodded and started to draw. She didn't continue to talk and drew the scenery around her surroundings. She even imagined how this place would be when it was hit by a storm or disaster. Everyone was speechless when they saw Sheena start to draw and fall silent. They knew the reason why she wanted to come here was because of the manga, and they were just curiously coming along, but when they arrived, they didn't know what to do. While it might still be summer, it was still in the middle of dawn, and the beach was far from being fun and exciting. Instead, it was quite strange and disturbing for some reason, especially when they were the only ones in this place, and they could hear a strange noise from time to time. The sea also wasn't clear. Instead, it was like an abyss that might pull them down until they were drowned and unable to get up anymore. This place might be a perfect place for a horror setting, but it was far from a vacation place. Was their summer going to end with such a strange experience? They felt reluctant somehow. By the way, do you want to play with the fireworks? Shishio suddenly said and took out the fireworks he had brought from his apartment. As for why he had fireworks, it was such a stupid question since it was summer, and it was normal to have them, right? Nice idea. They quickly became excited and took some water from the sea on the basket before they started to play with the fireworks. Sheena also stopped drawing and joined everyone in playing with the fireworks. Under this darkness, the light from the fireworks was particularly noticeable. It was like the only light in this world and extremely beautiful. The colorful sparks could be seen everywhere as they moved their hands around, trying to draw something with the fireworks in their hands. It might be only normal fireworks, but it was so much fun. Shishio. Shishio. Look. It's like a peony. Shishio was sitting on the log on the beach, watching Nana, showing the sparkle of the fireworks that seemed to shape into a peony. He had to say the fireworks in this country were quite advanced, and they were all beautiful. It's great. He then looked at Yuki Nashida and Sakurajima Mai, who sat on his left and right side, seemingly in the middle of a discussion of a movie, while ignoring him, who was in the middle. Can you talk about a movie later? What are you talking about? It is such a time that we need to use our time smartly. Don't you want to make a movie, become a famous director, and marry me? Or are you lying? I want to marry you, but I have never said I will become a director. Still, he could feel that Yuki Nashida was staring at him intently. Anyway, we can talk about the movie later when we have entered the school. By then, we can also talk with Ui-senpai and Hikigaya-senpai. It isn't fair if we leave them out of this discussion. That's true. Yuki Nashida nodded and agreed to his words, stopping their discussion about a movie. She knew that she was no longer trapped by her family. Even though her mother told her to go with Shishio all the time, she did that, and she was happy. She looked at him for a moment, looking at his arm, before she held it and wrapped his hand around her shoulder before rubbing her face around his chest. Watching Yuki Nashida, he felt like he had kept a big female cat for some reason. But except for fireworks, what can we do here? Mai sipped a can of warm red bean juice in her hand. It was summer but quite cool at dawn, especially when autumn was about to arrive. However, she anticipated it since being in autumn was better than summer. We can wait for the sunrise. By then, we can also eat at the nearby restaurant. I have heard that there is a good restaurant that serves a delicious champon. Champon. 2x. The two gulped and held their stomachs, feeling hungry for some reason. While many were unfamiliar with this dish, it was a traditional dish from Nagasaki. It was a bowl of noodles with soup filled with a lot of vegetables. It was more like a Chinese dish instead of Japanese. Still, all of them were familiar with this dish since they had tasted it in the past. Warm soup, fresh vegetables, thick meat, and elastic noodles. He also felt that his mouth was watery. Then, when we give it a splash of vinegar, ugh. I can already taste how good it is. Damn, don't say any more. Yeah, you make us hungry now. Everyone was also the same, and they were all looking at him with a grudge for saying such a thing. They felt their stomachs rumbling, thinking of such a delicious champon in the morning. Calm down. Calm down. At sunrise, we can stop at the shop later. How much longer is the sunrise? An hour or so. Oh. They sighed in relief and felt that an hour or so wasn't that long for them, and they could wait. They had come so far to this beach in the middle of the night and arrived at dawn. What welcomed them wasn't the beautiful beach where the reflection of the moon and stars could be seen on the surface of the water, but a menacing and horrible beach, which wasn't much different from a horror movie. If Shishio wasn't here, they were afraid they already wanted to go home. However, since he was there was no need for them to be afraid, and they wanted to see the sunrise at the end of their summer vacation to erase this horrible experience before they went to the nearby restaurant to eat a bowl of warm champon. Still, the number of fireworks wasn't unlimited, and they finished all of them before long. By then, they had nothing to do. The only light they had was coming from the nearby vending machine, but even so, it was quite far, so everything was pitch black, and they felt that they could see nothing but human eyes were adaptable, so soon, they were able to see their surroundings, but they had to say this place was scary. They knew that they should talk, but somehow, there was no conversation between them, and they were all in silence. The only noise they could hear was the scratching sound from the pencil against the paper from Sheena. It was dark and hard to see, yet Sheena continued to draw after she had played with the fireworks. Shishio, say something. Everyone also looked at Shishio, waiting for him to say something. Shishio looked at everyone, one by one, without missing a single one, wondering whether someone that shouldn't be would suddenly join this party. However, it seemed that such a supernatural thing wouldn't appear. Honestly, The only supernatural thing that he experienced was when he was with Mai. It was a scary experience, and he hoped nothing like that would happen. Still, he was in silence for a while and wondering what to say. Even if he was good at talking, he wasn't in the mood to talk, especially on this type of occasion where everything was pitch dark. He looked at the sea and could see nothing. The only thing that he could see was the movement of the waves, which were hardly similar to each other. The waves were relatively calm, and it was particularly quiet, giving an eerie kind of feeling. You know, I shouldn't say this, but don't you think our future is like this? Like this? I mean, this pitch-black sea. I can't see what our future is like. As of now, while I can promise you not to make your life uncomfortable since I believe that I can become rich, marrying all of you is quite hard since I have to change the rules in this country for my selfishness. While some people might support me, some people will reject me since not like all of you, who can accept each other, many won't accept such a relationship. They were silent. While they believed that he could become a mayor of Kyoto, or even the prime minister, allowing polygamy in this country wasn't so simple. It was tough, and he might need many years to do it. There was also an age limit if one wanted to enter politics too. While I repeatedly tell you that I will make sure that I can let you stand beside him on the altar with beautiful gowns, and a lot of people congratulate us, the reality isn't so simple after all. It's like this place now. It's pitch dark, and I am not sure what to do for a while. They looked at him in silence since they thought he had always been able to do anything, but they knew he wasn't omnipotent. You know, I don't particularly care about marriage or whatever. I want to be with you. That's all, Ebenahina said. Me too. Sheena was the same since she had never thought much about marriage or whatever. The only thing that she wanted was to be with him. I am the same. Unexpectedly, it was Saki, who followed, but unlike Ebena or Sheena, who just wanted to be with him, she knew her situation well, and she didn't think her status was suitable to become his legal wife. As of now, she only wanted to be with him. However, the others were different since they wanted him to marry him, but they also understood that their wish might put him under pressure. Still, he suddenly chuckled, which caused all of them to be stunned. I am not saying that it is impossible. I just need some time to do that. I am not giving up yet. You all have decided to stay with me, so I also have a certain determination to marry all of you, even if it's hard, but I hope you are going to prepare. He stood up and walked into the water. His shoes and the end of his pants were wet, but he ignored them and looked at everyone who was still in a daze. Being with me is like this. I might need a few years or even a decade, or we might not be able to do it at all to get married to each other, but I am ready for it. But what about you? Even if you think that there might not be a future with me, do you still want to stay with me until that day? In this darkness, his figure was particularly visible, and they couldn't take their eyes away from him. They stood up and leaped into him, ignoring the cold water, hugging him tightly without letting him go. Don't underestimate us. I know you're a scumbag, but we have decided to be with you, so even if you die, we will follow you. He looked at all of them and thought their feeling was almost burning him, yet why did he feel this was comfortable? Then suddenly, the darkness was torn apart by the light. They turned and saw the sun start to rise from the horizon. It was intense yet warm and calm. Yet it was also powerful enough to cut down the seed of doubt and darkness in their surroundings. However, for some reason, they felt like the higher beings in heaven approved and blessed their relationship. Thank you. I won't let you down. They smiled and hugged him tighter, but suddenly. Growl. I am hungry. Should we eat? They laughed and thought that this might be the most unforgettable summer vacation in their lives. 661, Friend. Right after the summer vacation, the new semester started. Everyone couldn't stay lazy around and needed to go to school. Naturally, Shishio was also included. Still, he was surprised by the sudden news coming from USA. You go out with that girl. Ha ha ha. USA laughed happily. You. How dare you leave me behind? You guys are traitors. Tegami cried when he heard USA had a girlfriend. However, Shishio smiled and patted his shoulder gently. Good job. He thought of something and then took out 2 vouchers from his pocket. For you. What is this? USA was dumbfounded when Shishio suddenly gave him something. It's a free ticket to watch a movie. You can have it. Eh? Really? USA was surprised. You don't want to? No. No. Please let me have it. Thank you very much. USA bowed his head gratefully. His money was quite thin, so it was great that someone could give him a movie ticket, so he didn't need to pay much money for the date. While his girlfriend didn't ask him to treat her as a man, he wanted to treat her, but the reality said otherwise. His salary from the part-time job wasn't bad, but there were a lot of things that he needed to use. Shishio smiled and felt happy that USA had gotten a new girlfriend. Still, he wasn't surprised since USA was a good guy, and his face wasn't that bad. His size was also average in this country, so everything about him wasn't that bad at all. Still, this also made him wonder what Ritsu was going to do. However, when he was there, it was quite impossible for them to be together, especially when Ritsu didn't feel anything toward USA. Instead of forcing their relationship, it was better for him to take her, but he just felt that the time wasn't right. He also started to feel that something might happen soon, which made him quite restless. However, he shook his head, and all he could do was to prepare in case something happened. Oga-san, can you also? He glanced at Tegami and asked, do you have a girlfriend now? Tegami could only cry in the corner of the class. Shishio looked at Tegami for a while before thinking about his preparation. While the system was great, he also did his own business. He only had 3 businesses, which he created on his own, and all of them were internet-based. The first business was Pixuf, which was an online community for an artist. The second was Nico Nico, which was an online video sharing. The third was Zoom, which was communication software. Lastly, it was Twitter, a social network service. He combined the 3 of them and even wanted to buy Shiosetsu, which is an online novel self-publishing website, to combine with his other business. Besides that, he also built a cloud computing server and artificial intelligence like what Ryunosuke Akasaka had. He had to say that artificial intelligence made his life convenient since it could help him with many things. It could also help him protect his business from hackers, which was quite troublesome. This might be strange of him to say all of this, and people might wonder when he had time to do all of this when he had been flirting with all of his girlfriends most of the time. Yet strangely enough, he had time. He spent 2 to 4 hours managing most of his business every day before leaving all of them to his people. He only pointed the direction, and as for the rest, he left them since, with the number of businesses that he owned, it was impossible for him to manage all of them alone. Still, it's rare for you to go to school. He looked ahead and asked Ryunosuke, who was sitting in front of him. Ryunosuke rarely came to school since he felt that school was useless and it was better to spend his time on his work. However, a genius had this privilege, so everything was okay. Even if I have a privilege, there is still a limit. It's dangerous if I don't come. Ryunosuke bit a tomato with his teeth, causing some of the juices to drip from the corners of his lips. Shishio looked at him for a moment and wondered why he felt there were a few guys that were observing Ryunosuke secretly. Shishio glanced at Sorita, who blushed before looking away. His lips twitched, and he shook his head since Sorita wasn't someone that he should watch out for anymore. Instead, if there was someone he needed to deal with, it was that person. What's wrong? Nana asked curiously since his expression was quite weird. He looked at Nana, Maya, Meiko, and Nanamai, who were in the same class as him. He shook his head and said, nothing. I am just thinking that everyone is talking about the cultural festival now. Oh, listen. Listen. The cultural festival had always been the most exciting, and everyone looked forward to it in this school. Naturally, it was for normal students, but a few isolated students didn't really want to participate and only wanted to finish this event as soon as possible. However, could they? The cultural festival of Swime was different from other schools. It was already a regional event where all the people in the neighborhood would come and participate in the event. It was also held for a full week without stopping, showing how extraordinary this event was. Nana, Maya, Meiko, and Nanamai were also excited, especially when they had been working hard on creating a horror theme of books for the literature club. They were sure that their work could be successful. Even if it couldn't be accepted by the majority, their work could be accepted by a niche audience. He was silent since he didn't think they were wrong since the niche audience would be excited by their work, yet even so, he felt complicated even if he was also one of the creators. He didn't join their conversation and only listened quietly, especially when they planned to dress in horror costumes. Horror costume? Yes. Maya and Meiko suddenly took out their books and showed him the costume that they had drawn. What do you think? What is this? Hashaku-san. Hashaku-san. It's a ghost who eats a little boy. Rejected. Why? 2x. It's gonna cause a lot of trouble. He looked at Maya and Meiko with a sigh. Please don't add such an element, okay? We're going to get banned. What could they say? Their discussion was quite intense, and in the end, they decided to wear a nun outfit. Why? Because it was easier and kind of cute somehow. Also, being in a nun outfit also made the people around them think what they sold was kind of tame and wasn't something horror, which was kind of fun to see what kind of expression those people were going to react to when they read their books. On the other hand, was he also going to wear a priest outfit? Maybe this was part of his duty to exorcise many lewd women in this school. Still, while their club activity was something that they looked forward to, the activity of their class also wasn't something that they were going to miss. They had planned several things, but in the end, it might be better to open a sweet stall or something since they didn't really have much energy to focus on the class. Compared to us, you're going to be the busiest, you know. Literature club aside, since we can help with the rest, the service club will make a movie, right? Are you going to get the help of the movie club? No. Shishio shook his head. If we get the help of the movie club, people will think that the amazing one is the movie club, not our club. They were speechless, but they couldn't deny that he was right. However, he knew that he was going to be quite busy with this cultural festival. Class, literature club, and service club. Then, he thought about Sakurasu and suddenly thought about a certain crazy upper-class woman. He was 100 people sure that girl wouldn't stay quiet about this cultural festival and would definitely do something. And his guest was right, Misaki was talking with her friend about the cultural festival, and when she thought how fun it was, she also wanted to do something. I want to do something. I want to do something too. While Misaki might be an alien, she still had basic communication skills, and she also had few friends, even though the number wasn't much. However, this was what friends were, right? There was no need for a lot of them, only a few, but they could stay with you until your last life. Sayori Himiya was one of those friends. She looked at Misaki for a while before glancing outside, and she happened to see Mitaka Ren, who happened to walk or deliberately walked, in front of Misaki's class. However, Misaki was oblivious to Mitaka, or she might even ignore him. Misaki. Are you not going to say anything to Mitaka? That guy has been standing in front of our class. Oh, I see him. Then. Sayori was dumbfounded by Misaki's calm demeanor. It might be only her imagination before, but somehow she felt Misaki had changed. It felt like Misaki had become mature. She wasn't sure how to explain this, but she couldn't help but ask. Misaki was shy, blushed, then said, I have been conquered now. Sorry. I am someone's bitch now. What? As I said, I belong to someone now. So like a boyfriend? I mean, you have a boyfriend. Misaki nodded shyly. Sayori glanced to the side and saw that Mitaka wasn't there anymore. She shook her head and said, Congratulations. After all, compared to such a scumbag, it was better for Misaki to get a different man, right? Who is it? Anyway, after everything was settled, the two talked about love between them. While everyone was going home or his apartment to talk about many things, he walked toward the service club, but before that, he was going to stop at the ice cream vending machine to buy his favorite mint chocolate ice cream. Still, as he arrived, he saw someone was there. Yo, senpai. Hakigaya was about to eat his chocolate ice cream but stopped before he greeted this scumbag. Yo. Was it his imagination? Why did he feel like he had a friend now? Yet he didn't think this was bad at all. 662, Summer is over and autumn has started. The two ate an ice cream next to each other without talking, enjoying the sweet artificial taste of the ice cream. Neither of them planned to go to their club first. It might already be part of their habit to do this, and before Yuki Nashida or Ui came, they decided to spend their time enjoying their ice cream to the last moment. Senpai, how was your summer? He decided to ask since if he didn't ask, they would stay quiet all the time without asking each other. Even if Hikigaya had become slightly better, at the core, this guy was still the same as ever. Nothing special. His eyes were dead. I just slept, ate, took a bath, played with my cat, and did my homework. Oh. Shishio knew he had walked on the landmine, but he didn't care. It's a lonely summer. How about you? Hikigaya stopped his urge to smack this bastard up. It wasn't because he was scared and didn't think he would be his opponent. Instead, he was a pacifist and didn't think that violence was correct. I did a lot of things. He fell into silence and realized that his summer was out of the ordinary. Tell me. Hikigaya became curious. He looked at Hikigaya for a moment and said, I met 3 perverts. Perverts? Hikigaya was dumbfounded. I caught the 2 of them. One was a flasher who showed his dick in public, and the other was a panties stealer. Did you send them to the police? No, I sent them to become a minor. Minor? Can you do that? I can. He nodded, then looked at Hikigaya. So if you don't have a job in the future, you can ask me. I can send you to become a miner or potato farmer. I am sure that before 30, you will die. Scary. 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 Hakigaya's face became pale as if blood was drained from it. No, it's okay. I have decided to become a civil servant and to let the country support my life. That's a good choice. By the way, if you want, you can also catch a crab or tuna on the north side. You might die before 30, but the money is great. It's okay. I will just accept your kindness. Don't worry. The vacancy is always open for you. Hikigaya took a deep breath, forcing themselves to calm down, then asked, what about the last pervert? The last pervert is okay. He is harmless. Harmless. Yes, Do you want to see him? He might be happy if you insult him. He is a masochist, by the way. Just how did you spend your summer? Compared to him, his summer was nothing at all, but Hikigaya was glad that he didn't need to meet such a weird thing during the summer. By the way, is that all? Hina-senpai is my woman now. Oh. Hikigaya nodded, but then he was dumbfounded. Hina-senpai is my woman. I heard that. His lips twitched, and he thought that this guy was scumbag as ever, which made him sigh. Only Ebona-san. He didn't expect that BL girl, who was part of UI's clique, would become Shishio's harem, but he had to say that she was cute. Misaki-senpai. You mean Kamiagasa-senpai? The genius animator. Yes. Hikigaya rubbed his temple for a moment, trying to calm himself. Is that all? Oh, I got a fiancé. Fiancé, hey. Hikigaya nodded, but then his eyes bulged out. What? Fiancé? You don't need to worry. The engagement has been cancelled. Why? Because if I do, it won't be fair to my other women. I see. Hikigaya sighed. I thought that you were scum that would stick his dick to any beautiful girl. You're not wrong. Can you deny it? No, that's the truth after all. He was scum, and he didn't deny that fact. He even targeted the mother of his upperclassmen until now, considering they often texted each other when they had nothing to do. Hikigaya stared at Shishio, and while it was hard to admit, he had to say this guy was handsome. That's all. Oh, I just got back from Kyoto. Shishio rummaged through his bag and took out a matcha mochi. I bought this one from Kyoto. There is only one left, but for you. Thanks. Hikigaya smiled, took the mochi, tore the plastic package, and ate it. He could feel the softness of mochi spread in all directions before the bitterness of the matcha and sweetness of the red bean created some kind of harmony that made it impossible for him to stop chewing. Is it good? There is only one day before it expires, but I guess it is okay. Hikigaya stared at Shishio with dead eyes, but he gulped the mochi down his throat before he coughed. Oi, senpai. Be careful. It won't be funny if you die because of mochi. Then, don't tease me, bastard. Cough. Cough. Hikigaya had a hard time breathing because of the mochi stuck at the end of his throat. Wait for me here. I will get you a drink. Hikigaya wanted to say something, but Shishio had returned. Here. Thanks, Hikigaya said with all of his might before he drank the mineral water, gulping it down greedily. He let out a long sigh of relief before he stared at Shishio with a complicated gaze. It was like a grudge, yet he felt relief since he was the one who saved his life. What are you doing here? They turned and saw Yuki Nashida and Ui there. Yeah, hello. It's been a while, everyone. Ui greeted them with a smile. Yeah, hello, Shishio answered plainly. We're just discussing life. Yes, life. Hikigaya let out a long sigh. You can discuss that later, but for now, let's discuss the movie since our movie production is going to restart today. Yuki Nashida grabbed Shishio's hand and pulled him to the club room. Don't you want to buy an ice cream? Does that choco mint ice cream taste good? Do you want to try it? Let me try it. However, Ui and Hikigaya were dumbfounded since they didn't expect the two of them would be so close. The four of them were in the club room, and Yuki Nashida was ready to tell them about the movie, but Ui and Hikigaya were far from ready to do that. Yes, Ui-san. Are you two dating? Ui asked nervously. Oi. Hikigaya felt that Ui was too blunt. If I have to say our relationship is quite complicated, Yuki Nashida said after a moment of thought. Complicated. 2x. We were engaged to each other before. Engaged. 2x. Ui and Hikigaya were dumbfounded before they were all looking at Shishio. We did. Shishio nodded. But in the end, we cancelled our engagement and started to date each other. How? There were many questions in their minds, but they wondered whether they should ask this. It's okay if you want to ask. It's not like we keep this matter a secret, and I have always thought of you as a close acquaintance, so I don't want to lie to the two of you. Acquaintance, Hikigaya felt this word perfectly described their relationship. However, Ui wanted more than that. Are we not friends, Yuki-nan? Yuki Nashida blushed, then said, well, it's okay if we used to describe our relationship as a friend. Yuki-nan. Ui hugged Yuki Nashida happily as she hugged him, but inwardly, she felt quite lonely since she didn't expect that the relationship between Shishio and Yuki Nashida would suddenly progress while she didn't know anything. Ui glanced at Shishio secretly and wondered what she should do with this feeling. Before they talked about the movie, they talked about how they became lovers. However, Yuki Nashida didn't tell everything, especially when she was being kept by her parents without being able to communicate with anyone. It was in public, and she still wanted to keep the image of her parents since this was how she was educated. Yuki Nashida might not want to lie to Yui and Hikigaya, but there was something that she could talk about and couldn't talk about. While their talk was quite long, neither Yui nor Hikigaya complained since they didn't expect they would be exposed to the life of the upper class, which made them dumbfounded. Anyway, that's all. How about we start to talk about the movie? Yuki Nashida said and felt embarrassed since their conversation led to how they could be together. She had to say that she was quite embarrassed and hid behind Shishio to hide her blush. He had to say that this girl was just an angel. Hikigaya and Yui didn't know why, but they felt suffocated to stay in this place for some reason since the aura of love that emitted from their bodies almost overwhelmed them. Cough. Cough. Be serious. Yuki Nashida maintained her strict expression. I know that you might remember what the story of our movie is about, but let me repeat the story first. Okay. 3 acts. They didn't have much of complaints while looking at the script and waiting for Yuki Nashida to talk. The story is about a girl who is dating a boy, but the boy dies for a certain reason. When the girl visited her boyfriend's funeral, his mother told her that her boyfriend had a childhood friend who was similar to her. Was the boy in love with that childhood friend, and this girlfriend is just a substitute. The boy is a scumbag. Shishio wondered why Yui and Hikigaya were looking in his direction when they said those words. We can leave that open, but this story is more about how the girl faces this situation instead of the boy's feelings, but depending on the situation, we can change it. Yuki Nashida looked at Yui and said, Yui-san, you will be the heroine. Is that alright with you? Yeah, yes. Yui blushed, but she nodded nervously while glancing at Shishio secretly. Hikigaya-kun will be the movie crew. Oh. Shishio-kun is going to be a male actor. Okay. And I will be the director of this movie. Okay. 3 acts. So after we have decided all of that, there is something that we need to do. What? We have to search for a place where Shishio is going to die. Shishio blinked his eyes, and his expression clearly told Yuki Nashida, are you serious? 663, there's no people, right? Do you want to become a widow so early? Yuki Nashida blushed and said, but I am not wrong, right? You're not wrong, but it is quite strange when I hear that from you. But weren't you the one who said that the main actor died from saving a kid on the river? So shouldn't we search for a river where you will die? How about we change it? Let's change it to a heart attack. That way, I won't need to jump into the river. Isn't that like a Korean drama? It's kind of cliché, Yui suddenly said. So what about a cliché? Also, what's wrong with a Korean drama? It's quite popular, right? Then what about being stabbed? Hikigaya suddenly said. The actor cheated on his girlfriend and was killed by his secret woman. Do we need to mention this anymore? Why should we discuss how I die now? He rubbed his temple with a sigh, then asked, leaving this matter aside, are you sure you will become a director? He was sure when this movie finished, the Yuki Nashida family would watch the movie they had made. By then, what would they think when they saw the boyfriend of their daughter was acting with a different girl acting intimately? Even though he was dying in the movie, he would be Yui's lover instead of Yuki Nashida's. Yui and Hikigaya also looked at Yuki Nashida curiously since, unlike before, the relationship between Yuki Nashida and Shishio had changed. They were no longer simple upperclassmen and underclassmen. They were lovers now. Even if Yuki Nashida wanted to take the heroine position from Yui, no one would say anything. It's okay. I want the director position, especially since I have decided to take this position before. If we suddenly make a change, our movie will take much more time to make, and we might not be able to make it before the cultural festival. Yuki Nashida then looked at Yui and said, so Yui-san, I leave the heroine position to you, is that okay? Yeah, yes. Leave it to me. Don't be too nervous. I am not nervous. You're too nervous. 3 acts. Anyway, how about we set up the schedule first? They agreed and made up a schedule for their shooting. Their time was quite limited, but even so, this couldn't be helped since the situation could only let them do so. However, it didn't mean it was impossible. However, they needed to work more efficiently since, besides the scene of the fireworks, which he shot by chance during his outing with everyone on Suno Arasu, the rest wasn't ready. So, on the weekend, we're going to Meiji Jingu-gain and Nizujinjia Shrine. Hikigaya asked. Is there a problem? No, there isn't much of a problem, but aren't the tools for making a movie quite a lot? Isn't it quite hard for 2 males to bring all of them to such a faraway place? Hikigaya could imagine how hard it was to bring a lot of movie tools to the mountain. That's true. Yui and Yuki Nashida agreed since the tools that they were using would be a lot, so they might need an extra hand. It's okay. Even if we don't ask, I am sure many will give us a hand, Shishio said. If the one who said those words were Hikigaya, they might look at him skeptically, but the one who said those words was Shishio. They might not even be surprised if he suddenly brought a group of maids or bodyguards to help with holding the tools. You don't need to trouble yourself too much. It's the work of the service club, so it should be done by the club members, Yukinashita said. But we have helped a lot of people in the past, and I am sure that they will agree to help us in case we need their help. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and said, Senpai, maybe, you can ask the help of Totsuka-senpai. Hikigaya was startled before he nodded solemnly. Leave that matter to me. Ui and Yukinashita. They talked for a while before they finished their discussion. There wasn't much that they needed to talk about, especially when Yukinashita had prepared the schedule beforehand. She only needed to ask the opinion of everyone, and if they couldn't accept it, they would tell him since they might have something to do. Fortunately, they were all okay with the schedule, and there was no need to change it. As for the rest, they only needed to pick up the tools for a movie at his apartment, remember the script, shoot the movie, and, lastly, edit the movie. When all of them were finished, the movie would be finished. It's simpler than I thought. Hikigaya thought that making a movie would be complicated. It's because all the complicated things have been finished. That's true. Hikigaya nodded and thought that his work was quite simple since he would only become a simple gopher, but it was alright since he knew the rest position was rather complicated. By the way, I forgot about one thing. What? They were all looking at Shishio. What is the title of this movie? He only remembered that they hadn't made the title of the movie. While it was the simplest, it was also the most important. They were all speechless and only remembered the title wasn't ready yet. Do you have an idea? Yukinashita asked. Not yet. Shishio shook his head and said, we can slowly search for the title later. Even on the last day, it is okay. Please think of the title before that. Yukinashita sighed, then said, anyway, that's all for our club activity. Then, I will go back first. Hikigaya yawned as he picked up his bag. Ui glanced at Shishio for a moment, hesitating before she smiled and said, then, I will go back too. Hikigaya and Ui left, leaving Shishio and Yukinashita alone in the club room. We're alone now. Don't think something perverted. I won't do it with you at school. Yukinashita sipped her warm tea while glancing at him from the corner of her eye. I have never said that. Shishio was speechless, then smiled. So, if we're not at school, is that all right? Yukinashita didn't say anything. Still, she lowered her head, trying to hide her embarrassment. Senpai, has someone told you that you're cute? Yes, many times. Shishio had to say that his girlfriend was quite uncouth sometimes. Still, she tucked her hair behind her ear while glancing at him shyly. Are you trying to tempt me? Even if they had decided to be together, they had parted for quite a while, especially when she had to go back to Chiba again. At that moment, she was expecting a kiss from him. However, his reaction made her dumbfounded. Shishio stood up from his seat and walked toward the entrance of the room. He opened the door and looked right and left, causing her to be confused. What are you doing? Have you heard of a cliché coincidence? Cliché coincidence? You know, it is like in a movie, novel, story, or drama where a couple kisses each other in an empty room, but someone peeks at them or suddenly enters the room, interrupting their moment. So you're checking whether there is someone outside or not? Yes. Yukinashita took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She felt that her boyfriend was too cautious, and the mood that had built up suddenly changed into a strange state. However, Shishio ignored Yukinashita's mood and walked to the window to close the curtain. This guy. Yukinashita blushed and could tell that this guy didn't intend to let her go, but could she reject? No way. After all, she also had expected a kiss from him, and being careful definitely wasn't a bad thing, considering how dangerous what they planned to do was. Is there someone outside? No, it's okay. Whether Ui-senpai or Hikigaya-senpai, all of them have gone home. No one is going to visit us either. That's good. Yukinohita felt her heart beating so fast, yet this guy was like a bull, charging everything, ignoring her feeling. Why did you put me on your lap? Her head was in a mess, and she couldn't even react when she was lifted and placed on his lap. This position is easier. Wait. What's wrong? She was nervous, but how could she say that? By the way, have you thought about how you are going to die in the movie? Are you going to talk about this again? He was speechless, wondering whether this woman wanted to tear up all the preparation that he had made. It's a serious discussion. Please answer me. He stared at Yukinashita helplessly, then said, to be honest, at first, I was thinking of letting the male lead die on the mountain. Mountain? Yes, like stranded on a mountain or something similar. That's a good idea. But the nearest mountain is only Mount Takao. Do you think that someone will die on such a hot and popular mountain? Then make him a mountain climber. Do you want us to go to Mount Fuji? It's autumn. That place is off limits now. Then, we should go back to the original plan by letting you die on the river. Do you want your husband to die from the cold? It's okay. If you are sick, I will take care of you. Yuki Nashida fixed his bangs lightly with a small laugh on her full lips. He blinked his eyes, staring at her lips. Yuki Nashida's body might be slender, but her lips were quite fleshy and juicy. It was bright pink and seemingly emitting a strange attraction, which made people want to kiss her lips. So our discussion is over. Can I kiss you? Can you be gentle? Don't ask such an impossible thing. Yuki Nashida wanted to say something, but her lips were already taken. She was surprised, but she was helpless and hugged his neck intimately. However, she had to say this kiss was different since the sense of immortality from kissing each other in school made her almost crazy from pleasure, and before long, it was her to seek after him. While they kissed, someone stood at the entrance of the room, hesitating, before she let out a long sigh and walked away. 664, Story. Shishio wanted to go home together, but Yuki Nashida was quite careful since she knew once she let this bastard enter her apartment, he wouldn't hesitate to eat her. She wasn't ready for the next step, and they decided to part away. He also didn't want to force her either since the mood was quite strange for some reason. Still, while the kissing felt good, he thought about the person that stood at the entrance of the service club. He knew that this girl had something to talk about with him, but he was more interested in this girl's mother. Now that you mention it. He glanced at Yuki Nashida and thought that her mother was a beauty. Did you think something weird? Yuki Nashida asked with a frown, feeling her man was thinking something strange. He shook his head with a determined expression, telling her he didn't think anything weird. However, how could she believe it? Yet how could he admit it? Could he say that he was interested in Yuki Nashida's mother? No way. I am just wondering how our movie will be. It will be good without a doubt. Do you have such confidence? I have confidence in myself. I also have confidence in your script. Thanks. By the way, how is your new novel? Yuki Nashida asked. After all, his new novel was based on their experience together. It's okay. Okay. You have read it, right? What do you think? The words are beautiful. She had to say that, unlike his first novel, his second novel was more beautifully arranged and melancholy. The ending won't be sad, right? What do you think? She knew this guy would definitely write a sad ending, making her sigh. However, she knew that this was what everyone in this country liked. Not forever. Instead, something fleeting was something that everyone loved the most. Just like the sakura tree, which only bloomed for a few days. Shishio also wondered why the people loved such a fleeting thing and even celebrated it. The sakura tree wasn't the most beautiful, and its beauty could only be seen for a moment, yet it was the most famous tree in this country. He might not have understood in the past, but now, he understood. I can't wait to see it somehow. Even if the ending was sad, she still wanted to read it. You won't be disappointed. Have you made the title? Spring Snow. Spring Snow, hey? It's kind of romantic. Naturally. It's a love story, after all. He thought for a moment and asked, by the way, have you asked permission to shoot the school? While some of the scenes of their movie were taken on the outside, most of them were taken in the school. I will ask Hiratsuka-sensei tomorrow. Do you need me to go with you? Sure. He looked at her smile and thought she was beautiful, but more importantly, it made him happy to see her excited that he would accompany her. By the way, I have never asked you this before, but how are your parents now? They're not doing anything weird to you again, right? While he could see that Yuki Nishida's parents weren't bad, he knew that their education toward children was quite tough, especially when he thought about how they had put Yuki Nashida in the room. While they didn't forbid her to go outside, they didn't allow anyone to communicate with her or even discuss the matter of their engagement. In other words, they were forcing her to marry. Yet, in the world of high society, this kind of thing was normal, so he couldn't say much. Fortunately, the partner was him, but if the partner wasn't him, he might bring them to elope, and she also cut her relationship with her parents. However, when he asked this question, she suddenly fell silent and stopped her steps. What's wrong? Her expression became complicated as she gazed over his profile. She thought about her mother's words, blushing before she let out a long sigh. Was her mother so bold? Couldn't she believe in the pure relationship between them? She wasn't sure, but she knew that her mother was worried about her, yet she had to say that this attention was quite too much for him, but she was stunned when she was kissed so suddenly. Why did you kiss me? Well, I have the urge to do one. She slapped him on the shoulder and blushed before she complained. Don't do it here. What if people see us? Okay. Okay. I will do it when no one is looking. Yuki Nashida let out a long sigh, feeling that no matter what she did, she felt it was impossible to defeat him. However, it was impossible for her to give up, and she wanted to show some struggle, even if she knew it was quite useless. By the way, what about your family? Let's discuss this matter later, but one thing is for sure, they support our relationship. That's great. Yeah, that's great. Even if her family was quite troublesome, if possible, she didn't want to cut her relationship with them. Still, if she was forced, she wouldn't hesitate to go with him. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida, who took the initiative to hold his hand and only smiled, thinking that this guy was cute. After he sent her to the nearby bus stop, he walked toward Sakurasu. Misaki had texted everyone that was living in Sakurasu to gather together since she had something to announce. While he could guess what she planned to do, he still needed to watch her since if he left her alone, he wasn't sure what kind of mess she was going to create, especially with Shina. Yet when he walked, he saw someone unexpected. This figure was walking slowly. No, she stopped on the street, reading a book intently, ignoring the surroundings. If this wasn't Ritsu Kawaii, who was this? Suddenly, he realized that this girl was also quite unique, like Shina and Misaki. By now, he realized that Nanami was the most normal girl in Sakurasu. Still, when the time came, Ritsu was reliable, especially when she took care of Shina before Nanami and the others came. Senpai. However, Ritsu didn't give him a response. It wasn't until he tapped her shoulder that she was startled and realized that someone was right beside her. Shishio-kun. Let's go back. What if you meet a pervert here? Oh. Ritsu blushed and nodded. There were too many perverts in their surroundings, so it was better to go home quickly. While her immunity toward a pervert was stronger than others, she didn't want to meet a pervert on the street. Yet what she didn't know, the guy next to her was the biggest pervert out there. Still, when she stood by his side, she felt secure and continued to read her book again since she knew that everything was alright as long as he was with him. On the other hand, Shishio only glanced at her and didn't stop her from reading since she knew how addicted this girl was to reading. Yet he had to say that his progress with this girl was quite slow. When he had been doing it with Misaki, kissing Yuki Nashida, and many others, he hadn't made so much progress with Ritsu. Yet this was also partly because of her personality, and he also didn't really force the relationship between them. Their walk was quiet, and he only touched her back whenever she stopped and held her shoulder when they were right in front of the traffic light. He felt that he was her babysitter somehow, and she was a hopeless baby who needed the help of someone. Neither of them talked, and they didn't initiate a conversation, but strangely enough, they felt so close to each other. However, when he looked away, he didn't realize that she was glancing in his direction, peeking at his profile before she continued to read. She might want to read her book, but it was hard to concentrate when she was standing next to the person that she felt for. Yet she wondered why she fell for him since she knew that this guy was a beast that couldn't control his lower body to all beautiful girls in this world. She knew he was like that, yet she couldn't control her emotion. Suddenly, she thought about Misaki's words, which told her that there was no need to hesitate, yet she was different from Misaki since she had experience in this area, and she also didn't dare to take the initiative. After all, what if their relationship changed? Yet when she thought about how amazing love was and how everyone was so happy with it, she couldn't help but feel curious. Was love as amazing as the one that she read in the novel? Would it make her heart flutter as if she was floating? She was curious, but she somehow endured it since she was afraid. Senpai. Ah, yes. You're not reading. I am reading now. He glanced at Ritsu for a moment and smiled. What's with that smile? Nothing. By the way, have your class thought about what to do at the cultural festival? No, but I don't really care much about it. He stared at her for a moment and couldn't help but rub her hair. What are you doing? Ritsu puffed her cheeks, feeling embarrassed while trying to push him away. Nothing. I just feel that being your classmate is tough. What do you mean by that, Shishio-kun? As they bickered, the distance between them became closer, and Ritsu put down her book, subconsciously focusing all of her attention on him. She might not realize it, but she only needed a little push before their relationship changed into a different shape. The shape that she never thought she would feel toward this scumbag, yet she knew she anticipated it. I should read more romance stories. She thought about it as they arrived in Sakurasu. Yet when they arrived, they didn't know that a certain guest would appear and interrupt the peace of this dorm. 665, let's combine our power. When Shishio returned to Sakurasu, he thought this place would be rowdy because Misaki would jump around, clamoring to do something during the cultural festival. However, everyone was quiet, and no one was talking. All of them were focused on their food. Yet this wasn't so surprising since he was the one who cooked the dinner. He seldom cooked on his own, but when he cooked, everyone would be immersed in the food, ignoring their surroundings. In their minds, it was only the food and themselves, no one else. The food in front of them was the only thing they thought about because of how delicious it was. His food was so good that even if Shiro-san, Mayumi Nishikino, and Sayaka Watanabe were far away, they wouldn't go home to Sakurasu with their might. Even Ryu Unosuke, who had always holed up, would go out to have dinner, especially when the dinner was his favorite tomato egg. It might be a simple dish from China, but it was the ultimate combination of egg and tomato, which made him even more amazed by how awesome the tomato was. Tonight, it was a full Chinese course. It was vibrant, colorful, and delicious, and they couldn't stop the movement of their chopsticks. Hey, that shrimp is mine. You're late. You bastard. Die. Shishio wondered whether his food could be so dangerous that it could make all of them fight each other. However, the rest ignored the fight and continued to eat since there were many other delicious dishes on the table. It wasn't until all the dishes were cleared up and everyone rested while patting their belly with a satisfied sigh. If Shishio made a restaurant, they were afraid that they might visit it every day. The only problem was that they might not have money, but if they didn't have money, it should be okay to use their bodies, right? Naturally, this was the thought of Mayumi. As for Shiro-san, even if he wanted to use his body, Shishio would throw him away. On the other hand, Sayaka was relatively low-key, and she wasn't the type who would seduce Shishio. It wasn't that she didn't want to since she didn't want to have a boyfriend like him, but she just didn't have the confidence to hold the rein around his mouth. If he was a horse, he would be a fierce stallion that was impossible to tame. Instead of being tamed, she was afraid that she was the one who would be tamed by him. She was scared of this, and their current relationship wasn't bad since they were quite close to each other, like friends. Anyway, after dinner, everyone was quiet, and they honestly washed the dishes. Shishio didn't help but sit on the sofa while playing the guitar lazily, thinking about a soundtrack he would use for the movie. He put his head on Shina's lap and thought about the song, which suited the mood of the movie. The song was quiet and pleasant to hear, so no one said anything. They even closed their eyes and enjoyed the music. Shina had finished her manga and only needed to let Ayano, her editor, review the manga, so she enjoyed her time with him. She caressed his soft hair with a smile, wanting this time to continue forever. However, a voice destroyed this harmony. Shishio. Shishio. Misaki shook his legs several times and even pressed her breaths on his face. It's still too early. He thought this girl was in heat, but this was too early, right? That's not what I mean. Misaki pouted and felt that Shishio had misunderstood him. Even though she was active on the bed and often asked to do it almost every day, she wasn't a pervert. Instead, it was because she loved him that she wanted to stay with him all the time. What's wrong? He raised his body while looking at Misaki, who still stayed between his legs. If this was his room and wasn't a living room, he might have misunderstood what she was about to do. Yet he had to say her appearance made him quite restless since she wore an oversized t-shirt where he could see the upper part of her breasts from the gap of her collars. Misaki knew this, and she might have done this deliberately, so her request could be accepted by him smoothly. He had to say, even if Misaki seemed like a stupid girl. She was full of conspiracy. Are you busy at this cultural festival? If I have to say, I am quite busy. He didn't lie since there were many things that he had to do at the cultural festival since he had to help the literature club, service club, and even his class. While most of them were easy, there were quite a lot of things he had to do, so he was quite busy, especially when he also needed to manage his business and also took care of his women at night. Hey, Shishio, are you going to make a movie at the cultural festival? Mayumi suddenly interjected. What was she doing in her free time? While it was cliché, she was watching a TV drama. Usually, she would watch it in her room while eating sweet pastries or snacks, which caused her weight to increase. Anyway, leaving the part where she got fat because of food, she loved a movie, so when she heard he was going to make a movie, she was quite surprised. Yes. He nodded. Don't forget to watch it at the cultural festival. Sure. Mayumi nodded, then asked, so what are you going to play? Is it a romance, and you're the main character? If this guy wasn't the main protagonist, then no one could play it. You're not wrong, but I am dead in the movie. Everyone. Cough. He coughed and said, anyway, I won't spoil the story anymore, and please watch the rest. He then rubbed Misaki's head gently then smiled. Still, even if I am busy, I still have time to help you. Is there something that you want to do? Misaki, who had been down, suddenly jumped high and became spirited after hearing his words. Yes, there is something that I want to do. Everyone, please listen to me. She suddenly stood on the table and said with a righteous voice, now, men. Today is the day you have been training for. Still, he stood up and put a pillow near her lower body since her stripped panties were shown. However, she didn't care and continued with her speech. Now is the time for us to materialize our power of friendship and dominate the cultural festival. He couldn't let this girl rampage anymore, so he held her in his arms and said, in other words, you want to make something on the cultural festival as Sakurasu. That's right. Is that okay, Chihiro-ne? He looked at Chihiro. Sure, why not? But can you handle it? You have a lot of projects, right? Chihiro asked worriedly. He patted Misaki's head, making her melt, and acted docile in his arms. It's okay. It isn't like I will do everything, right? That's true. That's true. We're going to use everyone's power to realize this. Everyone will do this together. You heard that? What do you think? He looked at Shina, Nanami, Ritsu, and Ryu Unosuke since they were part of the Sakurasu. I don't mind. Shina nodded. It seems fun. Nanami smiled. I don't see a reason to reject this. Ritsu felt this might be a chance for her to get closer to him. Then, everyone was looking at Ryu Unosuke, waiting for his answer. Why not? Maybe, this was something that he had been waiting for. To make something with everyone, and they were all geniuses, so there was no need to hesitate. Since we have decided to do something at the cultural festival, is there something you want to do? Everyone had agreed, so he wondered whether Misaki had something that she wanted to do. How about an anime? It's good, but Ryu Unosuke might not be able to show his skill. Ah, that's true. Misaki rubbed her head, thinking about what kind of thing they should do to materialize the true power of Sakurasu. She was good at animation, Shina was good at drawing, Shishio was good at making stories, Nanami was good at voice acting, Ritsu was probably good at management, right? Lastly, Ryu Unosuke was good at programming. To combine the power of everyone, they needed something they could work on together. He was also in the middle of a thought, but suddenly the face of Sorita emerged in his mind. Game. Everyone was looking at him curiously. Well, Mashiro can draw, Misaki can manage the animation, Ritsu can help with the editing and manage everyone's schedule, I can make the script, Nanami can take the voice jobs, and Ryu Unosuke is the programmer. When we combine all of them, the best way is to make a game. What do you think? He had never made a game, and it was rare for him to play one, but when he thought about Sorita, if he wasn't wrong, that guy's dream was to become a game designer. It might be part of his bad hobby, wondering what would happen if he showed a great game created by everyone to Sorita. Still, his idea made all of them smile. That's great. Game. Let's make a game. Everyone agreed, and they discussed what kind of game they should make. Naturally, if possible, the game should be able to be played by everyone instead of a single person. While they discussed it, the older people, such as Chihiro, Roberta, Shiro-san, Mayumi, and Sayaka, looked at all of them and thought that this was a youth. However, in the middle of their discussion, the wind suddenly caused the window, door, and many parts of the house to tremble and make a rattling noise. The wind is intense. It should be an autumn storm. During autumn, while it was beautiful weather, a storm often appeared. Seriously, this weather makes it feel like something ominous is about to happen. Shishio stared at Chihiro helplessly, but suddenly the sound of the bell ringing was heard. His nose moved slightly, and he could smell a sweet scent. It's a woman's scent. I will answer this. Everyone looked at Shishio in surprise and even felt suspicious. What's with that gaze? Is it a beautiful girl? Why do you think so? Isn't it? Go. Don't make the person outside wait. Chihiro slapped his back helplessly. Okay. He walked toward the entrance of Sakurasu, but everyone also joined, following from behind. Wait a moment. He raised his voice slightly before he opened the door before a figure of a beautiful girl appeared before him. While he had seen many beautiful girls, this one was different since she was a foreigner. His lips twitched, and he felt that the system was too amazing. 666, friend. While the reward from the system was amazing since he didn't expect to get a famous football team, he looked at the girl who triggered his system. It's a beauty. As he had said before, this beauty didn't seem to come from this country. Instead, she was like Shina, who came from outside of this country. If there was a difference, her facial features were sharper since she didn't have mixed blood like Shina. She was a pure foreigner. However, even if she was beautiful, he wouldn't be blinded by her beauty. There were too many beautiful girls around him, and he had a certain immunity toward them. Is there something that you need here? He didn't talk in this country's language, but her language. Hearing his voice, the girl was startled and awoken before she took a deep breath and didn't expect that there was someone as handsome as him. However, she quickly calmed herself since she had an important mission that she had to do in this country. It's okay. I can talk in Japanese. The girl answered with a smile. That's good. He nodded, then asked, so, do you need something? While he could have guessed that this girl should be related to Shina, he still needed to ask. Still, this response made the girl feel slightly dissatisfied since his reaction was rather plain. Shouldn't he stare at her for a while, admiring her beauty? After all, this was how many people would usually react when they saw her for the first time. However, before she was able to say something, someone interrupted her. It's Rita. Ah, Mashiro. Shina leaped and hugged this girl. Even if her facial expression didn't change much, he could see how happy she was. It's nice to see you well, Mashiro. You too, Rita. Shina hugged this girl even tighter. Everyone also looked at Shina in surprise while wondering who this girl was. Wow, it's a doll. She is so beautiful. Sayaka somehow let out a long sigh. In front of true beauty, her fake beauty could only admit defeat. Oh, it's Rita. Chihiro was surprised to see this girl here. Chihiro-san, it's been a while. The girl, whose name was Rita, nodded toward Chihiro while holding Shina in her arms. Who is she? Nanami asked curiously. She was Mashiro's roommate when she was in England, Chihiro explained. My name is Rita Ainsworth. Rita smiled as she introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you all. But why are you here, Rita? Shina let go of Rita and asked her curiously. The magic cast on Cinderella is almost gone. In Japanese, we would say the lunar envoy came for Princess Kaguya. Shishio frowned and asked, you want to bring Mashiro to England? Mashiro. Rita looked at Shishio, who called Shina by her first name, but she didn't overthink and nodded. Yes. Mashiro, come back to England with me now. Even Shina was dumbfounded, but he raised his eyebrow. He didn't say anything and just pushed Rita outside before he closed the door and locked it. Rita was dumbfounded when she was pushed outside. Wait. Wait. What are you doing? Why did you push me outside? Rita was furious and slammed the door several times. Be quiet, or I will call the police for disturbing the neighborhood. How can you say something like that to a beautiful girl like me? Beautiful girl? Where? How can you say that? Even my father has never done anything like this to me. Rita was already mad. Shishio didn't intend to make Rita stay, and from her clothes, he could tell that she wasn't bad with her money, so she should stay in the hotel, but suddenly the hem of his t-shirt was tucked by Shina. What's wrong, Mashiro? Can I talk with Rita for a while? Even if what Rita had said was ridiculous, she was still Shina's friend and the one who had been taking care of her. They have been together for 10 years, so there should be a reason why Rita told her to go back to England, and she wanted to know that. He stared at Shina for a while before he let out a long sigh and opened the door. As expected, there is no way you will push away a beautiful girl like me, right? Rita was confident in her beauty. However, he snorted and flicked this narcissistic girl's forehead. It hurts. Rita held her forehead and complained, what are you doing? If Mashiro didn't tell me she wanted to talk with you, I wouldn't let you enter. Mashiro. Mashiro. Who are you? Why have you been calling Mashiro by her first name? Even if Rita was from England, she knew that it was impossible for the opposite gender to call the first name of others unless they were close enough. After all, it was also quite similar in England since many refrained from calling the first name. Instead, they called each other family names unless they were close enough. Shishio wanted to say something, but Shina tucked his hem again. Shishio, let me say. Okay. While he hesitated, he decided to believe in Shina. Shina's answer was simple. She hugged his arm intimately and said, I am his woman. Rita widened her eyes and mouth so wide and petrified from the shock. No way. No way. There's no way that Mashiro can get a boyfriend. When Rita entered Sakurasu, she forgot what she planned to do and still couldn't believe the relationship between Shina and Shishio. At the same time, she had to admit that he was so handsome that it was her first time seeing someone as handsome as him. No, she definitely wouldn't believe that Shina would date someone as rude as him. Rita also didn't think that with Shina's personality in mind, she could date someone. They had known each other for so long, and they knew each other well, so when she thought about how Shina dated Shishio, she felt it was impossible. While she had to admit Shishio was such a hunk and somehow understood that Shina could fall for him, she definitely couldn't accept it for a while. Even if you say that. He was speechless when this girl acted childishly and felt it might be better to throw her out. She might have given him a good reward from the system, but her intention of coming to this country was far from good. We're dating, Shina said with her usual blank expression. Rita. Everyone. We're dating, Shina repeated after thinking Rita hadn't heard her words. Rita opened her lips and then closed them again. We're dat. Stop. You don't need to repeat it again, Mashiro. I heard it. Rita rubbed her temple for a while and didn't know what to do for a while. She didn't know what to do, so she could only glare at Shishio since she felt it was impossible for Shina to make the first move. Instead, it was this bastard who seduced Shina. Rita was right. If he knew what this girl was thinking, he might look away since he knew he was a bastard who seduced Shina, but did he regret it? No. He was glad that he had seduced Shina since this girl was really wonderful, and it was impossible for him to let her go. So you're really dating? Rita asked once again since this was still hard to believe. Yes. Sheena nodded. We even have sex. This time not only Rita, but everyone was also dumbfounded. We even have. Sheena thought Rita didn't hear what she was saying, so she wanted to repeat her words, but her mouth was covered by Shishio. Mashiro, how about you let her rest? She must be exhausted from a long trip. It was impossible for Shishio to let this girl's mouth run rampant. He had to shut her mouth, so she wouldn't say anything strange anymore since he could feel the gaze on everyone on his start to hurt. Scumbag. Hey, who is that? Anyway, Shishio let Nanami help Rita since he was sure that this girl was tired. He also decided to return to his room since he was tired. As for the matter of cultural festivals, they could talk about this matter tomorrow, especially when he already had an idea of what kind of game they should make. Misaki didn't fight with Sheena this time and let her have Shishio since she knew Sheena might need to think about a lot of things. Hey? You're going to stay in my room. Sheena nodded and walked into his room naturally. Shishio looked at this girl for a while and thought that this girl had never changed, which made him helpless. I will be at the top. He blinked his eyes and said, impossible. The two entered the room together. In the bathroom, Nanami accompanied Rita, who was still in disbelief. Aoyama-san, right? Yes, Ainsworth-san. It's okay. You can call me Rita. Rita gave a soft smile and felt that this girl was gentle. Then, you can also call me Nanami, Rita. Nanami also gave a soft smile. I know that I have repeated this question, but are they really dating? Rita asked. He also dated me. Nanami thought inwardly, but she didn't plan to make Shishio into a bad guy in the eyes of Rita, so she nodded. Yes, they're dating each other. I see. Rita was at a loss, but then she blushed then asked, are they really having sex? Yes. Oh. Nanami hesitated, but Rita caught this hesitation and quickly said, is there something you want to tell me? No, it's okay. No, please tell me if you have something to say. Nanami's hesitation made her curious. They should talk about having sex in his room now. Rita was in silence for a while before she wore her clothes in her wet state and ran out of the bathroom. Nanami. However, Rita soon returned, then asked, where is his room? Nanami wondered whether she was going to be punished by Shishio, but to be honest, she hoped to be punished. On the second floor. Thank you. Rita quickly left and ran into his room. However, Nanami only smiled, wondering what he was going to do with her. Wait, you might need a key for his door since they might lock it. Thank you. Sheena straddled him and pushed him onto the bed but stopped when she saw the door open so suddenly. Shishio was also dumbfounded. Rita was even more dumbfounded. The three stared at each other for a while without saying anything before Sheena continued what she was doing since she had been doing it with many girls before. Her relationship with Rita was also so close that they often took a bath together, so everything should be okay, right? Stop. 2x. Shishio and Rita quickly stopped Sheena. Rita held Sheena, then looked at Shishio for a while with a complicated gaze. It seemed she was wrong. It seemed it was Sheena who was crazy about him, and somehow she could understand it, especially when she saw his well-toned body and the big bulge on his pants. She blushed and stared at him for a while. Shishio quickly covered himself with a blanket, afraid of being taken advantage of by Rita. Just kidding. I can't let this continue, so I will sleep here to keep you two from doing something inappropriate. So with this, Rita was also eaten by Shishio. This time, it was also a joke. After all, he wouldn't touch someone he met less than an hour ago. Instead, this might be a good chance to ask about Sheena's life in England. 667, whatever you want. It might be weird, but in the end, the three of them slept together. Sheena was in the middle with Shishio and Rita on her side together. While what Rita had said before made her confused, she smiled when she slept with the two people that she loved the most. She hugged their arms together and smiled happily. Shishio and Rita, who saw this, could only show a helpless smile, but when they looked at each other, they snorted and looked away. Don't stare at me, scumbag. Huh? Aren't you the one who stared at my body before, you perverted girl? No. No. I didn't see your body. Don't slander me. Then, why is your face red? Do you have any guilty conscience in your heart? No. The two continued to fight each other, but Sheena looked at the two and said, Rita and Shishio are close to each other. Mashiro, have your eyes gone bad after your stay in this country? Mashiro, I think we should visit an ophthalmologist tomorrow to check your eyes. The two were in sync, and they quickly realized this. They looked at each other for a moment before they looked away with a snort. As expected, I can't get along with him. Rita thought annoyedly. However, Shishio thought that this girl was going to fall. Now that you mention it, how did you open the key to my room? He had always locked his door, so everything would be safe and okay, but this girl suddenly opened the lock of his door, which made him dumbfounded. Oh, it's Nanami. She is such a sweet and kind girl for giving me a key to your room and telling me that you two are about to do something that you shouldn't do. Rita somehow felt proud and told him happily how Nanami helped her. That girl. It seemed that he had been lenient toward Nanami and thought it might be time to make her remember her position. But... Rita blushed, then asked, have you really had sex with him, Mashiro? The thought of Shina doing something lewd with an opposite gender had never crossed her mind. Yet when she came to Tokyo, Shina had changed. Shina had become a lewd woman, which made her dumbfounded and also excited. The word excited might be strange to describe her emotions since her friend's virginity was taken by a bastard, but there was a feeling of worry, relief, and defeat, especially when she realized that Shina had become an adult already, which made her fluster. While Shishio was speechless by Rita's question, Shina nodded with her usual blank expression. However, if one looked at her closely, one would be able to see how drunk, happy, and womanly she was when she mentioned her lovemaking with him. It feels good when I do it with him. Neither Rita nor Shishio were able to say anything. Scumbag, Rita spat that word to Shishio, but another question came, did it feel that good? However, unlike Shishio, who couldn't see Shina's expression, she could see her expression well. Shina had the face of a woman, which made her even more jealous of her. Why? Why had it always been her? However, she quickly erased this feeling and glanced at Shishio. Shishio didn't say anything and only lay behind Shina while facing her back. He put his hand under her t-shirt and rubbed her belly gently. It was soft and slender without a hint of excess fat. She might have eaten a lot of sweets, but she often had a tough exercise almost every day, so her body had always been in the perfect state. Why did you look at me? Sorry, even if you fell for me and confessed to me, I will reject you. When Rita thought that his face was nice and it wouldn't be bad to stare at him all the time, she quickly threw her thoughts away and thought it was impossible for her to be with this bastard. Still, while Rita was staring at him with a hateful expression, Shina bit his finger, trying to hold her voice since his naughty hands were rubbing on her sensitive place, making her almost impossible to keep her voice quiet. Shishio could feel a warm and wet feeling on his fingers, which made him smile and move his fingers lightly on Shina's mouth. However, he didn't realize that Rita was stunned when she saw his smile. However, Rita quickly shook her head since even if this guy was handsome, his mouth was as stinky as a sewer. It was impossible for her to fall for this bastard. Now that you mention it. He looked at Rita and asked, I have never asked you this question before, but why do you want to bring Mashiro to England? If you read the news, you will know how famous she is in this country, right? The reason why Shina went to this country was that she wanted to learn manga, and the result of her manga was a big hit. While part of the reason why her manga was famous is because of him, if her drawing skill didn't reach a certain degree, it would have been impossible for her to be as famous as she is now. It was because her drawing skill was amazing that her career as a mangaka could grow into a famous mangaka. He had a certain degree of understanding toward Rita since he also had asked Shina about her life in England. Shina told him that she had a friend, Rita, who had always been helpful toward her. Rita was also the one who taught her how to draw a manga, so shouldn't Rita be happy with her success? Yet why did this girl suddenly come and ask Shina to return to England? When he mentioned this, Rita's expression was slightly ugly. She didn't expect Shina's career as a mangaka could be so smooth, and her manga was sought after by everyone. She also had read it, and she could see how amazing the story and illustrations were. Still, she only realized and thought that everything was because of this young man. Shina's illustrations aside, which had grown to the point where she could only look up to, without Shishio's story, no matter how good her drawing skill was, the result of her manga would be shit. Rita tried to calm herself before she tried to form her fake smile and looked up. You know that manga is nothing compared to art, right? If I make a comparison, manga is like fast food, and art is like fine dining. You can see the difference between them. Even if Mashiro became famous because of manga, it is nothing since sooner or later in the future, even a famous manga will be forgotten, but art will last forever. So I can't let Mashiro draw manga any longer. I am not going home, Shina answered firmly, stopping him from giving her pleasure. Shishio glanced at Shina, but he didn't say anything. I thought you'd say that. Rita wasn't surprised by Shina's answer. But please think it over. Do you know how much potential your fingers hold? You have the ability to paint something that will go down in history. Millions of people are waiting for your next painting. Please fulfill their expectations. You helped me learn how to draw a manga, Shina said. I only taught you how to use a computer. I didn't help you with anything else. Rita. I can't bear to watch you waste any more of your time and talent here. Rita looked at Shishio and said, even you also understand me, right? As her boyfriend, you must know how amazing she is, right? Do you think that it is right for here to stay in this country? Sheena's heart trembled, and she wanted to push Rita out of the room, but at the same time, she was afraid to hear Shishio's answer, so she couldn't do anything and only lowered her head, but when she was confused, she felt her head gently patted by him, and she was hugged by him tightly as if he wouldn't let go. I don't think so. What? Rita was dumbfounded. I don't think that she should go back to England. Why? Don't you understand what I am saying? Her talent is amazing. It's so amazing that she can enter history. Many people expect her to continue to draw instead of wasting her time drawing a manga here, but you deny it. Don't you think that you're so selfish? I am. Shishio nodded calmly and said, I know that I am selfish, but so what? So what? Rita was dumbfounded. Everyone is waiting for her. There are millions of people that have been waiting for her. I don't care. He shook his head and said, even if there are hundreds of millions or billions of people waiting for her, I don't care. I don't care about their opinions since no matter what, I won't let her go. Shishio. Sheena blushed. You. Rita wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything since she wasn't sure what to say. He caressed Sheena's hair and said, if Mashiro desires to make a painting that will enter history by going home, then I will support her, but does she think so? No. Everything is only your ego who thinks that returning to England is the best. Rita flinched but couldn't say anything. She doesn't want to go back, and she wants to stay. You might not know, but her painting has become better here. As for the expectations of millions of people on her, as I have said before, I don't care. Did she start to draw because of those people? No. She began to draw because she loved to paint. It's not because of other people's expectations of her. I think it will be even better if she can draw something even more amazing after she ignores the voice of those people. Those people who believe that it is better for her to stay in England to continue to draw, I want to see their speechless and dumbfounded expressions when they see that Mashiro can draw even better when she is here. See? I can draw better no matter where I am. I want to see her say that and laugh at them proudly. He smiled and kissed Sheena's hair. So whatever you want to do, don't hesitate since I will support you. Regret, hurt, happy, whatever you encounter, you don't need to feel afraid since I will be with you, so don't worry. Shishio. Sheena smiled and hugged him tightly with happy smile since she had never regretted coming to this country. After all, if she didn't come to this country, she wouldn't be able to meet him. However, Rita was silent and couldn't say anything. Okay, okay. Let's sleep. It's already late. Sheena glanced at Rita for a while and thought it might be good to wait for her to sleep since she just couldn't control her emotion and wanted to do something with Shishio. Meanwhile, Rita was quiet and turned around while thinking about the words that had come out of his mouth previously. Ignore everyone's voice and just do whatever you want, hey. Rita glanced at Shishio with a complicated gaze before she closed her eyes since she just wanted to sleep now. Still, she couldn't help but feel jealous of Sheena now. 668, Shishio, when are you going home? Can you keep your pants up? Nanamai asked speechlessly. Shishio only stared at Nanamai and didn't say anything, causing her to fluster since she knew this situation happened partly because of her. Sorry. Come with me later. While she lowered her head and seemed to appear scared, her voice seemed to be excited. He only rolled his eyes before he looked at the two girls in his arms. He wasn't sure how it happened, but one thing was for sure, Sheena and Rita had a bad sleeping posture. They rolled around before he was suddenly in the middle of the two and was hugged by them. He glanced at Rita and had to say that this girl was beautiful, but he quickly looked at Sheena since he didn't intend to do anything to Rita, at least for now. After all, with what had happened last night, he felt it was better for this girl to go back to England to calm herself before they talked again, at least until she stopped thinking about bringing Sheena back to England. Still, unlike Sheena, who always slept quite late and was tired from what they were doing last night, Rita was an early riser, but even so, she might be pretty exhausted from her long trip, which made her wake a little late. Even so, Rita woke up before she stared at him. If you have woken up, can you let me go? Rita blinked her eyes and realized that she was hugging him, but more importantly, she could see a big thing hiding under the blanket, which made her flustered. She quickly raised her body and took the pillow before smashing it into him. Beast! After watching Rita smash him with a pillow, Nanamai knew her punishment would be harder later. I am sorry. Rita lowered her head and apologized. When are you going home? Shishio looked at Rita blankly. I am not going home until Mashiro comes home with me. Rita was as stubborn as ever. I am not going home. Sheena was still sleepy, but she answered Rita's remark subconsciously. See. I am not going to give up, Rita simply answered with a sweet smile. While many would see this smile as sweet and cute, Shishio could tell that this was a fake smile, which made him speechless. Then, you shouldn't stay in this dorm. Why? Are you afraid that I will disturb you too? Rita asked knowingly since she knew that her existence would make it impossible for Shishio and Sheena to have sex. Still, she knew they were dating and had sex, but she felt conflicted when she thought they did it in her presence, so if possible, she wanted to stop them from doing something perverted or maybe watch them since she was pretty curious. No, but there is a pervert in this dorm. Pervert? Rita was dumbfounded since this question wasn't something that she had expected. While she was confused, the pervert came with excitement to the kitchen. Shishio-kun, what do you think of my bondage? Shiro-san came to the kitchen while his body was tied down in a strange bondage rope. Rita. Everyone. Not only Rita but everyone was also dumbfounded by Shiro-san's act since this was too much. This was in the early morning, and everyone wanted to have a new day in a good mood, yet what they saw was a nightmare at the start of the day. Shiro-san. Yes. Do you want me to call the police? Cough. Cough. Maybe, I am a bit sleepy. I will sleep first. Shiro-san hadn't slept last night and had been practicing his bondage skill, so maybe his mind was a bit muddled somehow. However, he still realized how serious Shishio's words were and decided not to play, but when he left, his face flushed with excitement from being threatened. Shishio noticed all of this and could only let out a long sigh since a masochist was invincible. Still, after Shiro-san left, they ate breakfast as usual, as if nothing had happened, but how could Rita accept such a thing? What was that? What was that? Rita couldn't believe what she had seen and wanted to wash her eyes with soap. As I have said before, there is a pervert in this dorm. Isn't he dangerous? Watching Rita's reaction, Shishio felt relief for some reason since it had been a while since he saw such a normal reaction. After all, everyone in this place had already gotten used to Shiro-san, so their reaction was rather flat. They didn't react much after seeing Shiro-san tying his body to a strange rope. However, Rita was different since it was her first time seeing a hentai. It's okay. He is as harmless as a chicken. If you insult or slap him, he will be even happier, Mayumi answered in Shishio's place. That's right. Shishio nodded, but he let out a long sigh feeling that the women in this dorm were far from ordinary. Rita. Rita, you don't need to worry about that pervert. Instead, you should be worried about Shishio, Chihiro suddenly said. Hey. Shishio was speechless. If you think he is a gentleman, then you're wrong. If you give him a chance and keep sleeping in his room, I am afraid you might be eaten before you return to England. Chihiro didn't think she was overthinking. Instead, she really reminded Rita that Shishio was far from a tame, docile and harmless main protagonist. If he was given a chance, he would eat her whole without leaving bones behind. While she couldn't stop him outside, it was still possible to stop him in the dorm. She also didn't really want Rita to be eaten since she had known this girl for quite a while. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that she was jealous that those girls could do whatever they wanted him without thinking much about the consequences. On the other hand, she couldn't do something like that since she was his aunt. While some nephews and aunts in this world dated and even married each other, she knew that in the eyes of norms, such a thing was still unethical. This was why she decided to bury this feeling and just move on, hoping that she could marry someone as soon as possible. Yet could she? Rita lowered her head, and no one knew what she was thinking, but her face was red since she knew that Shishio was dangerous. Even when she was beside them, she knew that Shishio and Sheena had been doing something they shouldn't do. However, she was so sleepy and tired last night, so she thought it was only her imagination, but when she heard Chihiro's words, she knew that this bastard was dangerous. Yet how could Chihiro say such a thing? Shishio and Sheena dated each other, right? So, why should other people be involved? Should he be single-minded and put all of his love into Sheena alone? She was so confused at that moment. Leaving Chihiro-ne's slander aside. Slander. SHH. He looked at Chihiro helplessly and then asked, when are you going back, Rita? I will go back as long as Mashiro returns, Rita said with her usual haughty and cheerful tone, but Shishio only stared at her in silence. Usually, people would accommodate her, especially men, because of her beauty, but he was cold and didn't seem to be affected even if she showed a pitiful expression. She was also even more nervous when no one helped her. They were all in silence and looked away, eating their breakfast as if they didn't see anything. This guy might be a scumbag and a pervert, but even so, they knew how. Hey, why are you looking at me like this? Were you perhaps smitten by my beauty? What do you think? Her lips twitched, and she felt quite annoyed, but she pouted and said, I will probably go back at the end of the cultural festival at your school. I see. He nodded, then asked, then, have you booked a hotel? Can I stay in your room? I am sure you are happy with a beautiful girl sleeping in your room, right? Rita asked with a smile. He stared at her in silence, thinking that this girl really played with fire. You should stay in Mashiro's room. Why? Are you afraid that I will interrupt you? Rita thought that her existence would interrupt his love-making with Sheena, so she couldn't help but snicker. No, but it isn't appropriate for an opposite gender to sleep in the same room. His voice was full of righteousness as if he genuinely believed it was a sin for an opposite gender to stay in the same room before they married each other. Whether Shina, Nanami, Chihiro, Sayaka, Mayumi, Misaki, Ritsu, or Ryu Unosuke all looked at him with amazement since this guy's face was too thick. How could he be able to say something like that with such a straight face? They were so amazed inside their hearts. He's amazing, they thought inwardly. Rita's reaction also wasn't much different. If you truly believed so, then why did you sleep with Shina together last night? Rita had such an expression on her face. Meanwhile, Roberta's face was as straight as ever, and she had never questioned him. If you want to stay in the hotel, why don't I book it for you? You don't need to pay. I can let you stay in any hotel you want. Even the 5-star one. He looked at Mayumi, who asked this question, but he nodded. Yes. You're Mashiro's friend, after all, so at least this is one thing that I can do for you. While Rita's purpose in coming to this country was far from good, he couldn't deny that Rita was Shina's only friend. Unlike in this country, where Shina had a lot of good sisters when she was in England, she was alone, and only Rita stayed with her. Even if Rita's purpose in coming to this country was far from good, he knew this girl wasn't that bad. Can I stay there too? Mayumi asked since she also wanted to stay in the 5-star hotel. He decided to ignore Mayumi and looked at Rita. Rita stared at Shishio for a moment before she looked at Roberta. She could tell that Shishio was probably rich since, from his movements, he could see grace and elegance, which made her wonder whether this guy was a prince or noble in this country. Still, she didn't care about any of that since her reason for coming to this country was clear. No, it's okay. I will stay here. Her voice was firm, and she didn't hesitate. Even if there is a pervert here. Ugh. Rita's words stuck, but after a moment of hesitation, she asked, he is really harmless, right? This was a normal reaction since it was her first time seeing such a dangerous person. If you're worried, I will let Roberta stay with you. Shishio looked at Roberta and said, Roberta, can you help Rita while she stays? Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta nodded. Thank you. Rita thanked Shishio from the bottom of her heart. Still, she glanced at Shishio and thought he wasn't that bad. 669, Ryu Unosuke, what did he want to do? In the class, Ryu Unosuke looked at the storyboard draft made by Shishio with a speechless expression. What's wrong? No. What? You don't need to hesitate. No, it's okay. I know I don't need to be surprised whenever you do something, but when I see you making the storyboard for the game. Ryu Unosuke didn't finish his words since he knew this guy understood what he meant. He held the storyboard that had been drawn by Shishio and sighed since this guy wasn't a genius but a monster. Shishio's existence was simply a demon king that brought despair to everyone, thinking they didn't have hope and that working hard was useless. However, when one was working with him, Ryu Unosuke felt that it was the best thing ever since having such a reliable team member was something that he loved the most. Still, while they talked, Shishio had been busy drawing the storyboard for their planned game. The character of the game had been decided, which was Nyanbara, the cat hero, who was liked by Misaki and Shina. They loved it so much that they drew his room with Nyanbara's picture. Anyway, for their game, Misaki and Shina would take care of the illustration, coloring, and all things related to art. Ritsu would help with the management, taking care of the permissions, and many other troublesome things. Ryu Unosuke would take care of the programming. On the other hand, Shishio would take care of the script and the storyboard since he was the scriptwriter and director. He had made the story, and it was a cliché story of a place, which was a town under crisis because it was attacked by a monster, but during that crisis, Nyanbara came and protected everyone. This was a cliché hero story that had been written from an ancient age, but it didn't really matter since everyone loved such a story. In front of the adversary, someone stood up and fought. Such a story has always moved everyone's heart. While he hadn't written the script, he talked about the story when they walked together to the school, and they all agreed with the story of the game. Even Misaki, Nanami, and Ritsu were crying when they listened to his story. Shina was also in tears, and Ryu Unosuke looked away since he didn't want anyone to see his tears. If he didn't stop them, he was afraid that many misunderstandings would happen. However, after he got their okay sign, he made the storyboard as soon as possible since he didn't want to waste time. The cultural festival would be held soon, and there were many things that he had to do. Naturally, he couldn't waste his time, and the faster he finished, the faster everyone could progress to the next stage. I will probably finish the storyboard after school, but can you handle all the programming matters? Shishio asked since this programming job definitely wasn't an easy thing. Ryu Unosuke's time was also quite limited since he had to wait until Shina and Misaki finished the illustration and all art-related matters. Who do you talk to? Having a limited time is something every day for us programmers. If Shishio could finish the storyboard when the school finished, Ryu Unosuk was also confident he could finish all the game programming himself. Is that so? But if you need help, just tell me. I have made a better AI, artificial intelligence, ... Hey? Really? When? However, when Ryu Unosuk waited for the answer to his question, Shishio's girlfriends came. Nana put her chest on top of Shishio's head and Maya and Mako stood between him, looking at him curiously. On the other hand, Nanamai was still nervous, so she didn't dare to approach him carelessly and stayed with her friends in the class. Shishio glanced at Nanamai, then let out a sigh. They're heavy. But you love them, right? Shishio. Woman, go away. Even if you're his girlfriend, it's rude of you to interrupt our conversation. Ryu Unosuk didn't hide his disdain toward Nana. She might be smart and beautiful, but in his eyes, this girl was a slut who flaunted the fat on her chest to tempt Shishio. For him, who hated a woman the most, this girl's existence was simply hell. Oh. Nana raised her eyebrow, which caused Maya and Mako to move away from them since they didn't want to carelessly join this battle. Instead, they went to the side, watching them over. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that it was more fun to watch them. Definitely. Shishio glanced at Maya, Mako, and Nana and thought they were good friends. Sorry for interrupting you, but I can't see that you're talking about something so important, and I do have something important to discuss with him too. Nana hugged Shishio's neck naturally and snorted. Also, if you're his friend, you shouldn't act so rude toward his girlfriend. In my eyes, it is like you're jealous that I have stolen your favorite man. Ryu Unosuk wanted to insult Nana, but he noticed Shishio's eyes stared at him, which caused him to snort and look away. Let's talk later after her school. He is going with me later after school. Nana snorted. Ryu Unosuk didn't say anything and walked to his seat. What's with that guy? Is he homo? Nana was annoyed. Calm down. He reached for her and put her on his lap. He just hates a woman. Then, does he like a guy? I am not sure, but it doesn't really matter, right? Well, that's true. It doesn't really matter. Nana nodded since she knew well that her boyfriend was normal and it was impossible for him to swing that way. Shishio also felt weird when he saw Ryu Unosuk was angry when Nana suddenly appeared when they talked to each other. However, he might also be angry that you have interrupted our discussion. What kind of conversation do you have? It's artificial intelligence. Have you made them? Really? The two then talked about the artificial intelligence that he had made. However, Mako, Maya, Nanamai, and a few others who listened to their conversation had their heads dizzy. What the hell are they talking about? Still, Ryu Unosuk listened to their conversation, but the more he listened, the itchier he was since there were many things that he wanted to talk about him. Meanwhile, Sorita, who happened to listen to their conversation, was shocked. Are they going to make a game? He looked at Shishio before he looked at Ryu Unosuk with a complicated gaze. Shishio didn't know what Sorita was thinking since it had been a while since he was thinking about him. After leaving Sakurasu, Sorita's existence wasn't that different from the extras in this story. When they graduated, they wouldn't meet each other since the difference in their status made them impossible to meet. Shishio knew this, so he was too lazy to make a friend. Instead, it was better to make out with a girl. Did he feel lonely? No. After all, he had never planned to make 100 friends. All he needed was 1 or 2 friends that could be with him until the end, and he had found such a person already. Still, as his discussion with Nana became even more intense, their homeroom teacher, Koharu Shirayama, came and started the class. As you know, the cultural festival is close. Yahoo! Awesome! What are we going to do? Are we going to make a play? Cafe. Before Koharu finished her words, everyone screamed happily since the cultural festival was about to start. They couldn't wait for it since this was one of the events that everyone had been waiting for. However, before the cultural festival, you will have to face an exam, so be prepared, okay? What? No. Sensei, are you serious? Yes, so do your best on the exam, or you might have to study while participating in the cultural festival. Everyone looked at Koharu in disbelief, and they all cried, weeping at the cruelty of reality. Why? Why did they have to face this? Did they do something bad? Have they been abandoned by God? They lamented how hopeless their situation was. However, unlike the others, Nana and Shishio were relatively calm when they heard this news. Still, Mako, Maya, and Nanamai looked at them, and they were on the verge of crying since they all were hopeless. Shishio and Nana looked at each other before they smiled, but somehow he could see a fire blazing in her eyes. Why? Nana cracked her fists and thought it was her time for a rematch against Shishio and Fudabario. Shishio, the ranked one on the next exam, can ask whatever they want to the loser. Shishio realized that his girlfriend was stupidly cute. Is he going to make the game? Wow, a movie, story, and now a game? Can he do all of them? Mako and Maya were dumbfounded when they listened to Nanamai. They were in the middle of the break after their class ended. Won't he be tired? Nana asked worriedly. It's okay. If he is tired, we can take care of him, Nanamai said with a smile. That's true. Nana also smiled. However, Nanamai and Nana wondered whether there was something that could stop him since they knew well how strong the stamina of their boyfriend was. Meanwhile, Maya and Mako had their lips twitched and sighed since they knew they couldn't join this conversation. Shishio didn't join their conversation since he went to visit Yukinashita's class, but if he had been in the class, he would have been surprised since Ryu Unosuk was being approached by someone that no one expected. Akasaka. Ryu Unosuk stopped and then looked up for a moment. Who are you? It's me. I am Sorita. I have lived in Sakuraris for a while. Did you forget about me? Sorita felt Ryu Unosuk's words were like a blade that sliced his skin. While he was living in Sakurasu, he often met Ryu Unosuk from time to time, so how could this cold bastard be so cruel? Oh, right. Ryu Unosuka's reply was quite plain, and he continued to focus on his laptop. What's wrong? If you just stand there, you're going to waste my time. Sorita tried to hold back his anger. Unlike in the original, where their relationship was quite good since Ryu Unosuk often lent him a programming book, Sorita could achieve his dream as a game designer. This time, he had left early, and their relationship was just so-so. I have heard that you are going to make a game. Is that true? This is what Sorita wanted to ask. Yes. Oh. Is that it? Could you say something else? Could you also invite me? However, Ryu Unosuk didn't say anything since he was busy, so he didn't have time to talk with Sorita. Sorita looked at Ryu Unosuk with a complicated gaze. He wanted to say something, but no words came from his lips. He loved games, and he loved it so much that he might want to make it into his job in the future, but he wasn't sure, so when he heard that Shishio and Ryu Unosuk were going to make a game, he wanted to ask them, and wondered whether he could join. After all, if he could join, then he might be able to get close to Shina. However, it seemed that everything was only his thought, and he didn't dare to voice his idea. He looked at Ryu Unosuk for a while before he turned and walked away without saying anything. What did he want to do? Ryu Unosuk shook his head and continued what he was doing. Then, what about Nanamai? Nanamai was talking with Nana since she needed help in case Shishio wanted to be rough with her. As for Sorita? Who was he? Nanamai had already forgotten about him. 670, it's not going to end. Shishio. When he was about to visit Yukinashita to talk about permission to shoot their movie, someone suddenly called him. He looked around and saw one of his girlfriends. Hina-senpai. Ebina Hina smiled and approached him happily. He was in the area for the second year, so it was quite normal for him to meet her. What are you doing here? Did you miss me? Or do you want to do it at school? He stared at this girl for a moment and rubbed her head hard. Ouch. Ouch. What are you doing? Watch your mouth. Where are we now? What's the use of maintaining your image? You're a famous scumbag now. You don't need to worry about everyone's eyes. Even so, I don't want to announce what I am doing. Let it be our secret what we're doing. He never liked exposure and loved to do everything low-key. Well, that's true. Ebina nodded since she also didn't really like the crowd unless it was a crowd of otaku. So let's go to the class that I know. It is empty. She moved closer and whispered those words. Shishio. Ebina. They turned and saw Ui and Yumiko there. Ui-senpai, Yumiko-senpai. He greeted the two of them, but when the two looked at him so close with Ebina, their expression became complicated. Ui and Yumiko knew what was happening between Shishio and Ebina. No, Ebina didn't lie and told them about their relationship, how it started and how they shared their first night in the luxurious hotel. When they heard it, they couldn't help but feel conflicted. It was hard to say, but Ebina was the first someone that they would never expect to have a boyfriend. If someone asked the three of them, it would be either Ui or Yumiko be the first one who would have a boyfriend, yet Ebina threw them off and ran past them and climbed first on the stairs of adulthood. This was something that they had never expected, and it made them unable to believe. What was even worse was that person was Shishio, the guy who made their hearts were in a mess. Whether Ui or Yumiko knew that this guy was a scumbag and they should stay away from him, they just couldn't and subconsciously moved closer to him. Still, it was impossible for them to make the first move, so they could only stare at Ebina with a complicated gaze. Ebina wasn't stupid, and she was smart, so she, naturally, knew what Ui and Yumiko were thinking, but even so, this wasn't something that she should say or decide since everything was Shishio's decision. If someone thought that she could change his mind, then they would be wrong. After she was with him, she knew how witty this guy was. He might have appeared to listen to her and appreciate what she was thinking, but he manipulated her in a subtle way and also made her follow her whim. She knew this, yet she still followed him, which made him extremely dangerous. But, so what? She loved him, and even if she knew this guy was dangerous, she wouldn't stay away from him. After all, even if he knew that she was trash and had a disgusting hobby, he stayed with her. More importantly, her body couldn't live without him anymore. It was like how humans needed oxygen to breathe. She needed him to live now. Now that you mention it, it is rare for you to come here. What's wrong? Yui suddenly asked, trying to change the subject. Did you forget? He looked at Yui speechless, but he also realized that it was so rare for him to visit the second-year area. The location of the class on the swim was divided into grades. The first grade was on the first floor, the second grade was on the second floor, and the third grade was on the third floor. He might have visited various places, but he had never come to the area of the second grade or the third grade, even if he had many girlfriends in the second grade, such as Mai Sakurajima, Saki Kawasaki, Rui Tachibana, Momo Kashiwabara, Miu Ashihara, Ebina Hina, and Yukinashita Yukino. However, it was normal since he didn't really want to attract much attention, and they mostly gathered in their clubroom where no one would see them, so they were free from the eyes. Even now, he could see everyone's eyes were on him. Hey? Did something happen? Yui was dumbfounded. It's a movie. We're going to get permission to shoot it, right? Ah, that's right. Yui slapped her forehead since she almost forgot about this matter. Then, come on. Yukinon is waiting. She pulled by his wrist and led him to Yukinashita's class. Hey, wait. Wait. 2x. Ebina was speechless since her boyfriend was taken, but Yumiko didn't want to be left alone, so the two quickly followed them to Yukinashita's class while they were attracted by the word of the movie. There's so many of you here. Yukinashita stared at Shishio, then at the three girls around him. Let's go, Yukinon. Let's get permission for the movie. Yui also pulled Yukinashita's hand. Okay, but you don't need to pull me. I can walk by myself. Yukinashita sighed, wondering why Yui was like a dog that tried to drag him. She glanced at Shishio, then asked, still, have you put your fangs on all of them? Shishio. Ebina laughed, but Yumiko and Yui lowered their heads with a blush. Is that how you see me? Yes. Shishio vowed that he was going to change his image to Yukinashita, but he suddenly stopped his steps when he noticed a girl who could trigger his system. Hey! Why haven't I met her before? He felt confused since even if it was rare for him to walk to the second-year area, it didn't mean he had never walked there. Yet, unexpectedly, there was still someone that could trigger his system. Naturally, this girl was beautiful. She had short hair with a brownish color. The girl also noticed him. Their eyes met each other for a while, but the girl quickly turned shy while glancing at him from time to time. Yet he didn't have time to enjoy it since his ear was pulled by Yukinashita. Let's go. Don't waste our time. Wait. Don't pull my ear. Yukino-senpai. It hurts. Still, when they went to the teaching faculty to ask for permission, they only realized they had forgotten someone. Achoo. Hikigaya sneezed and felt that his nose was itchy. What's wrong, Hachiman? Are you sick? Totsuka asked worriedly. It's okay. Hikigaya shook his head and felt that he really enjoyed his youth now. Okay, it's easy. I will take care of the rest. Hirotsuka accepted the form and helped them right away. As for why Shishio didn't ask her to get them permission to shoot a movie at the school and outside the school, please don't ask since when they were together, all they could think about was their lower body. Thank you, sensei. 4x. Yui and Yukinashita thanked Hirotsuka. While Ebina and Yumiko weren't involved in this matter, they also thanked Hirotsuka. After all, they also wanted to help with the shooting of the movie. While I can guess more or less, why did you pull his ear? Hirotsuka looked at Yukinashita, who pulled Shishio's ear. While she wanted to help him since she could see how pitiful he was, she knew this guy was acting, so she hardened her heart and wouldn't do anything to stop this matter. If I don't do this, his eyes will wander around. Yukinashita sighed. That's true. Hirotsuka sighed. Shishio. Anyway, the time is quite short since the cultural festival is going to start soon, so you need to do everything soon, or else you'll be late. Thank you, but I believe that we can make this movie. Is that so? Then, just tell me if you need help. Hirotsuka nodded since she knew that as long he was there, everything would be okay. Still, don't force yourself, okay? Even if his ear was pulled by Yukinashita, she still cared about him. Thanks, but can you ask her to stop to pull my ear? Hirotsuka looked at Yukinashita helplessly, which caused her to sigh and let him go. Yukinashita knew that to follow her whim, he had to work hard, yet he didn't complain, which made her heart soften, but she felt that she needed to watch him more, or else this guy might suddenly appear and bring a random woman that she didn't know. While she didn't mind his philandering hobby, she didn't want an annoying woman to join. Fortunately, there was no such a woman around him. If there was, it would be Nana and Ayaka since their breasts were too big for her comfort. When are you going to start shooting the movie? Today. Today. Hirotsuka was speechless, but she nodded. Okay, let me take care of it. You can just focus on your acting. Thank you. They didn't waste their time anymore, but before he left, the hem of his shirt was held. I will visit your apartment tonight, Hirotsuka whispered in a low voice with a blush. He nodded and patted her hand gently before he walked with the rest. As they walked out of the faculty, they quickly talked about the movie since they were going to start to shoot it right away. He brought the camera and kept it on the. Ui-senpai, are you ready? Ui nodded, but she was clearly nervous. It's okay. I will lead you. He rubbed her head gently. This time she was calmer. Yumiko stared at the two for a moment, then asked, Say, Shishio-kun, can I ask you something? Yes. Is Hirotsuka-sensei also your woman? Yumiko asked. What do you think? Yumiko stared at Shishio for a moment and said with a sigh, You should really keep your pants. Shishio. As they walked, someone happened to look at him and was surprised. Isn't he? 671, cut. When the bell rang, and everyone prepared to go home, Shishio couldn't go home. Instead, he went to the library. However, before he went out, he gave a copy of the storyboard for the game to Ryu Unosuke. Are you going back tonight? Ryu Unosuke asked. Probably not. I see. He felt strange to have such a conversation with Ryu Unosuke, but he decided to ignore it and went to the library with the girls since they were curious about what he was about to do. Shishio. He thought he was the first one, but it seemed Yukinashita and Hikigaya were faster. Shishio-kun, it's been a while, Totsuka greeted with a smile. Totsuka-senpai. He raised his eyebrow and then looked at Hikigaya. He said he wanted to help. The more people, the better, right? Hikigaya was a bit embarrassed being stared at by Shishio, but as they had been together quite a while, he learned one or two from him, and it was his shamelessness. Shishio only walked to Hikigaya's side and patted his shoulder. It's okay. I understand. Hikigaya. Totsuka looked at the two curiously, feeling curious about their conversation. What are you two talking about? It's okay. Hikigaya shook his head, then asked, Isn't it time to start the shoot? However, his question was ignored since he was being scolded. If you are free enough to move your mouth, how about you help us? Yukinashita looked at them helplessly. To be honest, she felt that it was better for them to shoot the movie during the summer vacation since even if the library was quiet and the number of people was few, many couldn't help but look at them curiously. However, she cruelly ignored them since she didn't want to waste their time. Hikigaya's lips twitched before he let out a long sigh. Okay, okay. Their plan to make a movie was a secret, and the people who knew about it were only a few, including his girlfriends. This was natural since if many people knew about their plan, many would visit them, watching the commotion, especially with Sakurajima Mai around. Still, even if Mai was there, she didn't say anything and only watched the process in silence. Mai, who was a professional, was silent and the others also followed the same since they were just amateurs. Shishio and Yukinashita set up the camera and talked about how they were going to shoot this scene while Ui listened on the side since she would be the heroine of this movie. Ui would be lying if she wasn't nervous, but she knew she would be okay, especially when he was there at her side. The scene that they would be taken was the scene of the memory of the dying boyfriend in the girlfriend's mind. Naturally, there were many memories, but she remembered the most when he stood by the side of the window, reading a book to wait for her to finish her shift as a librarian in the school. Ui read the script several times and tried to imagine it in her mind several times without realizing that she felt nervous and desperate to show everyone that she could play this role. However, when she was in the middle of a thought, his voice annoyed her. By the way, does the image of a bookish girl really fit Ui-senpai? Shishio suddenly asked. What do you mean by that, Shishio-kun? Ui puffed her cheeks and asked, Are you saying that I am not smart? Everyone. When everyone was in silence, Ui also started to lose her confidence. Should I wear glasses? No. Yukinashita shook her head and sighed. He is just teasing you. You don't need to worry too much. Your image is perfect as you are now. Really? Ui felt happy when Yukinashita praised her. However, she suddenly realized something and glanced at Shishio. She pouted and hoped that he could be straightforward instead of using such a roundabout way to calm her down. Geez, if you're always like this, how can I forget you? Thank you, and please return the book in a week. Yes. When the borrower left, Ui sat on her seat before her eyes were attracted to the figure who stood near the window. She saw him standing as he read the book quietly and seemingly writing or drawing something, yet when she looked away, he would glance in her direction. Neither talked to the other, yet one could see how they felt about each other, which made the people who saw it feel their hearts tighten. What is this feeling? What is this sweet scene? The girls, who had sex with him, looked at him with complicated gazes. When he was on the bed, he was far from the image of this pure boy. Instead, he was a lewd boy who loved to dominate them, so when they felt a bit strange when they saw him in this state, why did they feel excited? They felt that they wanted to teach this boy about certain adult knowledge. However, their thoughts were quickly broken when they watched the act between the two. Sorry for making you wait. I have finished. Shishio answered without looking away from his book. Now that you mention it, what have you been doing? Yui tiptoed and stretched her neck since she wanted to see what he had been doing. However, he quickly hid his book in a hurry, so she wouldn't see what he had been doing. Okay, okay. Let's go back. Your mom is going to annoy me if you are late. Stingy. Ugly. What? How can you say that to your girlfriend? Yui was annoyed and said, if you don't show me what you are doing, I won't forgive you. I will treat you to an ice cream. Let's go. She pulled his hand and smiled happily, telling him to treat her to ice cream. Still, his expression was rather helpless, looking at his simple girlfriend before he looked at his book with a sigh of relief. The camera followed his movements and looked at the paper that he had been writing, but what they saw wasn't writing. Instead, it was a drawing, a picture of Yui, who smiled sweetly. They felt that their hearts were itchy. Cut. How is it? Yui asked Yuki Nashida. It's good. Yukinohita nodded and praised. You're like someone who really fell in love with this boy. Haha. Yui could only laugh awkwardly when she heard Yuki Nashida's comment. By the way, what have you been doing? Are you writing something? Similar to her role, she didn't know what he had been doing. Let's keep it a secret for a while, so you can get into the character. Stingy. Ugly. Hey. Yui was dumbfounded, then complained, how can you say that? I will treat you to an ice cream. Then, I will forgive you. Yui smiled sweetly. He sighed and patted Yui's head gently, feeling that this girl would be deceived by a scumbag sooner or later. Okay, enough with the flirt. We have a limited time. I hope that I can shoot all the scenes at the school right away. Yes. 2x. Don't drag the yes. Yes. 2x. You only need to say it once. Anyway, they continued to shoot the movie from all the places that they needed at the school. They stayed quite late, but they didn't really feel worried and even kept focusing. Still, one thing was for sure. They felt a bit jealous of Yui. They knew this was only a movie, but watching him together so close with the girl who wasn't part of his harem made them restless. Is this NTR? They thought. Still, Hikigaya, Yuki Nashida, Yui, and Shishio were working hard, and they moved the scene to the outside, where Shishio and Yui rode a bicycle next to each other while they bickered with each other and joked. There might not be a sweet or lewd scene where they kiss, hug, or something more, yet they were a high school student, and this was how a student should be in love when they were in love in the beginning. Cut. Everyone was done, and they let out a long sigh because everything was done. When are we going to shoot the movie again? Hikigaya asked. When we have finished with the exam, Yuki Nashida said. Ugh. Those, who had terrible grades, couldn't help but sigh when they heard Yuki Nashida's words. Oh, right before that, we're going to shoot the scene where Shishio is dying, Yuki Nashida added. His lips twitched, and he thought that this girl really loved him so much. When everything was over, they went back, but he didn't return to Sakurasu. Instead, he went to his apartment along with his girlfriends. Leaving Shina and Misaki aside since they were in the middle of the drawing, he sat next to Mai, who watched the scene from the movie, which was taken today. What do you think? I am jealous. When I saw you with her, I wanted to rob her position and stand by your side on the screen. My side, and this was how she felt. Do you think I am a small-minded person? When she watched him act in this movie with Yui, she didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt unhappy and wanted to take Yui's position away. She knew how ugly this feeling was, yet she didn't want to lie to him. However, his answer was unexpected. Why did you laugh? Mai was annoyed. Of course, I am happy. Hey? You're happy? She was dumbfounded. The famous Sakurajima Mai is jealous that I am acting with another girl. Of course, I am happy. You're such a bully. Mai puffed her cheeks before she leaped into him and bit his neck. Ouch. Ouch. Don't bite my neck. He patted her back, telling her that she had given up. Mai stopped but didn't say anything afterward, only laying her chin on his shoulder while hugging him tightly, so he wouldn't see her face. In the future, let's make a movie together. Mai was dumbfounded. Really? Yes. Do you think that it is easy to make a movie? Mai pouted. I have money. I am a famous actress. I am not cheap. I hope that you give me a discount, Mai-san. Mai stared at him for a while before she broke into a smug smile. Seeing you beg like this, I will give you a discount in the future. Then, I will work hard. He carried her in his arms and walked into the room. Hey! Mai was dumbfounded. What are you doing? I am working hard. What do you mean by working hard? I am working hard to make Sakurajima Mai feel okay even if she doesn't receive a payment. Mai stared at Shishio speechlessly and hugged him tightly. If I am not satisfied, I will charge you my fee hundreds of times, and you will stay with me forever. Yes, yes, my princess. Still, he had to handle Mai quickly since the number of girls that wanted to do it with him was quite a lot tonight. However, Rita, who was on the Sakurasu, was dumbfounded when she found out the fact about Shishio. Hey? He is a scumbag. 672, pure. When the exam was about to be held, everyone decided to focus on it first since no matter how important the cultural festival was, it had nothing to do with their future. However, an exam was different since the result of the exam would change their lives. Especially those who were in the second grade and wanted to continue to study at the university since they had planned to enter Kyoto University. As the second best university in this country, it was naturally hard to enter, and they had to study hard, or else it was impossible for them to enter, especially when they knew the capability of their brain was rather average. It was fortunate that their man was better than most teachers in this world, and he could teach them efficiently and make them understand everything faster. However, if he was asked whether he was the one that contributed the most to their exam, he would say that he didn't since everything also depended on their efforts. Even if he taught them, if they didn't show much interest and didn't work hard, then everything would be useless. It was because they were working so hard that they could get good grades. Even Yuki Nashida, who was usually in the top position in her grade, also decided to join them since she had to say her ex-fiancé's brain was abnormal. He was so smart that it made him helpless. Still, even if most of his girlfriends asked him for help to teach them, there were few who didn't ask him, such as Ryo Futaba and Nana Sunoera. Their heads were smart enough that they didn't need his help. Instead, they threw a war declaration to him that they were going to take the throne of the number one on their grade. Naturally, they also put a bet on this challenge that if he lost, he would agree to their request, but if they lost, they would agree to his request. Once again, he wondered how they could be so confident in the challenge, which made him speechless. However, because of this study group, he didn't go back to Sakurasu and stayed in his apartment. Even Shina, Nanami and Misaki also followed and stayed with him. Naturally, Ritsuo also came. Even if Ritsuo wasn't his girlfriend, she was his friend and one of his longest acquaintances after he became Shishio Oga. They also had their game, so she also stayed. As for where she was going to sleep? There were many rooms in his apartment, but if she wanted to stay with him, it was also okay, though. However, with Ritsuo's personality, he could tell that it was impossible for her to make the first move. Honestly, he also wasn't sure what to do with this girl. He wasn't in a hurry to get her, and she wasn't confident enough to approach him. Maybe their current relationship was nice and all, but they knew inwardly that they wanted more. Trigger. This was the one that he needed the most to solve his relationship with Ritsuo. If you can't do it by waiting, then what if I make it? He suddenly thought of a certain method, but he shook his head since he felt he was manipulating her feelings instead of letting them bloom naturally. If he was an adult, he might not think too much about this method since everything was legal in war and love. However, when he thought about his conversation with Yuki Nashida's mother, he wanted to have a pure relationship. The purity of what he meant wasn't about a healthy relationship where they would only hold hands and wouldn't kiss or have sex before they married. Instead, it was a relationship where two people formed naturally. It wasn't created because of a certain manipulation. He knew that it was too late for all of this, especially when he was sure that he would enter hell after he died. He was far from good, and it was impossible for a relationship to be 100% pure without any mixed elements on them. Naturally, what he meant was about a normal person. If someone was a bit different and special, they might be able to achieve this purity feeling, and he had an example. Shina Mashiro. She was the purest person that he knew. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she hated someone, she hated them. Everything she did only followed her heart. Even now, she had always liked this, even if he had tainted her. Instead, he might be the one that was affected by her, and he also wanted to seek such purity. An unmistakable feeling purely because of love, not something else. It had nothing to do with how he wanted to erase his past, his loneliness, a system, or any other. He only wanted this girl or woman to be his. Not someone else. It was that kind of feeling. Even if he was a scumbag, he was despicable, but even in that darkness, a single dot of white purity still existed. It was the feeling of love. The feeling of wanting to own someone for himself. It was the most selfish feeling in the world. You could only be mine, not someone else. Yet this feeling was beautiful. Even if it was selfish, it was beautiful. He was gazing into the scenery of Tokyo with a cup of Torija coffee in his hand, sipping it gently, thinking there was no need for hesitation anymore. The girls that he was interested in would be his, not someone else. He didn't care if people called him a scumbag or anything else. Instead, he just did what he truly believed. As for whether it was wrong or right, it wasn't on his consideration. He was just like a child who wanted something. It was just like that. Shishio, what do you think of this? Misaki came and brought her laptop, showing her hard work. You're not studying. It's okay. The result of my exam isn't that important. As long as I show a result on my anime. Well, that's true. Not everything has to be seen by how awesome your grade is, your position, and any boring related thing in the world. The art was expressive and free. Because of this, many often got lost, but for those who were able to find their path and success, it would bring them happiness, which was as sweet as the sweetest fruit in this world. Okay. They didn't waste their time and discussed their game. Still, their discussion didn't take a long time, and Misaki suddenly sat on his lap, resting, and snuggled on his chest. What are you doing? If those were the only things she did, he wouldn't care, but she took a deep breath and breathed so heavily, which reminded him of a pervert or person that was so horny. I am trying to recharge my Shishio's energy. Is there such energy? Of course. It's a new energy that I have just found out on this earth. He smiled and rubbed her brown hair. Well, you're an alien, after all. By the way, welcome to Earth. It is such hard work to find this place, right? Yes, it is hard to find this place. Misaki smiled and kissed his lips without hesitation. It was a painful journey filled with ravines, setbacks, and many others. It was a long lonely journey where she was alone without anyone by her side. During that journey, she wasn't sure how much she had cried, but she had never given up, and finally, she found a place where she could comfortably live. It was her heaven. It was her only place. Staying by his side was her only wish now. Oh, she also wanted to make the greatest anime too. Next year, should I go to Kyoto and make a Kyoto animation? Shishio stared at Misaki for a moment before he rubbed her head gently. Do what you want. I will support you even if you want to make a company. Oh. Misaki was dumbfounded and surprised. What are you surprised about? I believe in you. I am sure that you can become the greatest female animator in the world, and having you as my woman, I can flaunt you to anyone. Bastard. Is that why you eat me? Misaki was annoyed and bit his neck. Ouch. Ouch. He wondered why they loved to bite his neck, but when he thought it might be their way to mark their territory. It was kind of cute, but he had to say it was quite troublesome. Of course not. There is only one reason why I have made you my woman. What? Misaki looked at him curiously. It's because I love you. He kissed her forehead gently before he smiled gently. Misaki blushed and felt shy before she hugged him tightly, rubbing her head against him, trying to mark him again like an animal. But I love you more. Yes, yes. You should say that you love me more than I do. How troublesome. The two continued to bicker for a while before he asked, have Mitaka-senpai talked with you? Ugh. Misaki was speechless and asked, why did you mention him now? They were in a good mood, and it wouldn't be weird for them to have sex now, but he suddenly mentioned Mitaka. Her mood was strange, and it was like her body was thrown by cold water. I am just asking. You two are in a fight, right? I thought that he would come and apologize to you. He had been curious about Mitaka since school had started, so he thought Mitaka would approach Misaki. If he apologizes to me, then the sun will already rise from the west. She felt the possibility of Mitaka apologizing to her was simply zero. Anyway, enough about him. Come on. She stood up and pulled him inside. Where are we going? I will wear a cheerleader costume. Misaki didn't give a clear answer, only telling him what she would do while walking and shaking her well-shaped buttocks. Shishio didn't say anything afterward and followed Misaki obediently. As for Mitaka, Misaki didn't care about him anymore. Even if their relationship would keep awkward or fought from now on, it was okay since she was already Shishio's. On the Sakurasu, Rita was in his room. She rolled on her bed several times and felt annoyed. Bastard. Where is he? She wanted to ask others where he was now, but they didn't answer her. This made her helpless, so she could only stay in his room. She had been living here since the owner wasn't around. Even Shina also didn't come to Sakurasu, leaving her alone, which made her sigh. He was a scumbag with a lot of girlfriends, then how could Shina accept such a relationship? She thought he had deceived Shina, but she was also someone from a high class, so she knew what kind of virtue the man in this class usually did. She hugged his pillow tightly as if she wanted to strangle him. His pillow smells nice. Wait. She quickly threw his pillow away, but soon, she picked it up again, feeling a bit lonely since she was alone in this place. Damn it, hurry up and come back. 673, Rita, let's have a date. The exam ended, which was a good thing, but many couldn't help but sigh since they didn't have much preparation time. When Koharu Shirayama announced there would be an exam, they were only given a few days of time to prepare for their exam. However, this was normal, especially when this school was also partly a prep school. Naturally, this exam had nothing to do with the art department since they had been busy with the preparation for the cultural festival. While the general department also had to participate in the cultural festival, the meaning of the cultural festival for the art department was different. If an exam was the life and death of the general department, then the cultural festival was the death and life of the art department. In this limited time, the students of the art department had to shine bright like fireworks. However, he had to sigh at the cultural festival because the significance of this event was rather small in his heart. Unlike the rest, they thought this event was everything in their lives. Even if he didn't participate, he didn't really care. However, his girlfriends participated, so he decided to participate. Tomorrow, the shooting for the movie will continue, and their destination will be Mijijinggugain. However, this was tomorrow's matter, and today he was going to visit Sheena, who should be in the art room. He walked there alone and passed a few people, who glanced at him and even crashed into the wall because they kept staring at him. This was an everyday occurrence, and he had gotten used to it. Still, when he arrived at the art room, he saw Sheena was there, sitting and concentrating on her painting. Nearby, he saw a few girls who observed her from a distance, hesitating before they sighed and left. However, they happened to see him. He gave a gentle smile, which caused them to blush and shyly leave, but they skipped along the way and stared at him from time to time. Shishio ignored them, walked toward Sheena, and closed her eyes from behind. Guess who? Python. He pinched her cheek and said, you won't get a bangkuken tonight. No. Shishio is stingy. But yours is really big. The last one is unnecessary, right? He sighed and dragged a nearby chair before he sat on her side. Sheena also continued to draw when he sat by her side. Even if he disturbed her before, she didn't say much. Instead, she felt warm, especially when he stayed by her side like this. Neither of them talked, but it was okay. He stared at her before he looked around. Unlike him, who was always surrounded by someone, he could see that Sheena was alone in this place. Why? Was it also like this in England? Earlier, he could see that those girls wanted to talk with Sheena, but they hesitated before they walked away. As for why they didn't dare to approach her, he didn't care, but mostly, he could understand the reason. Inferiority. This was probably the feeling that was felt by those girls and everyone in the same class as Sheena. Sheena was like the sun. It was a good existence when one was far away since it brought one warmth and also spirit. They felt that if she could do so, they would also be able to do the same, but when they were so close, they would be burnt. They realized how hopeless it was to compete with her. They learned how insignificant they were compared to her. They realized how stupid their bravery and dream were. However, they were youngsters, so it was impossible for them to be reconciled, and they tried their best to chase after her, but several setbacks made them realize that it was impossible for them to chase after her with hard work alone. In the beginning, there might be many people who approached her, but in the end, all of them left and realized that standing by her side made them feel miserable. Somehow this should be what Sorita felt in the original story. Sheena was shining. She was beautiful, and her existence attracted everyone, but when they got close, they realized how painful it was to stay by her side. Yet when someone was in love or obsessed, they would be blinded by everything. Sorita was like that. Even if it was painful, he was obsessed with Sheena and didn't want to stay away from her. Usually, when something like this happens, leaving is one option, and staying was also another option. However, when Sorita stayed, he used the most despicable method to make Sheena stay with her. Negating. This was one of the most despicable methods used to make girls fall and unable to walk away. It was a method to make girls lose their confidence, making them more vulnerable and easy to get. Sorita and Mitaka used this method with Sheena and Misaki. Whether they did it subconsciously or deliberately, Shishio had to say that they were birds of a feather flocking together, so naturally, their fate was the same. However, he had to say Rita was different. No, Rita might have felt the same as everyone else, but she was a girl, and she was more gentle, so even if she was crushed by Sheena, she still stayed with her and probably hoped that she could always be by her side. To be honest, they only talked for a while, so he didn't know about Rita, but for Sheena, Rita was probably a dearest friend since Rita was the only one that stayed. He stared at Sheena for a while and caressed her head gently. Sheena purred and rubbed her head against his palm. If he wasn't here, he wondered what would happen to this girl. Will she stay and continue her toxic relationship with Sorita? Probably. When they were together, he might have her believe that no one else could accept her except him, manipulating her, so she wouldn't get away from him. Was Sorita wrong? It was hard to say since love was a selfish feeling. Sorita only wanted Sheena to stay with him and didn't want to be left behind. If he had better confidence, it would be great since she wasn't the type of girl who would leave someone that she loved, but his inferiority got him better, so he tried to make her lower than himself, shouting, getting angry, and making their relationship toxic. What was even worse, Sheena's emotional intelligence was low. No, even a normal person was also often affected by such a method. He looked at her for a while and thought that this girl's life was really miserable in the original. In England, she was a genius, but she was alone. However, when she came to Tokyo, her talent disappeared, and she was still alone, yet the only one who was by her side was a guy who always got angry and felt inferior toward herself. However, he also wasn't much better since he was a scumbag. She was the one who saved him, yet he kept getting other girls in front of her presence. It was wrong, but he didn't stop. He didn't have an excuse for this, and by now, he knew that Rita should have realized that he was a scumbag who dated several girls at the same time. Maybe, it was because he was going to go back to Sakurasu tonight that he was thinking about this problem. He knew that he had to face Rita even if it was annoying. Still, no matter what, he wouldn't let Sheena go. This feeling might be similar to Sorita, and he also felt that he wasn't that much better than Sorita, but even so, he believed he could make Sheena happier than Sorita. What's wrong? Sheena asked when she was hugged by him. While she loved it, she couldn't help but feel curious. We're going to Sakurasu soon. You're going to meet Rita. I am not going back to England. I want to stay with Shishio, Sheena said without hesitation. He smiled and gently fixed her bangs. She blushed and felt shy before she hugged him tightly. She knew she had always done this every day, yet she had never tired of it. If possible, she wanted to hug him all the time. It was even more important than her painting. Probably, if he asked her to stop drawing, she would do it, yet he had never asked her to do it. Instead, he would support her and feel happy when she grew and succeeded. It was like a masterpiece that an artist could only create once in their life. She felt that he was the only one in her life. Okay, finish your drawing first. I will buy ice cream. I want chocolate. Good. He knew that he might have treated Sheena better than others, yet what could he do? Still, he had to say once again that he was really blessed. When he returned with ice cream, she had finished, and she ate it from his hand, licking it with her small, pink tongue as she gazed into him. Their eyes met each other, and neither said much, only hurriedly returned to Sakurasu. However, when they arrived in Sakurasu, they were quickly welcomed by Rita, who had been waiting for them. Welcome back, Oga-kun, Mashiro, Rita said with a smile. Rita. Sheena hugged Rita subconsciously. Rita showed a helpless smile, but she still gently caressed Sheena's hair. Geez, you're still like this even if you have become someone lover. She glanced in his direction when she said that word and even said it in a loud voice, so he would notice her dissatisfaction. Shishio didn't show much change in his expression and wanted to go back to his room, but Rita didn't let him go. By the way, I have placed all your book collections on the table in your room. Rita smiled and said, don't thank me. Shishio. But I never expected that you would like an older woman, hey. Shishio. Shishio loves me, Sheena said. Rita was speechless as she stared at Sheena. She sighed, then her expression became fierce at Shishio. Oga-kun, how about we have a date on the weekend tomorrow? Her voice was full of confidence, and she believed he would agree right away, especially when he should have noticed her expression. However. Sorry, I refuse. Rita. 674, Shishio, it's my loss. Shishio didn't even glance at Rita and walked to his room while sighing, wondering why many were able to find his book collections even if he hid them well. He had a ninja mastery, which meant he was a master of hiding, yet they were still discovered, which made him helpless. Sheena looked at Rita, who was stunned before she quietly followed Shishio. The two walked directly to his room, leaving Rita, who was stunned, in a place alone. It was a moment later that she woke up, feeling even more annoyed, and chased after him. She tried to open the door, but it was locked. She slammed the door and shouted, hey, open the door. Open the door. Do you want me to throw you out? Shishio was speechless by this girl. If she thought that she was beautiful and could do anything, then she was wrong. He didn't discriminate between a male and a female. If one annoyed him, their lives would be hell. It was fortunate that Rita was Sheena's best friend, so he wasn't going to do something that only a villain did. Why did you lock the door? Rita asked in annoyance. This is my room. Rita. Done. Rita opened her lips and closed them again. She stared at him with teary eyes since she felt that after coming to this country, she had been bullied by him. While she knew that she was partly wrong for doing something rude when they met, How could she stay calm when she knew the man that was supposed to be the boyfriend of her best friend would be a scumbag who dated several girls at the same time? Still, she also knew she was wrong since she had been quite rude, but even so, she wanted to say to him. Let's have a date tomorrow. I refuse. Why? I have something to do tomorrow. His answer was simple since he really had something to do tomorrow. It was impossible to change his schedule, so how could he accept Rita's date invitation? He also could tell that if he accepted it without thinking, Rita would think of him as an easy boy that wasn't much different from others. To be honest, he was sure that many boys would swoon and do their best to please this girl. After all, even if Rita was a bit annoying, she was beautiful without a doubt. Even Sorita, in the original, had always blushed when he met Rita. He even did everything to help her and even accepted the date invitation. Are you busy tomorrow? This time she hesitated since she knew that this boy was different from others. If he was busy, he was really busy since, after staying here, she knew the identity of this boy well. He was a famous writer who had sold 1 million copies of books. He also collaborated with Misaki to make anime and also collaborated with Sheena to make anime. By accident, she also knew that he also owned a business, but she wasn't sure what kind of business it was. His family was also well renowned in this country. More importantly, his face was just her type, and his body was also good. If he wasn't Sheena's boyfriend, Rita might be interested in him. Yet everything changed when she learned this guy was a scumbag. He dated several girls at the same time, including Sheena, which made her desire to take Sheena back to England stronger. To do that, she was going to show him how selfish his desire was to monopolize her. You really can't go out tomorrow. What's wrong? If you tell me the truth, I will think about it. Rita looked at him nervously, then said, I want to show you something. Something? He was in silence and seemingly in deep thought caused Rita to be nervous, but then he shook his head, which made her at a loss. Sorry, I really don't have time. Really? Her voice was so disappointed. But, after I am done with my matter, I can go with you. Really? This time she was so excited. He stared at her for a while and realized that he might have manipulated her emotion. She might appear haughty, but she was, after all, just a young woman. Her experience in emotion wasn't that much different from a teenager. When something didn't go her way, she panicked and showed worry on her face. Everything was clear to him. Really, but you can't be noisy tomorrow since I have something important to do. Important to do? What is it? Shooting. Shooting. Rita was dumbfounded. You mean shooting a movie? Yes. Rita was at a loss for a while, then asked, Am I really not troubling you? This time, she felt that she really caused him trouble. Yes, you have caused me trouble. Rita lowered her head. But you're Mashiro's friend, so you must have a reason why you want to invite me out. It's a date. Yes, yes. Rita's lips twitched since she couldn't even see any interest on his face about their date. Even though this is my first time. It was her first time inviting an opposite gender to have a date, but what was wrong with his reaction? Should he feel excited and jump around like a monkey? Her heart was a mess, yet he was so calm. Still, she knew that she had troubled him, especially when she had invited him when he was busy, and he might be tired, so she was also partly wrong. It's okay. It's an amateur movie. If you're free, you should watch it at the cultural festival. Then, I will watch it. However, I want you to promise me something. Promise. Rita was surprised, then quickly covered her chest while blushing. I won't ask you anything perverted. Do you think I am someone like that? I wonder. Rita raised her nose and said, I know that you are not single-minded to Mashiro. You have other girls than her, right? Yes. Rita was at a loss since she didn't expect that he would admit it without hesitation. She then looked at Sheena, who was sleeping, before she sighed in relief. Are you sure you want Mashiro to listen to our conversation? Mashiro knows my relationship with others. Then, she agrees. Yes. While he wasn't sure whether Sheena really agreed or not, they had done a group battle in the past, so she should be okay, right? Rita felt conflicted, but she could see that he didn't lie. While she knew that Sheena had an emotional ability lower than others, she knew that Sheena wasn't stupid. Sheena should be able to judge something wrong and right. Then, knowing that he had a lot of girlfriends, Sheena decided to accept it. Rita felt slightly dizzy, but she often heard that love made people make irrational judgments. Even the famous Juliet and Romeo were like that, right? Even if they came from two different kingdoms that hated each other, they decided to be together. They even died together since the meaning of life had no meaning when they weren't together. Love was like that. Had Sheena contracted such a sickness known as love? The probability was high since this guy's charm was like an incubus. By the way, let's talk about the promise again. What? I won't do anything perverted. She covered her chest with a shy blush on her face. Don't sleep in my room tonight. He ignored her words and said those words straightly. Rita opened her lips and closed them. If you can't do this, I won't go out with you tomorrow. You're cheating. This is unfair. Why is it cheating? Why is it unfair? He looked at her calmly and said, you know, I am kind enough to let you sleep in my room. You should know in this dorm. I have the best room. I am kind enough to lend you my room, yet this is how you repay me? Rita couldn't say anything since he was right. His room was the best in the dorm. If she didn't have to go to the toilet and eat in the dining area, she might stay in his room all the time. If she was bored, she could read a book, surf the internet, or even play a game. In other words, she had embarked on the life of an otaku. His collection was also interesting, and she also slowly learned about the culture of this country. Yet how could she give up? If she gave up, she knew that Sheena would be eaten by this beast. As soon as she left, they would have sex, and this was unacceptable for her. The flame of resistance burnt deep in her eyes. Her beautiful blue eyes stared at him and asked, are you sure you want to make me make such a promise? He was confused and asked, what do you mean? How about I dress as a maid and serve you like a professional maid as long as I stay here? Rita asked with a cheeky smile. Shishio. Rita had been staying in his room for many days, so she knew what kind of fetish this guy had. Maid. This was what she had learned from the past few days since he had so many collections about maid gravure models, which was something that she was shy about, but she kept looking curious since it was better to know her enemy better. She was born beautiful, and she knew how to use it as an advantage. Unlike the shy girl from this country, she was full of initiative. England is the land of maid and butler. Their existence was born in our country. Just imagine a beautiful woman like me wearing a maid's uniform and serving you until I return. What do you think? It is tempting, right? The beautiful part is unnecessary, right? He was speechless by what this girl called herself beautiful, but he had to admit that he wanted to see her in maid uniform. You should be honest with your desire. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as you still let me sleep in your room, you can see me in a maid uniform, and I will try my best to serve you as long as I stay in this country. It's not a bad offer, right? It wasn't bad. It was the best. Yet, the thought of being manipulated by this girl was something that he didn't like, but the thought of her wearing a maid's uniform made his will waver. However, there was one thing that made him hesitate, she wouldn't stay in this dorm forever. In other words, this offer could only be made for a limited time. Rita in maid uniform is a limited edition. This time, you win. Yay! Rita was so happy. But you have to wear it now. This was something that he wouldn't budge on, no matter what. You don't need to worry. You will be satisfied with me, Master. I am starting to regret having such a cheeky maid like you. He sighed since his lower body won this time. You don't need to worry. I will make you happy, Master. She gave him the first service by hugging him tightly, showing how happy she was, but then, she was confused and asked, hey, why did your knee hit me? That's not my knee. She looked up and saw him blush while looking away. While she felt that he was cute, she felt weird by his reaction, so she looked down before she fell into silence. Her face was so red, like a boiled lobster, and she realized that it wasn't his knee that hit him, but something else. The two stared at each other for a moment before they looked away awkwardly, wondering what they should do now. 675, Shabby Eatery. I am outside your place. Wait a moment. I will be out soon. Do you want to eat before we leave? Oh? Do you know a good restaurant that opens this early? Leave everything to me. By the way, is Mashiro-san's friend going to join us? She is beside me now. You haven't done anything to her, right? Can you at least believe the man that you love? I know you well because I love you. I am hurt. I will take care of that later. By the way, where are we going to eat? Was the damage to his heart less important than the food that they were going to eat in the early morning? He felt Yuki Nashida was quite cruel, but he loved her, and unless she kissed him, he wouldn't forgive her. They talked for a while before they finished their conversation. Who is that? When they finished their talk, Rita couldn't help but ask in a complicated mood. She felt that this guy was like a ninja since he could disappear anytime he wanted to. When he left suddenly, it made her confused since one girl would also disappear along with his disappearance, and she wondered what to do, but then again. He appeared again after an hour, leaving the girls resting in their room. She wanted to catch him red-handed, yet she couldn't. He was like an eel, even though his thing was like an anaconda. My ex-fiancé. Ex-fiancé. She was dumbfounded. Why is it an ex-fiancé? It's a family problem, but she is still my woman now. Rita. By the way, sit on the back. Rita stared at him with a hateful expression, but she followed his words and sat on the back while looking at the apartment building curiously since she wanted to see his ex-fiancé. Gorgeous. She had to say that Yuki Nashida was beautiful. Was this Japanese beauty? These were the only words that could be described by her when she saw Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida didn't see Rita's stare since she only focused on him. Sorry to make you wait. It's okay. Yuki Nashida showed a gentle smile before she sat on the passenger seat next to him naturally, but then she noticed Rita, who was sitting in the back seat. The two stared at each other and admired each other's beauty for a while. Hello, are you Rita Ainsworth? My name is Yuki Nashida Yukino. I have heard back from Shishio. I hope that he doesn't trouble you. Hello, Yuki Nashida-san. Yes, you don't need to worry. Your man, take care of me well. Rita glanced at Shishio with a teasing gaze, trying to cause trouble for him, but she didn't expect Yuki Nashida's response was quite calm. It's not surprising. You're beautiful. When he saw you, his lower body must get control of him. Shishio and Rita. Cough. Cough. Shishio coughed and said, how about we eat now? Is there something that you want to eat? Yuki Nashida thought for a moment and asked, what do you plan to eat? I am in the mood for something heavy, so rice is better. Then, let's get something with rice. Yuki Nashida looked at Rita and asked, are you okay with that, Ainsworth-san? You can call me Rita, Yuki Nashida-san, Rita said with a gentle and feminine smile. Yes, I don't mind. Still, even if Yuki Nashida was cold, she could see how gentle she was toward Shishio, which made him wonder whether something even more special that she didn't know made all the girls in his surroundings fall for him. Then, Rita-san. Yuki Nashida nodded. The two of them could tell that they were similar to each other. They came from a good family and received an education on their etiquette, which made them somehow could understand each other with a single glance. So where are we going? It's still early, right? Is there a store that opens so early in the morning? There is, but the place is a bit unique. Then, let's go there. You are not going to ask me more questions. Even if there is trouble, I know you can protect me, right? Yuki Nashida said with a gentle smile. Even if this girl's body was flat, he had to say he loved her so much. He wrapped his hand around her shoulder, pulled her closer, and kissed her forehead. Yuki Nashida blushed and lightly tapped his chest. There's someone beside us. I know. I know. Rita. Okay. Let's go now. I am already hungry. Neither of them had breakfast. Shishio and Yuki Nashida planned to shoot a movie, and they knew they needed a lot of energy, so a good breakfast was necessary. In the car, Yuki Nashida and Rita talked to each other, so they could get to know each other. After all, they were curious about each other. Rita was Sheena's friend, and Yuki Nashida had heard that Rita came to bring Sheena back, which made her strange when she saw how amiable her relationship with Shishio was. On the other hand, Rita was curious about Yuki Nashida, who was also Shishio's ex-fiancé. Yet as they talked, they were dumbfounded when they saw where Shishio had brought them. Where are we? It's a market for vegetables and fruit. Do you want us to eat vegetables? Rita was speechless, especially when she saw a truck that kept moving to the market one after another. Do you want to eat vegetables? I don't mind, but do you think I am a horse or a cow that eats a vegetable raw, whole, and without being cleaned? No. Then. I have never said that we're going to eat on the market, but we're going to the restaurant on the market. Oh. Yuki Nashida quickly realized and asked, are we going to eat at the place where the workers in this market eat? You're right. Is it delicious? Rita hesitated. There is a market here. Naturally, the ingredients are fresh. Fresh. 2x. This one word quickly caught the interest of the two of them. Come on. He held the hands of two girls naturally. Yuki Nashida and Rita were speechless, but they didn't let him go since they would be lying if they didn't feel nervous. Please be careful of the truck. Thank you. He thanked the security guard and walked together with the two girls to the market. However, the security guard of the market looked at the three weirdly when wondering whether a vegetable market had become a new dating spot. Also, didn't that young man hold the hands of the girls at the same time? He let out a long sigh and felt that his sanity was challenged. Leaving the security guard aside, Yuki Nashida and Rita became curious about the market as they walked. Do you want to check the market? Is that okay? Let's do it after we eat. I am hungry. That's true. They agreed before he led them to the restaurant he planned to bring them to. Izaya Eatery. Is this the place? Rita frowned since this place was too shabby. The place was old, and the store was rather dark, which gave a gloomy feeling. Yet, unlike Rita, Yuki Nashida could see how well this store was. Yes, this is the place. Shishio nodded. Are you sure to eat in this place? Rita asked once again. Yes. Rita. Don't compare this place to a fancy cafe you usually visit. This is a place for the workers in this market to eat. Even if the place is old, you can see how clean the sign and the shop curtain are, showing how the owner keeps the restaurant in good condition. I won't be surprised if this restaurant has been in the hands of several generations of families. Really? Rita was dumbfounded. Don't underestimate the small store and family business in this country. You should know the oldest business in the world is from this country, Yukinashita said. Rita. Okay, let's go. While Yukinashita nodded, Rita sighed and helplessly followed. When the three entered, there were few people inside, but it was normal since most workers had finished their breakfast during this time, leaving only a few people. However, the three quickly attracted everyone's attention since they were all beautiful and handsome. Welcome. The female clerk greeted them with a smile, and her eyes brightened when she saw Shishio. Please sit at this table. The three nodded and sat on the table naturally. Still, Rita sat alone while Yukinashita sat on Shishio's side. She looked around with a suspicious gaze and thought that this place was really shabby, which made her sigh. Excuse me, which do you prefer, hot tea or water? The clerk asked gently. However, Rita had to say the service was good. Water, Shishio said. Hot tea, please, Yukinashita said. I want water, too, Rita said. As the clerk went to pick up their water and hot tea, they looked around curiously. The first thing that attracted their attention was the conversation that they couldn't understand, but they could tell that most of the people there were a vegetable seller or the person who worked in this market. The second thing was the number of calendars was too much, which made them wonder why they kept so many of them. While they were in their thoughts, the clerk came and brought their water and hot tea. That one is our regular menu. On the blackboard is our daily special. The clerk kindly explained to all of them. If you have made your decision, call me. Yes, thank you. The clerk nodded with a sweet smile and then left. What? Shishio looked at Rita and Yukinashita, who stared at him in silence. Nothing. 2x. The two sighed and thought that this charm was so incredible that the housewife clerk in this restaurant seemed to be charmed by him instantly. Is there something that you want to eat? Shishio looked at Rita. Even if you say that. I don't know what is written there. Rita sighed. She might be able to talk in Japanese, but for kanji? She didn't know much. She looked around and asked, what is that? Aji furei. Aji furei? It's fried fish. You can call it fish and chips of this country, but with rice. Oh? Fish and chips. Rita was dumbfounded and said, then, I will get that. She didn't expect to find food from her country in this small eatery. How about you, Shishio? Yukinashita asked. I will probably get a salted salmon, and. He looked around and found something strange. Pickled tomato. Pickled tomato. 2x. The two looked around and quickly found the pickled tomato, which made them feel strange. I will order that too. 2x. Yukinashita and Rita stared at Shishio in silence. What? Nothing. 2x. They thought that this guy was a challenger. Can I have some later? Yukinashita asked. Sure. Oh, I want to try it too. Rita said. Then, should we order? Good. 2x. He quickly called the clerk and placed their order. I will get a set meal of salted salmon, pickled tomato, tasani bamboo shoots, and mentaiko, Shishio said. The clerk nodded, then looked at the two girls. I will get an aji furei set. I will get a pan-fried pork belly with the ginger set meal. Shishio and Rita looked at Yukinashita in surprise and thought this girl was a carnivore. How about the rice? Rice. You can choose a normal size, small, or large. I will get a normal size. Me too. Rita hesitated, but she said, I will get the small one. All right, please wait for a moment. The clerk left to prepare their order. By the way, I want a salad too. Can I? Sure, but you will also get a shredded cabbage for your order. Then I won't order it. Rita didn't want to eat too much after all. By the way, you're going to shoot a movie, right? What kind of movie? It seemed she was more interested in the movie than he had thought. Shishio didn't talk and let Yukinashita, who talked while looking around curiously and could see that they were all looking at them, but when he looked at them, they were looking away. He could see that they wanted to talk with them, but they hesitated since his body exuded something different from all of them. Suddenly, he wondered what would happen if he was transmigrated into the body of one of the workers in this place instead of Shishio Oga. Also, what if he didn't have a system? Would he meet all of them? Probably yes, probably not, but even if they didn't meet each other, he still believed that he could do something on his own and also got a beautiful woman. Still, if possible, he wanted to get a charming and sexy widow. He suddenly thought of one woman before he sighed since she wasn't a widow but the wife of someone. Your order is coming. As the clerk came, Yuki Nashida and Rita were dumbfounded by the amount of food on their table. Isn't this too much? If you can finish them, I will eat them. Really? Yes, I don't like to waste things after all. Rita stared at Shishio meaningfully. Then, should we eat? Yes. 2x. As they ate, they had to say the taste of the food was nice. 676, Rita, hello, my name is Rita Ainsworth. After they ate, they continued their day and prepared for the movie. This time their destination was the Mijijinggugain. It was a place where they would shoot one of the important scenes in the movie. Still, it seemed Rita loved her food, so she kept talking about it. She had only been in Tokyo for a while, and the only place she had visited was Sakurasu. However, it was normal since her purpose in coming to Tokyo was to bring Shina back, so she was quite happy when Shishio brought her to taste local food. But I didn't expect the food to taste so good. Right. Will we go there again? Probably not. Hey? Why? Do you want to eat in that place all the time while you're here? Rita felt that she was kind of stupid. There were many places in this country that she could visit, so why should she ask him to bring her to that place again? If she should ask him next time, it should be in a more fancy place, right? Suddenly, she realized that she might be influenced by him subconsciously, which made her look at him with amazement. What's with that gaze? No, but I want you to bring me to a better place next time. Rita made her decision. It didn't really matter if she was influenced by him or not, but she was going to mooch him off. You sure are brave enough to ask someone's boyfriend for a date in front of his girlfriend. Rita was quite stiff and stared at Yuki Nashida, who also happened to look at her. She raised her hands and said, I assure you I don't have an interest in this kind of scumbag. If she wanted a boyfriend, she wanted to have someone who could love her alone, wholeheartedly, instead of a scumbag like Shishio. Oh. It's okay. If you want to bring him somewhere, I don't mind. Really? Yes. Yuki Nashida nodded. It's something normal for him to go out with a girl, after all. I can't stop him in this matter. Shishio felt that Yuki Nashida's stare was hurt. But... Rita quickly asked. Nothing. Really? Rita was quite nervous since she felt that Yuki Nashida wanted to say something but decided against it. Yes, you don't need to worry, but since you're here to help us shoot a movie, okay? Yes, I will help you as much as I can. Rita patted her chest, telling Yuki Nashida to leave everything to her. After all, she had decided to become Shishio's maid, and naturally, she would help him. She could also see that she had interrupted two people's time between him and Yuki Nashida, so she felt she had to do something or else she would feel guilty. Lastly, she didn't want to become a burden and wanted to do something, especially when Shishio had let her stay in his room. She knew that for him, it was hard work for him to sleep with a beautiful girl like her without trying to do anything. She felt she had to wholeheartedly serve him as long as she was in this country. If Rita had met Sorita and not Shishio, her attitude might be different. She might not care about what others feel and only do what she wants to do since she knows her beautiful appearance would give her a lot of advantages in her life, especially toward a virgin and unpopular boy. Even if her attitude was shit, those boys, like Sorita, would do their best to please her. However, she couldn't do that with Shishio since she knew if she did that, he would be thrown out. Shishio didn't know what Rita was thinking, but somehow he could tell what Yuki Nashida was thinking. What Yuki Nashida wanted to say before, she felt that she had seen herself on Rita before. In the past, Yuki Nashida thought she would never fall for this bastard. If she had to marry someone, she would marry someone who would only love herself, yet in the end, she fell for this bastard, and she also fell helplessly that she even dared to cast her family away for him. Rita's previous words, which told Yuki Nashida that she wouldn't fall for Shishio no matter what, made Yuki Nashida wonder whether Rita could stay strong with that conviction since the more challenged, the more excited this beast was. Soon after, they arrived in Mijijinggugain. After Shishio parked his car, Rita quickly came out and marveled. Wow, this place is so beautiful. If one asked what the most noticeable part of this place was, naturally, the trees that form a 300m long boulevard between Gainmi and Aoyama Ichome stations. The lines of trees were so beautiful that one couldn't look away. You came at the wrong time. If you come at the end of November, the scenery will be even more beautiful. Yuki Nashida said. Really? Rita became curious. During that time, the leaves of the trees will turn golden. Golden? Rita was surprised, then asked, by the way, what kind of trees are they? Ginkgo tree. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio, who was taking out shooting tools, and asked, Shishio, what's the meaning of the ginkgo tree? Longevity. He answered while answering the text from Hikigaya and Ui. Longevity. When Meiji Restoration, one of the most important events in this country, the emperor lived in this area, so those ginkgo trees were planted since everyone wished for the emperor to live a long life. Oh. Rita was surprised and asked, so this country is quite similar to England, hey? The two countries had their royalty. The only difference was probably their love toward the majesty, since even if those trees had been planted a century ago, she could feel the reverence, loyalty and unshakable love of the subjects toward their emperor. It was something that she couldn't comprehend, but she respected them. Hey! Yo! Hikigaya waved his hand as he walked toward their direction, but then he saw Rita and was dumbfounded. Hello, my name is Rita Ainsworth. I will be following up with you today. I can't speak English. Hikigaya answered in a broken language. Shishio and Yuki Nashida. Senpai, why are you standing dumbfounded? Hurry up and help me. Oh. Hikigaya quickly escaped and approached Shishio. When he was by his side, he couldn't help but nudge his side and said, have you reached your claws to an international girl? Are the girls in this country can't satisfy you anymore? Shishio. Still, it's funny to see you nervous like that, Shishio said with a smirk. Hikigaya blushed and said, oh, shut up. I really can't speak English. Shishio smiled, then thought for a moment. Now, I can't wait to see how Yui-senpai is going to talk. She is more stupid than you, after all. You're such a bastard, but I can't say I am not curious. You too. Yuki Nashida looked at the two helplessly. Rita smiled and asked, should I do that? Sure. Tease that girl until she cries. Yuki Nashida, Rita and Hikigaya thought that this guy was such a sadist. Then, soon, as expected, Yui came, and she dressed beautifully with a bright and cheerful smile on her face. Yukinon. Shishiren. Hiki. Ya hello. Yui greeted all of them with a smile, but then she was dumbfounded when she saw a foreigner. Hello, my name is Rita Ainsworth. Nice to meet you. I can't speak English. Shishio and Yuki Nashida looked at Hikigaya at the same time. Hikigaya sighed and hoped that Yui wouldn't do the same thing as him since it made him seem stupid. Sorry. Stop hitting me, senpai. Yui bulged her cheeks like a hamster as she hit Shishio with teary eyes. She realized that she had been pranked by Shishio, and it made her annoyed. While she knew she was stupid, there was no need to tease her like this, right? Okay. Let's quickly shoot a movie. We don't have much time. Their schedule was extremely limited. They only used 3 days to shoot all the scenes for their movie. The first day was at the school, the second day was at Meiji Jingugein, and the third, which was the last, was at Nizu Shrine. They couldn't waste any time since the cultural festival would be held soon. They were also busy with the preparation for their class too, so they had to do everything with their limited time. I know. Still, Yui puffed her cheeks, showing that she was still annoyed. Yui-san, come on. Oh. When Yuki Nashida called her, Yui quickly became serious. Shishio shook his head helplessly, wondering why there was a difference between their treatment. Anyway, their shooting started. Neither Yui nor Shishio talked, but they walked around the street like they were on a date. Even if they didn't say anything, one could see they were lovers. Yuki Nashida, who had been taught how to use a camera better, also followed them, shooting all the best shots. Cut. Yui sighed in relief. You did a good job, senpai, Shishio praised. Tha thank you. Yui blushed, but she felt so happy. Rita, who was by Yuki Nashida's side, looked at the two for a while, then asked, is this okay? She wasn't blind and could see what Yui felt. It's okay. But I believe in him. I see. Rita looked at Yuki Nashida, wondering how Shishio could make this cold girl fall for him so hard. She looked at Shishio and became more curious about him. Their time was limited, so they shot several scenes on Meiji Jingugein. Naturally, it also included the most important scene. The scene didn't include Yui, only Shishio. Sit there. Put a melancholy expression on your face as if you miss your loved one. Yuki Nashida instructed Shishio, who sat on the bench with a railway as his background. You can imagine any girl you want. But you're the one in front of me. I guess it can't be helped since you love me so much, Yuki Nashida sighed, but she blushed. Can you flirt in another place? Hikigaya, Yui and Rita stared at them helplessly. Okay. Be ready. Yuki Nashida blushed and raised her voice slightly. Yes. Use yes once. Yes. Don't drag it. Can you two flirt later? Hikigaya was speechless since the damage from their flirting was too much. I will treat you to pizza later, senpai. Hikigaya shut his mouth and did his best on his job. Yui and Rita. Yuki Nashida sighed, then said, be serious. I know. Shishio nodded and brewed his emotion, thinking the person he loved was so far away, and he couldn't see her. Yuki Nashida stared at his face for a moment and was mesmerized, but she knew that she couldn't be dumbfounded and quickly reminded him. Action! As he sat on the bench, waiting for his girlfriend, he looked far away in the distance. From his gaze, it seemed he saw something. Something so close, yet so far. However, at that moment, everyone on Meiji Jinggugain couldn't look away from him and was also caught in the sadness that this young man felt. Yuki Nashida took a deep breath, then shouted, "Cut!" 677, Pizza. They spent a few hours shooting before they decided to have lunch together. As he had said before, he was going to treat them to a pizza. Pizza? In this neighborhood. They thought that he would bring them to the shop near the street or something, but he brought them to a place where people were living. There were hardly any shops, and they could only see houses in this area. Just believe me, but it isn't a pizza like in Italy. Is that okay? Shishio looked at Rita. It's okay. When you're in Rome, you should do what Rome does. I am in this country, so I will follow how the people in this country do. Rita was no longer going to be flabbergasted by anything that she saw. Shishio had brought him to eat at the restaurant on the vegetable market. This neighborhood was nothing compared to several trucks that had passed and honked at her several times. You don't need to be so serious, Rita. I am sure that Shishio will bring us to a good place, right? I felt that Rita was exaggerating. Say that to him since the first time he brought me to a vegetable market for breakfast. Rita felt a bit of a grudge since he had brought her to such a place. Vegetable market. 2x. Ui and Hikigaya were dumbfounded. It's like this. Yuki Nashida explained, to which Hikigaya nodded. Is that why there were so many vegetables in your car before? That's mine, Yuki Nashida answered since she thought of making a good salad or hot pot with it. Oh. Still, Hikigaya felt that it might be good to become a woman since that way, he didn't have to work and stay at home all the time, especially if he could make Shishio an interest. But I'm in the female version, hey. Hikigaya had a hard time imagining such a picture. No, he didn't really want to. While Hikigaya was in the middle of his thought, Shishio reminded everyone, we're here. Oh. 4x. The four of them quickly saw a modest restaurant, which wasn't much different from the houses in the surrounding area. La Rimini Pizza. There's a map here. Ui was quickly attracted to the map at the entrance of the restaurant. What country is this? That's in Italy. Ui realized that she was a bit stupid. But Cattolica. It's a city in Italy. It means that the pizza in this restaurant should follow how the people in Cattolica town make a pizza. That's interesting. Yuki Nashida nodded and became curious about the store. Look. There is a kill for pizza inside. Rita quickly noticed the owner of the restaurant seemed to be checking the fire inside the kill. Oh. 3x. One thing was for sure, they felt a bit excited about this restaurant, especially when Shishio was going to treat them. Let's enter. They didn't hesitate and followed Shishio, who entered first. Welcome, the gruff voice of the owner welcomed all of them. Is there a table for 5? 5. The owner thought for a moment and said, let me combine the table. He walked out from the counter and dragged the two tables in the restaurant to become one. The restaurant was rather small, but even so, it was kind of cozy and elegant, especially with only 3 tables in the restaurant. Suddenly, Shishio felt he should invite Rui Tachibana. When the table was ready, Hikigaya took a seat next to Shishio. Yuki Nashida was also the same, but Ui and Rita looked at each other and smiled, sitting on the opposite side of Shishio's seat with a helpless sigh in their hearts. When they were all seated, the owner brought them a glass of water for all of them and several menus for them. Please call me when you have decided on your order. They nodded before they looked at the menu curiously. Shishio looked at Hikigaya, who stretched his neck to look at the menu on his hand and felt a bit strange since this guy was too close. However, he didn't say anything and just moved slightly toward Yuki Nashida since her scent was lovely. Everyone had been curious about the pizza of Cattolica town, but when they saw the menu, they were all dumbfounded. Hey! 5x. Garlic pizza. Anchovy pizza. Natto pizza. Dry-cured ham pizza. Ham and egg pizza. Japanese-style pizza. Natto. Japanese-style pizza. Their expression became even weirder. What's with those names? Shouldn't it be like margarita or marinara? What's with these unspecific names? Rita was speechless. While she had raised her guard to prepare everything, she was suddenly jabbed in the chest, which almost made her fall down, especially when she saw a list of unspecific names of pizza. Look! There's also a sweet pizza. Ui was even more surprised. Coconut, orange, chocolate, tea. Hikigaya was speechless as he looked at Shishio. What kind of restaurant did you bring us to? I am not sure, but all I can say is the food should be delicious. Shishio also wasn't sure, but he heard the food in this restaurant was good, so he just brought them. Yet could he be blamed? In 2005, it was hard to search for information about a restaurant on the internet. But it is interesting, right? While the names of the menu were kind of weird, he felt that those menus were interesting. Could they deny it? No. They were still young, so they were quite interested in trying something new. By the way, what is the pizza of the week? Ui was confused. Let me ask. He looked at the owner, who still looked at the kill, and asked, "Excuse me. What is the pizza of the week?" "It's cherry shrimp pizza." What could they say? It was hard to imagine what kind of pizza they would get with the name alone. But the pasta is more interesting. Shishio thought that he would definitely bring Rui here. They were all looking at the pasta menu and fell into silence. Tomato salty, salty creamy, spicy. Rita rubbed her temple and asked, "Isn't there something like carbonara, bolognese, or peperoncino? How about we order?" Shishio couldn't wait to taste the food. "Can we get the Japanese style?" Yukinashita asked. "Sure." Shishio nodded. "While we're at it, we should order the natto too." They also nodded without hesitation. "Oh. Oh. Shishio, get the sweet one." "Which one?" Should we get chocolate or orange?" "How about both? There are 5 of us. But don't order too much." Rita touched her belly and sighed since she hoped she had a constitution where she wouldn't get fat no matter how much she ate. "I want to get pasta too." "Well, if you can't finish the pasta, I can eat it," Shishio said. "Really?" Rita was surprised. "You don't want to?" No, it's okay." Yukinashita thought for a moment and said, "If possible, let's get a small plate, so we can share the pasta since I am also curious about them." They couldn't deny it since even if the name of the pasta was vague, they were curious about how it tasted. "Excuse me?" "Yes." The owner came and asked, "Have you decided on your order? Can we get natto pizza, a Japanese-style pizza, orange pizza, chocolate pizza, and ham and egg pizza?" Shishio looked at Yukinashita, Rita, and Ui. "If you want pasta, you should order it too." "Then, I will get a spicy pasta." Yukinashita didn't hesitate. "I am enough." After all, Ui felt a bit uncomfortable if she kept ordering, and the price of the pizza wasn't exactly low either. "I will get a creamy pasta." Rita also didn't hesitate, but she chose quite a safe choice since she didn't want to try a weird pasta. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and asked, "How about you, senpai?" "No, it's okay. This is enough." Hikigaya had to say during this moment, being a woman was nice since they could be treated, but he felt a bit uncomfortable to receive all of this. The owner wrote their order and quickly prepared it right away. As they waited for their orders, they observed the restaurant curiously. "What is that?" Ui looked at several bottles on the counter. "That should be condiments." "Yes, those are condiments. The square bottle is spicy oil white, and the triangular bottle is moderately spicy." They were the only customers in this restaurant, and Ui's voice also wasn't low, so it could be heard by the owner, who was in the kitchen, which was right in front of them. "As for the last bottle, is it olive oil?" Rita asked. "Yes." "Can we use them?" Rita asked. "Please." The owner nodded before he continued to bake the pizza. Rita took the condiments to their table without hesitation since eating a pizza with thick olive oil was nice. "Your pizza is ready." Soon, their pizza was ready. They looked at the various foods on their table, and they had to say that they were delicious. "Let's eat." "Ooh." Shishio sent Hikigaya first. As for the rest, Hikigaya didn't care since his stomach was satisfied. "Girl? What is that?" Well, tomorrow, they would also continue their shooting, so he wondered whether Shishio would treat him again. "Next time, let's bring Komaka there." Hikigaya was sure that Komaka would be surprised by the variety of pizza in that place. After sending Hikigaya, Shishio sent Ui back to her home. Ui looked at Yukinashita before Rita for a while. She hesitated, but in the end, she could only smile wryly, wondering what he should do. The sky was still bright, and she felt it was too early to go home, but could she say to him that she didn't want to go home? While Ui thought a lot of things on her mind, they arrived in front of her house. "Senpai, we have arrived at your house." Oh. Ui nodded, hesitating, before she sighed and walked out of the car, but when she walked out, someone opened the door of the room. "Ui? Shishio-kun." Shishio was also surprised to see Uegahama Hana, Ui's mother, and greet her. "It's been a while, Hana-san." 2x. Yukinashita and Rita looked at Shishio with strange expressions. 678, Supermarket. "Geez, you should call me auntie." Hana was embarrassed, especially when Shishio called her first name. Right, auntie? Shishio nodded and didn't fight back since he knew the place and occasion weren't right. He knew he had made a mistake since he called her by her first name, especially when Yuki Nashida and Rita were present. While he didn't turn in their direction, he could see they were staring at him menacingly. To be honest, he knew that his relationship with Hana was so close that it might cause annoyance or jealousy from Ui or Hana's husband, yet how could they be so close? After all, they almost never met each other after their last meeting during summer vacation. The answer was simple. Phone. After their last meeting, they exchanged phone numbers and emails, so they often texted and called each other. As for their topic of conversation, there were so many things that he forgot. It was a random thing, especially when Hana would tell him anything from how she found something interesting during her time cleaning, shopping, and her daily life. Hana talked about many things with him, including how she often talked about her life when her husband and Ui weren't there. It might be strange, but a housewife was rather free. All they needed to do was to take care of the house, from cooking, cleaning, laundry, and many others. In other words, it wouldn't be strange to say Hana was a maid. This was how her husband treated her, and after a while, their love faded. Hana might be beautiful, but when one did it with the same people countless times, the sense of freshness disappeared, and they lost their excitement. This was a normal thing, and it happened to everyone. Even many who had married also stopped having sex when they had children. As for why they stopped, it might be because the man didn't see their wives as a woman anymore, or they might just lack a sexual desire. She might be beautiful, but her husband might have a hard time seeing her as attractive, which made him sigh since if he had such a beautiful wife, he would take her every night, even if there was a rain or storm. How was your movie? Is it done? Hana asked curiously since she knew her daughter and Shishio had decided to make a movie. She was surprised, but more importantly, she was also quite curious. As for jealousy? There was no such feeling. If there was jealousy, it was probably because her daughter could meet Shishio many times, while she could only meet him now, which made her a bit lonely. Yes. Have it finished? Not yet, but you will see the finished product at the cultural festival, auntie. Then, I will come to watch. Hana looked at her daughter and said, I also want to see Ui on the screen. By the way, she didn't cause trouble, right? Mom. Ui blushed and felt embarrassed. Was this how her mother saw her? While she didn't deny that she often made trouble, how could her mother ask such a question? No, it seems that Ui-senpai has a talent for acting. Shishio didn't lie since Ui was good at acting. Was it because of her nature? Was it because of her everyday life? Probably. However, because of it, the shooting process was quite smooth. Really? Maybe, Ui will become an actress in the future. Hana was surprised. Ui-senpai, do you want to become an actress? Shishio had never heard of Ui's dream. No, no. I want to become a bride. Ui said softly as she looked in his direction. Everyone. Why are you all looking at me? By the way, are you going somewhere? Shishio asked Hana. You're changing the topic. Everyone. Ui smiled helplessly, but she didn't say much since she knew this was normal. After all, his girlfriend was right beside him. Could he say that he would marry her? No way. She also didn't expect him to say something like that, yet even so, maybe, she had such hope, but she knew it was impossible. Yes, I am going to buy groceries for dinner. Hana looked at her daughter in a complicated mood. The feeling of her daughter was clear, and she knew that her daughter had a crush on this bastard. She looked at Shishio for a while and thought she might need to talk with him since she didn't want her daughter to be sad. Shishio wasn't sure what was on Hana's mind, but he said, do you want me to help you? No, no. If I do that, I will trouble you, right? And those two girls seem to have a problem if you help me. Hana showed a restrained smile while looking at Yuki Nashida and Rita. The beauty of those girls didn't even lose to her daughter. No, they were better. If there was something that Ui was better than them, it was probably her honesty, simplicity, and cheerfulness. Having a wife like Ui, who could wholeheartedly love someone and do her best to make the person she loved happy, was probably the greatest thing one could ask for in life. Yet even if he wanted to make a move, it was hard, especially with many people always around him. I don't mind. Yuki Nashida looked at Rita and asked, but are you okay, Rita? You seem to be in a hurry, right? It's okay. The event that I want to be will last until late at night, so there is still much time. The reason why Rita wanted to invite him on a date was that she wanted to show him something, and this something was an event. The two are okay. However, Shishio knew this wasn't enough, so he looked at Ui and said, Senpai, what do you think? Me? Ui was startled. Well, I want to stay with you longer, though. Is that okay? Yeah, yes. Ui quickly became happy. Everyone. Come on, Mom. Let's go with him. Yui quickly pulled her mother to Shishio's car. Hannah looked at her daughter in a complicated mood, wondering whether Yui would sell her, so Yui could be with him. She let out a long sigh and didn't say much any longer since she had to say it was more comfortable with a car instead of walking. So it's like this. Rita looked around curiously, wandering around the supermarket. While she had been in this country for a while, she only visited a convenience store to eat. It was unhealthy, so she also thought to buy something for her daily food since it was impossible for him to ask Shishio to treat her all the time. Yuki Nashida also did the same since she had bought many vegetables, so she also needed some companionship, such as meat or something. Still, she glanced in Shishio's direction since she felt his relationship with Yui's mother seemed too close. It might be my imagination. Even if he had a history of dating an older woman such as Hiratsuka, Yui's mother was a different case. Hannah was a married woman. She had a husband and a wife of someone. She also had a child, but more importantly, their age was too far apart. No. That's not the most important point. The most important point was Hannah was Yui's mother. He shouldn't do something to his senior's mother, right? Yuki Nashida took a deep breath and decided to believe him. Yet when she thought about the charm of her man, it might be the opposite side was the one who seduced him. But Hannah shouldn't be that kind of woman, right? While Yuki Nashida was in her own thoughts, Shishio talked with Yui with a laugh, but somehow he teased her again, which made her puff her cheeks and hit his arm. Watching the two, Hannah smiled since she could see how deep Yui was feeling toward him, yet when she knew what kind of man Shishio was, it made her hesitate. Whether Yuki Nashida or Rita, she knew they had a relationship with this young man, yet, even so, she could see that Yui didn't really mind and even wanted to join, which made her unsure of what kind of advice she should give her daughter. Hannah couldn't say anything to her daughter except to support her, but there was something that she could say to Shishio. Yui, can you get me soy sauce? Yui complained and seemed reluctant. Yui. Yes. Yui sighed before she said something to Shishio and left to pick up the soy sauce, leaving Shishio and her mother alone. Shishio-kun. Yes. You know Yui's feeling, right? Hannah asked as her eyes were on him. Yes. Shishio nodded since he wasn't an oblivious protagonist. He wasn't blind, and he could see that Yui was like an obedient, devoted dog who wanted to please him all the time. Then, can you promise me something? Hannah wanted to say something, but he cut her words. Sorry, no. Why? She was a bit angry. Isn't it obvious? I have a girlfriend. More than one. If you're her mother, shouldn't you tell her to search for other men who are better than me and can wholeheartedly love her alone? Shishio stared at Hannah. Tha that. Hannah couldn't deny him since she should tell her daughter to find someone better. Not a scumbag like him. However, the person that her daughter fell for was this bastard, so she could only hope that he could make her happy. Please leave this matter to us. As for whether we will be together or not, you will see it in the future. I am so sorry for saying so much, Shishio-kun. Hannah knew that she might have talked too much about their relationship. It's okay. You're her mother. It's natural that you want happiness for your daughter. Shishio-kun. Hannah felt her heart warm. But Hannah-san, what about you? Mimi. Hannah was startled, but before she could react, her hand was held by him. Are you happy now? What are you saying, Shishio-kun? Her voice was restrained as she looked around, afraid that someone would see her, but she didn't pull her hand away from him. Still, it was fortunate that no one saw them. We have talked many times over the phone. You should be clear about what I am talking about, right? Hannah blushed, then said, I am Yui's mother, and I am also a married woman. You shouldn't do this, Shishio-kun. She didn't dare to look into his eyes since she was afraid that something that shouldn't happen would happen if she stared into his eyes. Hannah-san. No. You can't do this, Shishio-kun. Her voice was weak, and she didn't even have resistance, but suddenly she was confused when he let her hand go. Mom, this is soy sauce. Yui returned with a bottle of soy sauce and put it in the cart. Still, she looked at her mother with a confused expression and asked, why is your face red, Mom? No, nothing. It might be too hot. Really? Yui was confused. Senpai, let's get some snacks. Ooh. You can't buy too much. Hannah reprimanded them, but she didn't stop them since she needed to calm herself. She could feel her heart thumping, and her body was scorching, but suddenly one question emerged in her mind. If Yui didn't come, what would happen? 679, don't seduce married women, okay? While the supermarket was fun, they didn't stay too long. He sent Hannah and Yui home and said goodbye. See you tomorrow, senpai. See you tomorrow. Yui waved her hand happily. Hannah also did the same. showing a sweet smile as if she had sent off Yui's friend, but when Shishio was gone, her expression became complicated, reminiscing about what he did in the supermarket. She looked at her hand, which was held by him. It was strong and firm as if it wouldn't let her go no matter what. Yui. What's wrong, Mom? Do you like him? What are you saying all of sudden, Mom? Yui blushed and was embarrassed. So. However, Hannah was just straight to the point since she wanted to know what her daughter was thinking about him without a filter. Yui saw her mother staring at her with solemnity, which made her a bit nervous. Why did you ask this question so suddenly, Mom? Hannah looked at Yui before she let out a sigh. You know what kind of man he is, right? He isn't a good man. He is a scumbag. He is also dating many girls. Isn't it better for you to search for another guy who can love you wholeheartedly? She wanted to know what her daughter was thinking. After all, she didn't want Yui to be like her, who had almost fallen on his palm. The thought of her falling into the arms of this young man made her body shiver. She had a husband and a daughter. Even if her husband was cold and treated her more like a maid, she didn't have much of a complaint about this family, especially when she had such a lovely daughter. To be honest, she hoped that she didn't know him since if she didn't know him, she would never feel like this. When she thought that she was excited when the man that her daughter had a feeling for tried to make an advance on her, she felt she was so ugly at this moment. Still, she didn't expect her daughter's answer. Even so, I like him, Mom. Yui showed a reserved smile and said, you don't know much about him. Oh, I know more about him than you think. Hannah rolled her eyes, but it was impossible for her to expose how she often communicated with Shishio. He has a lot of good points. I also know how dangerous and what kind of man he is, but I don't have a doubt about my feelings toward him. Yui didn't hide anything and truthfully confessed her feelings toward Shishio to her mother. When she did this, she felt her body felt lighter since she didn't need to hide anything anymore. Still, she wondered what her mother would think. Was she going to reprimand her? But even so, she didn't think her feeling would change, and maybe, her feeling would be burnt even hotter since when there was an obstacle and her love was being tested. Then, do your best. Yui was dumbfounded. What are you dumbfounded for? No, I mean, you're okay with it. Well, you're in high school now, and it might be good for you to experience many things in life. Also, I have never forbidden you to date him, but I want you to confirm your feelings since dating him definitely isn't easy. Unlike her, who was almost 40, her daughter was still in high school. Why were you interested in me? She was just an old lady compared to the girls around him. Hannah wondered whether Shishio was really interested in her or if he was just playing with her feelings. If he played with her, she definitely wouldn't forgive him. But if he is serious? Her face reddened, and she quickly threw this thought away since the more she thought, the more dangerous it would be. I know. Yui had made up her mind, and she thought that tomorrow might be good. She clenched her fists and thought that she was going to do her best. Hannah looked at her daughter, feeling a bit restless, but in the end, she decided to support her since, as a mother, she only wanted the happiness of her daughter. Meanwhile, after he left Yuigahama's household, he went to send Yuki Nashida to her house. Strangely, he could feel Yuki Nashida's gaze on him, which made him feel weird. What's wrong? When we arrive, can you help me to hold all my stuff to my room? Sure. He didn't think much since Yuki Nashida really bought many things, including fruit, vegetables, and various other things. Rita-san, please wait for a while, okay? Yes, you don't need to worry. I am not in a hurry after all. Rita answered with a ladylike smile, but inwardly, she sighed since Yuki Nashida had the privilege that all the women in this place didn't have, which was to act spoiled toward him. Then, soon, they arrived at the entrance of her apartment building. Leaving Rita in the car, he walked with many things in his hands. Yuki Nashida also walked by his side with one free hand since she needed to open the key for identification. Rita looked at the two and hoped for him to return quickly since it felt a bit lonely to be alone. As he entered her apartment building, he looked around. Now that you mention it, it is your first time entering, right? That's true. It was his first time entering Yuki Nashida's apartment building. Whenever he visited her, she would walk out of the building and never let him enter. He also didn't force himself to enter since he didn't think it was necessary to stay in her apartment. Are you deliberately not letting me enter your apartment? Yeah. I mean, if I let a beast like you enter my apartment? I wonder what will you do to a cute girl like me? Shishio. What would he do? Nothing. He was a gentleman, and unless he got permission and the girl also wanted to do it, he wouldn't do much, but it was natural of him to provoke her since every man was a pervert. When he saw a cute girl, he wanted to push her and have sex with her. Was he wrong to think so? No, since everything was only on his mind, and he had never done it unless he got permission, of course. Can you trust me? Well, After I saw you buy a condom at the nearby convenience store, I made up my mind not to let you enter my apartment. But will you let me enter now? Also, do you still remember that? How could I not remember? Yukinashita blushed before she sighed. When I thought about it, we had many awkward memories. I can't deny that. Their first meeting was when he wanted to search for someone who wanted to adopt a cat. As a cat lover, it was impossible for Yukinashita to ignore such a pitiful cat and want to keep it to herself. Unfortunately, her apartment didn't allow pets. By then, they kept meeting each other from how she saw him with an erection, joining the service club, and many others. They were just inseparable, and now they were together. Yukinashita looked at him with a gentle expression as she held his hand. Only he was confused why she showed such an expression when they talked about a condom and their awkward memories. However, this worked in his favor, so he didn't bother to say anything. Let me open the door first. Yukinashita opened the lock of her apartment when they arrived at her apartment. As the sound of the lock was heard, she looked at him and said, "Please enter." Okay. He didn't have any hesitation and entered, but he had to say her room was similar to his imagination. If there was something special about her room, it was her scent that made him feel comfortable and at ease. By then, he went to the kitchen and put down all of the things she had bought. Do you want tea? Is there something cool and sweet? Like a kalpis or soda? I don't really keep such a drink, but I will buy it in the future. She usually drank either tea or water and never really had an interest in drinking something with an artificial sweetener. Then, can I get cold tea? Sure. Yukinashita poured cold tea that she had made in the fridge into the glass before she gave it to him. Here. Thanks. He held her hand when he accepted her drink. They looked at each other, and they moved closer before they kissed each other. You should go back, don't make Rita-san wait too long. Yukinohito was in his arms, blushing, trying to push him, but her power was so weak since she also didn't want to be apart from him. I will visit you tonight. No. No. Tomorrow. Yukinashita took a deep breath and said, we might be late tomorrow if you come tonight. Movie first. Movie first. He let out a disappointed sigh. Yukinashita chuckled as she put her forehead against his. They hugged each other gently and enjoyed each other's presence. They might not say anything, but they wanted to stay like this as long as they could. Shishio. I can't stop you from flirting with a girl that you are interested in, but can you not seduce a married woman? Could he promise? I am not asking you to promise me, but don't make someone hurt, okay? She kissed his forehead gently, yet this gentleness made him a bit uncomfortable. Thanks for believing in me. It's okay. They hugged each other again before he decided to go back. After all, it had been half an hour. He was sure that Rita was going to complain to him since he had made her wait so long. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. They kissed each other again before he left. As for her wish to ask him not to seduce a married woman, he had to say sorry since he had made his decision. Even if that woman was married, he wanted her. With that said, he took a step forward since he knew his problem today wasn't over. 680, Painting. Rita, sorry to make you wait. Even if he didn't really need to apologize, he still felt a bit guilty for leaving this girl for half an hour. After all, if someone did that to him, he would leave immediately, without caring. He wasn't immortal, so time was precious for him, especially when he had a lot of money, so his time was even more precious. To be honest, he didn't really feel excited about going out with Rita since he could guess more or less what she wanted to show him. However, he knew it was also a chance for Rita's relationship with Sheena to be cleared up. Rita was Sheena's only friend, and she might be her first friend. If possible, he wanted them to continue to become friends forever instead of breaking up. Still, he knew the process would definitely be troublesome, but even so, he decided to go with this girl since this was necessary. However, when he came to his car, he didn't see her anywhere. He took his phone and gave that girl a call. His phone was quickly accepted, and she complained, "You're leaving me too long." Sorry. He apologized, but then he quickly asked, so she wouldn't try to make him guilty by complaining, "Where are you? Do you still want to go out?" "Of course." Rita responded without hesitation. "I will be there soon. Don't hang up the phone." "Okay." He looked around and asked, "By the way, where have you been?" "Coffee shop." He saw Rita walk out of the coffee shop with a cup of coffee and a hand phone in her two hands. He could see that her expression was quite annoying, but she also seemed happy that he had arrived. While they had only met each other for a while, he had a feeling this girl was a bit masochistic. Come on. It'll be bad if we're late." Yes. The two entered the car together, but he asked, "By the way, where are we going?" He only recalled that she didn't say anything about their destination. "We're going to the hotel." Rita answered naturally without noticing his expression, but when he didn't say anything, she looked at him and asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" She noticed his expression was weird, making her wonder whether she had said something wrong. She might have learned the Japanese language, but she would make a mistake or two during the daily conversation. "No, it's just I didn't expect that you want me to go to the hotel with me." His expression was a bit weird, but he didn't reject her since she was beautiful and also triggered his system. If she wanted to jump into him, why not? By then, not only Sheena and Rita were best friends, but they would also become sisters. Shishio suddenly thought he had done a good job since he preserved the relationship between the two. Rita blushed and quickly said, "No, no. I don't mean that. You don't mean that. We're going to the hotel, but we're not going to open a room." "But I have never said anything like that." Shishio. Rita quickly realized that this guy was teasing her. "Okay, okay. My bad, but what are we going to do there?" While his family had a hotel and he also had a lot of business, it didn't mean he owned all the businesses in this world. There were still many businesses that he hadn't entered. If he gave an example, it was a bank, energy, and automobile. "I want to show you something." Her expression was solemn, as if she wanted to show him the greatest secret of this world. So mysterious. "Anyway, let's go." She ignored his words and urged him to quickly visit the hotel since she didn't want them to be late. He didn't say much and drove toward the hotel where she wanted to visit. On their trip, she couldn't help but ask, "By the way. Did I cause you trouble?" Rita looked at him timidly. After all, she asked him to go out with her even though his girlfriend was present. It was also because of this, even if she had to wait half an hour previously, she didn't complain since she knew while Yuki Nashida might seem calm outward, her inside might be different. Shishio might use those half an hour to coax Yuki Nashida, or they might fight because of her selfish request. "You only realize it now." "Sorry." Rita apologized, but then she looked at him in confusion and asked, "I know I have caused you many troubles, but why did you agree to go out with me?" "Well, there are a lot of reasons. Do you want to hear?" "Sure." Rita nodded. "Our trip is quite long anyway. I want to hear why you agree with my invitation." Suddenly, she smiled happily and asked, "Did you finally fall for my beauty?" He rolled his eyes and said, "Keep your dream when you're sleeping." While he had to admit she was a beauty, he had to say this girl was really narcissistic. Rita became annoyed and asked, "Then, tell me, why?" She crossed her arms, causing her breasts to swell even bigger, but her emotion also swelled up, rising since this guy always ticked her off. "First, you're Mashiro's friend." "Fair reason, but is that all?" So everything was because of Sheena. When Rita thought this, she felt depressed. "Second, because I think you have something important to tell me." "Oh. Isn't it normal? You have come far away from England to this country. While I might not understand why you're so insistent and stubborn, I guess it is pretty important to you, so whether it is good or not, I will listen and see what you want to show me since this is the only thing I can do for you to repay what you did to Mashiro." Rita looked at him with a complicated gaze since she had come to this country without a good reason. She only felt jealous of Sheena, especially when Sheena also succeeded with her manga. Sheena also had a good boyfriend even though this guy was quite a scumbag, yet she could understand why Sheena fell for him. "No, no. Why are you getting hesitant now?" The reason why she came to this country was clear, and it was because she wanted to bring Sheena to England. While she was also the one who supported Sheena in studying in this country, she didn't have good intentions for supporting her. Instead, she wanted to see her crushed and broken in this country, yet her heart faltered when she heard his words. However, when she thought about what Sheena had done to her, she hardened her heart since she knew this was necessary since Sheena's place wasn't in this country but in England, where Sheena could spread her wings to the world. "I see. Why are you getting depressed now? Anyway, is that all?" "Only 2 reasons." Rita asked. "Do you want me to give more reasons to agree to your date invitation?" "Come on. Give me another one. If I have to say, I don't hate troublesome things." Rita thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Wait. Did you say that I am a troublesome woman?" "I have never said anything." Shishio. The two bickered for a while, and Rita forgot that the real reason why he agreed to her date invitation was that she agreed to become his maid until she returned to England, but it was okay since such a past needed to be forgotten. "We have arrived." "Yes, this is the place." "Wait, let me park the car first." "Okay." As soon as he parked the car, Rita brought him inside, holding his hand, and pulled him to the hotel. If they didn't have a previous conversation, he would think that this girl was thirsty and wanted to do it with him right away. Still, as they walked, he looked around and noticed an announcement on the side. "An art exhibition." "Oh, did you notice it?" Rita stopped and then looked at him. He didn't say anything and just pointed his finger at the announcement on the side. Rita. Still, he looked around and felt awkward since he saw a familiar face he had seen during the party when he went with his parents to introduce his fiancée. What's wrong? Rita suddenly noticed that Shishio acted quite strangely. There is someone I am familiar with in this exhibition, and they know that I date Yukino-senpai. If they see us together. He didn't need to continue since he knew that Rita would understand. Rita. So, let me see what you want to show me quickly. Hey? Is it okay? Rita was surprised. As I have said before, I will listen and see what you want to show me. Once I have made my decision, I won't regret it, so show me. Okay. Rita saw his determination, so she pulled his hand and brought him to the art piece she wanted to show him. He wanted to say that she shouldn't hold his hand, but he shut his mouth since it was too bothersome to say anything now since he knew it was too late. If there was something that he was glad for, he wore a cap in his current attire. As they walked, they saw various art pieces inside the exhibitions, from sculpture, glass, painting, and many others. By the way, did you also place your piece here? Rita stopped and asked, why did you think so? Since Mashiro told me that you two met each other at the atelier, I thought that you were a painter. Well, I have studied in the past, but I have stopped now. You're not going to ask the reason. Do you want to tell me? No. Then, I won't force you. Rita looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, then asked, aren't you just thinking that it is troublesome to listen to my problem? If you want to talk, then talk. I will listen. Shishio was speechless since he felt this girl was sharp. Rita rolled her eyes and pulled him again. Come on. Aren't you the one who stops? However, he knew how troublesome a woman was, so the more he talked, the more troublesome it would be. Rita kept pulling at him, but she noticed that he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? She looked at him, looked in a certain direction before she was stunned, and pulled him again. Come on. Come on. Shishio looked at Rita weirdly since he was looking at her painting, yet she kept pulling him as if she didn't want him to see her art. He shook his head and followed her. Here. When they stopped, he quickly understood what Rita wanted to show him. What she wanted to show him was Sheena's painting, and it might be one of Sheena's best pieces. What do you think? He looked at Sheena's painting and felt like he was inside the painting, which made him think that his girlfriend was really amazing. 681, let's end this. Shishio might have seen Sheena's painting, but he only saw it on the internet and the sketch she usually drew. As for the real thing, the one she painted during her time in England, it was his first time seeing it. He knew that it might be cold of him to do this since he didn't seem to care about her painting, but while Sheena's painting was good, he had a painting mastery, which he got in the past. His painting was so good that she asked him to learn under him. This was also why he had never tried to seek her previous painting since she knew from now on, she would create even more masterpieces which was better than the previous. Yet he had to say her talent was amazing since he could feel that he was drawn into the painting as if he was inside it. However, Rita didn't know that. When she saw him in silence, she thought he was amazed by Sheena's painting, yet this was a normal reaction. Whenever one saw Sheena's painting, one would be amazed, wondering how something like this could be born in this world. Yet while it was amazing, it also crushed the people around her since, by then, they would realize no matter how hard they worked, it would be impossible for them to achieve what Sheena could do. While Sheena might not have realized it, she had crushed the dreams of many children who studied at the same atelier as her. Rita was also one of them, but unlike the rest, she still stuck with Sheena since she hoped in the future, she would be someone who could be part of Sheena's success. However, it was impossible for her not to envy and hate Sheena since her parents and grandparents told her to stop painting and search for other paths even though she loved painting so much. Yet even she also understood that love just wasn't enough. If love was enough, then why were there many people who had their dream or love shattered? So, when Sheena told her that she wanted to learn about manga, Rita didn't hesitate to teach her anything that Sheena needed to do since she hoped Sheena could understand the feeling of crush and failure. Rita wanted to see Sheena thrashed by reality and understood the despair she felt, yet unexpectedly Sheena succeeded in the manga, and her manga became a best-selling. While she didn't say it, she also read the manga secretly since it was so interesting. Yet knowing this made her realize how stupid her action was, and she felt it was time for Sheena to return to England since her talent shouldn't be used for something such as manga. Instead, she should use it in art where she could become a legend. As for why she did this, it was because she truly believed that the stage that Sheena should be shouldn't be in this country. She knew that she was bad since she wanted to see her failure, but she had changed, and she didn't want to have any regrets anymore, so even if she knew Sheena and Shishio were in love with each other, she believed that they should part since she didn't want Sheena to waste her time in this place. I wanted to show you this painting. This is Mashiro's painting, right? Yes. Rita nodded and said, this was Mashiro's last painting before she went to this country. She looked at him and sighed. Your identity might be special too in this country, but now, you can see how special she is, right? She took a deep breath and continued. I read her manga here, and I have to say it is amazing. It is so amazing that even the people in our country have heard about it and bought it. However, I don't know much about manga, but do you think it is worth it for Mashiro to end her career as a painter? As her boyfriend, what do you think? He looked at Rita in confusion and asked, can I ask you something? Sure. When did Mashiro end her career as a painter? She isn't. Of course not. But she is a mangaka now. Can she not become a painter when she becomes a mangaka? He looked at Rita weirdly and asked, and being a mangaka won't take all of her time. Even if she wants to paint something, no one will stop her. Rita looked at Shishio speechlessly since she didn't think his words were wrong. Instead, he felt it was right since even most painters didn't paint most of the time. They also had their own lives and also other careers. No one was asked for a painter to do a painting all the time. Yet Rita didn't want to give up, trying to persuade him as if she tried to persuade herself. But you can see how amazing this painting is, right? Don't you think that she shouldn't waste time on manga? Her time should be used to make her painting better. You're wrong. I am wrong. Rita couldn't accept it and questioned him, oh? Then tell me how I am wrong. Do you know why Mashiro wants to learn manga? Because she is interested in making one. Because she wants to develop her painting better. He shook his head and asked, have you seen her painting now? No. Unlike in the original, where Shina painted Sorita's room, his room was clear, and she didn't paint it since his room was quite complex. If she had painted it, she might have caused some of his electrical appliances to become errors. He also prepared a room in his apartment that she could use to paint as much as she wanted to. This was why Rita couldn't see Shina's paintings on Sakurasu, especially when she had never gone to his apartment. Her painting is even better than the one we see now. Really? Rita looked at him in disbelief. Do you think that Mashiro has regressed in this country? No. She has become even better. You might not see her progress, but in my mind, she is in the process of metamorphosis. Metamorphosis? It's like a butterfly. When she was in England, she was a larva. Her painting is amazing, but it lacks freedom since England is the only place that she has been. She also stays at the atelier most of the time, and the only people that she has been to are only you or her teachers. It's amazing, but that's all. She can't grow any longer. But when she decided to come to this country, she became a pupa. She wanted to become better, but she didn't know what to do. She thought that by learning about manga, she could become better, and she could create a painting that everyone loved. It's amazing, right? Because of painting, she dares to come to a country that she has never been to, alone with minimum help. In my eyes, she is gambling on her future since whether she can grow into a beautiful butterfly that can fly freely in the air or die in the process no one can tell, but she dares to do it. Rita couldn't say anything and only stared at him in silence while thinking about what she had been doing. What about now? Are you sure that she will become a beautiful butterfly? I am not sure. You're not sure? His answer caused her to be dumbfounded, but then she frowned and asked, don't you care about her? I care about her, but to be honest, I don't care much about her career as a painter. Rita. Even if you show me this, I don't feel anything. Personally, even if she succeeds or fails in her career as a painter, I don't think too much. You're so irresponsible. Rita was furious since Shina could become a better painter than those who were in history, but this bastard didn't care. I know, but I have never fallen for her because of her painting. I fell for her because of her character, gentleness, kindness, and how she is as a person. Even if she succeeds or loses everything, it won't change how I feel toward her. I just love her, and I definitely don't want her to return to England. He looked at Rita firmly and said, so, I have to apologize to you that no matter what, I won't let you take her away from me. Rita couldn't say a single word. While his words were selfish, even if he knew that Shina might be able to grow even better as a painter when she returned to England, he didn't want her to go back. Yet she didn't think he was wrong since a feeling wasn't in the realm of logic, and he told her his wish and determination, telling her that Shina was his and he wouldn't give up on her. As for the world of painting, or any other things, he didn't care at all. They could all go to hell. Once again, Rita had to say she felt quite jealous of Shina. However, he hadn't finished his words. But if she wishes to go back to England since she thinks that she can grow better there, I won't stop her. Rita was in a daze and asked, even if you don't want to. To be honest, she felt guilty at this moment since she knew her wish would make him part with Shina. Even if I don't want to. He nodded as he looked at Rita with a gentle smile. He patted her head and said, so, good luck. Her lips twitched since she knew this guy was confident that Shina wouldn't agree to her request to go back to England, but he was right. If she was the confidence to bring Shina back to England, why should she come to him? It was because she couldn't bring Shina to England that she came to him. But is that all? What do you mean? Rita asked in confusion. I mean, is that all the reason why you want to bring her back to England? His eyes were different from before, and it made her a bit nervous, but she nodded and said, isn't this enough of a reason? He looked at Rita for a moment and nodded. Okay. Let's go back. Rita saw him leave, which made her dumbfounded. Wait. Wait. What do you mean? Don't leave me hanging like this. She could tell that he was about to say something, but he didn't say anything, which irritated her, especially when she saw his expression as if he knew everything and mocked her. SHH, watch where we are. Rita looked around and saw that many people were looking at them. She apologized before following him and urging him to talk. Let's talk in a quiet place. Okay, but I won't let you go if you don't talk. Rita held his hand, so he wouldn't escape. Yet why did he feel it was like she was his girlfriend? However, he could ignore that problem now since he knew this was a time for the conclusion, and he was going to tear apart Rita's mask, so the problem of this troublesome girl would end. 682, Prime Minister. Hey, what do you want to say? Rita asked with anger on her face. However, he didn't say anything since there were people around them. Frankly, he didn't really want to talk about this matter since it was troublesome, and he was sure that this girl would be angry, but he decided to do it since this was the only way for her to solve the disease inside her heart. As they entered the lift, he asked her a question, why did you stop painting? Yet, Rita didn't expect this question. What should she say in this situation? Let me guess since I can tell the reason why you stopped. He didn't need to hear her answer and said, I guess the people around you told you to stop painting since no matter how hard you worked, you wouldn't be able to be better than Mashiro. Rita opened her lips and looked at him in disbelief, but his words were right since this was why she decided to stop painting, and she also knew that compared to Sheena, her talent was far from good. To be honest, it is boring. Boring, you say? Rita was even more aggrieved, and her eyes were red and wet from the tears, staring at him since he rudely opened the wounds in her heart without caring about her feelings. Yes, it is boring. He didn't sugarcoat his words and told everything that he felt. It is also similar to the reason why you want to bring Mashiro back. All you do is just listen to the voices of the people around you. You have never made your own decision. You feel that they're right, and you follow them. What is even worse, you even want to force that opinion on Mashiro. If you want to bring her back because you are lonely and want her to go back, I won't say like this, but your reason is simply stupid. When the lift was about to open, Shishio caught the palm that was about to slap his cheek. What do you know about me? She was screaming like a banshee, ignoring the surroundings, and staring at him angrily. The security officers were dumbfounded when they saw this, but when they saw Shishio's gaze, they looked away since they thought it was a lover spat. Most of the people that came to this place were the leaders of this country, one word from them was enough to send them into an abyss, so it was better for them to ignore this problem, leaving them to solve this problem on their own. I have given my best. I have given my life to art. Yet do you know what my parents and grandfather said to me? Her eyes were in tears, and those tears couldn't be stopped. Even so, she kept staring at him without looking away. The feeling that she had been suppressed was flooded in like a broken dam. Even if her hands were caught, she didn't stop the words that came out from her lips. Give up. Even if you work hard, it is impossible to chase after Mahiro. She let out a small chuckle and asked, do you know how I felt back then? Do you know what kind of despair I felt back then? Then, you just give up. Just this single question caused all the words that were about to come out from her lips to stop. He looked bored and said, this is why I have told you that your reason for bringing Mashiro and stopping painting is boring. He looked at her and asked, do you want to stop painting? She couldn't look straight at him since his words pierced the hope she had always kept hidden. From the beginning of your story to the end, I have never heard about your real feelings. All you told me was that you stopped because everyone told you to stop. Then, you stop. If that isn't a boring story, then what? Then, what do you want to do? Everyone told me to stop. And I also understand that no matter how hard I work, I won't be able to chase after Mashiro's back. Do you know how I feel? I don't know your feelings, but if I were in your situation, I wouldn't do the same thing as you. What will you do? While she was still crying, she couldn't stop her curiosity. Shut up, idiots. Rita and the security guards. With a laugh, he said, that's probably what I will say. He held her hand and started to walk out of the lift. Rita also subconsciously followed him as if she was attracted by something from him. Even I understand that my dream is impossible to realize, and many things that I am stupid to chase after my dream, but even so, so what? You'll still chase after it. Of course. He didn't look at Rita and looked at the distant space as if he was facing a great enemy. Naturally, they will make fun of me and look down on me with their noses, telling me that no matter what I do, it is impossible, but I will still believe, so when I succeed, I will say, in your face. To them. Rita was in a daze and said, you have a bad personality. That's right. His smile was so bright as he looked at her and asked, do you think it is bad? Not bad at all. She also laughed heartily for the first time. Geez, all these talks have ruined my makeup. Take responsibility for me. You're the one who cries. How is this my fault? But you were the one who made me cry. Then, what do you want? Treat me to an expensive dinner. I want a French dinner at an expensive hotel. Is that all? I am joking, though. Rita wasn't sure whether this guy was joking or not. I am not joking, but if that's what you want, I can settle it right away. Well, let's go. She thought that he was joking, so she just played along. Still, his words made her realize that the words of the people in her surroundings were just a noise that tried to stop her from succeeding. Even if she couldn't chase after Sheena, so what? Besides Sheena, Rita believed that she was number one. Even if she couldn't become number one, number two would definitely be in her place. However, even if she might settle for second place, it didn't mean she would give up on first place. Even if people told her that it was impossible, she wouldn't give up, and she would do her best to defeat Sheena. He's the one that makes me realize. She stared at Shishio for a while and grasped his hand tighter. What's wrong? Nothing. What's with that tone? It's disgusting. How cruel. Can you be truthful and say that I am cute? You're cute. With a feeling, please. As the two continued to bicker, they continued to stay a night together, but after they had lunch, they returned to Sakurasu. I didn't expect that you would treat me to a French restaurant. You don't like it? I like it, but... She glanced at him and asked, isn't it expensive? Isn't it a bit too late to say that now? Sorry. He gently patted her hair and said, it's okay. I don't lack money from the royalty of my manga and books. She only remembered that this guy was a famous writer too. While she wanted to read his story, it was quite hard for her since she didn't know about kanji. Is there an English translation for your book? Not yet, but I have one on my laptop. Then, let me read your story. Rita said without hesitation. Sure. Thanks. Rita said with a bright smile, then asked, by the way, what is your dream? My dream? Yes, you talked so big before, but I didn't know what your dream was. She looked at him and asked, do you want to win a Nobel Prize for literature or something? He was a writer, after all, so she thought he wanted to win a Nobel Prize. Well, that might be interesting, but I plan to become Prime Minister. PR Prime Minister. She was dumbfounded and stunned silly. Why do you want to become a Prime Minister? To allow polygamy in this country. Rita suddenly thought that compared to him, her dream was small. Still, she could see that he was a man that wouldn't give up even if his dream was a bit silly, yet this silliness wasn't bad. While she might not realize, her eyes on him became gentler. Do you still want to hold my hand? They were just right in front of the entrance of the Sakurasu, but this girl didn't let go of his hand, so he couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with it? Do you hate it? Rita asked nervously. No. I like it. Oh. She lowered her head with a blush. The two still held each other's hands as they entered Sakurasu, but when they opened the door, they happened to meet Sheena. Mamashiro. Rita was dumbfounded and surprised to see Sheena so suddenly. Her heart was beating so fast, and she felt a bit guilty for some reason. Still, she might not have realized it, but she held his hand even tighter. However, Sheena didn't say anything. She stared at them for a while before she stared at their hands, which held each other. Rita quickly realized how intimate she was with Sheena's boyfriend. Mamashiro, this is... Have you been eaten by him, Rita? Sheena asked with her usual blank expression. Shishio and Rita. Their silence made Sheena think that they really did it. That's good. We're sisters now. Shishio and Rita. Mashiro. How about you sleep with Rita tonight? With you? No, just you two. He sighed and said, by the way, I didn't eat Rita. Oh. Why do you seem disappointed? He was speechless, but then he patted Rita's back, pushing her forward gently. Hey. Rita looked at him in surprise. Go and talk to her, Shishio said. Rita took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. While Sheena was a bit confused, she also decided to sleep with Rita in her room together. It might be the first time for the two of them to be together like this after Rita arrived in this country. Watching the two leave, he took a deep breath and knew that their relationship would become something genuine, but then again, he knew there were many things he hadn't solved. Let's do it. He had made up his mind, and no one was going to stop him anymore. 683, Unfair. When the sun was about to rise, he woke up naturally by his biological clock. He moved his body slowly so Misaki, who was sleeping on his side, wouldn't wake up. Shishio. It's still early. You should sleep. I am going to work out. Misaki hugged the blanket tightly, wrapping it around her body like a caterpillar. She didn't even open her eyes, but she nodded when she heard his words. By the way, I want a Chinese breakfast. Do you think we're in China? We're in Tokyo. He was speechless. If this was China, he could easily buy a Chinese breakfast, but this was fucking Tokyo. Can you make it? Misaki wondered whether her request was unbelievable since this guy would make any foods he wanted as long as he put his mind to it. Well, I will make it. I love you. She opened her arms, hugging him suddenly, and gave him a deep kiss on his lips as she slept. He sighed as he wiped his lips from her saliva before he walked out of his room to start his workout, but when he was in the corridor, someone called him. Shishio. Mashiro. He was surprised to see Sheena since it was still so early in the morning, but she didn't say anything and leaped into him, hugging him tightly. Thank you. With a muffled voice, she said those words. He smiled as he caressed her hair. Why did you thank me? I know Rita's real feelings. It's all because of you. Sheena didn't know anything, nor did she try to understand the people around them when she was in England. After all, except for painting and good memory, her ability, especially in emotion, was rather slow. If she liked someone, she loved them, that's all. She was generally kind, and as long as someone was kind to her, she would also respond the same. However, when she learned she was in love with Shishio, her knowledge regarding emotion grew. She was no longer the previous Sheena, and she had understood how complex an emotion was. Last night, Rita opened her heart to Sheena and told her what she truly felt and how ugly she was. Yet even if Rita told all of that, Sheena didn't really understand what Rita felt since even if she had grown from her time in England, she didn't understand why many students that studied at her previous atelier in Rita wanted to stop painting because of her. After all, if it was in her case, Sheena wouldn't stop. Instead, she would come to the person that had a better painting level than her and ask this person so she could be better. It was the case when she saw Shishio's painting was better than hers, and she also quickly begged him to teach her. Sheena had never felt envious of other people's talent. Instead, she had always wanted to improve herself. It might be because of this attitude that she could stand on top of everyone when the rest could only blame themselves for being talentless. However, Rita had changed, and she had decided to challenge Sheena no matter how long it was. If Sheena let her guard down slightly, she would definitely take the first place for her. Yet knowing that Sheena smiled and felt happy since Rita didn't give up on her painting and proclaimed that she would be her rival. There were many things that they talked about last night. It had been a while since the two of them were together, and naturally, they missed each other. While previously Rita had made it difficult for them to do this, she had realized she was wrong, and she just felt happy that she could be with Sheena, talking like a normal friend. No, they might have become a pair of sisters because of how close they were. It was also because of this he spent his night with Misaki instead of Sheena. As for Nanami, she was in his apartment, seemingly having a party with Nana, Maya, Mako and the rest of his girlfriends. Well, they also discussed the literature club without him. While he felt a bit guilty, he was quite busy, so he was greatly relieved that they didn't complain that he didn't help much with their preparation. However, they told him not to worry about it since the number of members of the literature club was quite a lot, so even without him, they could do many things by themselves. Still, he might need to wear a priest outfit somehow. Or a devil hunter. Anyway, he would wear cosplay. However, what was important was the matter in front of him. Still, you wake up so early, Mashiro. I haven't slept. You're going to sleep now. By the way, I will cook a Chinese breakfast. I will sleep later. Good. He thought to work out since he knew he had finished Sheena's problem, so there was no need for him to think about Rita anymore. Shishio. However, Sheena didn't let him go. What's wrong? He was confused by her sudden reaction. Make Rita your woman too, Shishio. Are you serious? I want to sleep with Rita too. While he knew it was wrong, he had made Sheena have a threesome with other girls, such as Roberta, Nanami and others. Yet it still shocked him when she told him to sleep with Rita too, so they could have a threesome together. Why? Because I want to become a real sister to Rita. Sheena looked at Shishio with pure eyes. While he was speechless since she could show such a pure expression when she talked about a perverted expression, he had to say her reason was pure since she only wanted to become a sister to Rita. However, they had different parents, and unless their parents divorced and married each other, it was impossible for them to become sisters. Even if they became a sister, they would become a step-sibling, but if they shared the same man, they would become a real sister since they had the same husband. As for Shishio couldn't handle so many women, such a thought had never crossed Sheena's mind since this guy was as lively as the most powerful bull in the world. Shishio was the perfect combination of a carnivore and an herbivore. He had the attack power of a carnivore, which made him able to dominate any girl, and also the stamina of an herbivore, which made him limitless stamina. In other words, Sheena believed that Shishio could take down Rita. Let's talk about this later. I will work out first. Sheena closed her eyes and tiptoed her feet. He smiled and kissed her lips gently. The two kissed for a while before Sheena sent him off to the entrance, thinking that it wouldn't be that long before Rita was taken down by Shishio. What are you wearing? Shishio was speechless since, in the early morning, when he had just washed his body after working out, an invader came into his room. I am your maid, so I will take care of you. Rita blushed while wearing Nanami's maid uniform. Their size was quite similar, but Nanami had a slightly bigger chest. Still, they weren't that much different, so Nanami's maid uniform perfectly fit her body. He had to say Rita was beautiful, especially when he wore this maid outfit, but he knew that this wasn't the situation where he should push her, especially when Misaki was sleeping in his room naked. Rita knew that this bastard had just sex with Misaki last night, which made her grumble, but, when she thought about Sheena's words. No, no. You can't be too easy, Rita. But, if he makes a move, I'll reluctantly accept him. It was definitely impossible for her to make the first move, but if he made the first move, she would accept him reluctantly, even if he was a scumbag. Still, she was also cornered about Sheena's words. Was it really that good? She looked at his body for a while and felt she would have a nosebleed. Can you move out for a while? I am going to change my clothes. Oh? Are you not going to tell me to help you change your clothes? Rita asked with a teasing tone. Oh? Will you? Rita's composure was broken. You're my maid, right? Isn't it your job to help your master? Come on. Help me to change my clothes. While Rita was speechless, she gulped and took a deep breath. Sio, come on. Even if she was afraid, she had made up her decision, and she was going to move forward without hesitation. Come closer. He also didn't hesitate. Watching the girl, who had shown such determination, he also needed to show his appreciation. He let go of the white towel that wrapped around his waist and showed her his penis, which was hidden. Rita was at a loss since she realized the legendary dragon existed in this country. In the kitchen, Shishio and Rita stood next to each other, preparing breakfast. It was Sunday, so everyone was sleeping, and no one woke up so early in the morning, especially the adults, since they drowned themselves in alcohol, so they wouldn't need to think about a cruel reality. Still, while Shishio was preparing a Chinese breakfast, Rita was in silence, trying to calculate the size of his dragon. What are you doing? No, nothing. She quickly hid her hands behind and then asked, what are we going to make now? Yushao, dojang, and steamed bun. Except for the steamed bun, I don't know what you are saying. Rita was speechless, but she raised her arms and said, but I will help. What should I do? Can you cook? Aren't you underestimating me? I have taken care of Mashiro for so long. Do you think I can't cook? He couldn't say anything on the counter since she was right. She has taken care of Sheena for so many years. Even if she couldn't cook, she needed to learn it since if she couldn't cook, how could Sheena eat? Then, please. Yes. Rita smiled brightly and said, please, teach me well, sensei. Yes, yes. Geez, sensei, can you be happier? There is a beautiful girl right next to you, you know. I guess you're right. He looked at her with a gentle smile. Geez, this is unfair. If he mocked her as usual, she wouldn't react like this, but he suddenly gave her a sneak attack like this, which made her unable to react. Rita lowered her head and felt her face hot. She blushed and was shy since she realized this guy had entered an important place inside her heart. 684, Nizu Shrine. Ui, are you going? Yes, Mom. Okay, do your best. Yes. Looking at her daughter, who walked out of the house with a happy smile, Hannah sighed and felt conflicted, wondering whether it was good to support their relationship. Suddenly, she remembered when he held her hand tightly as he stared into her eyes deeply. Her breathing was rather heavy, and she squeezed her legs tightly. She looked down for a while and knew she was alone in the house. However, she felt a bit conflicted, but in the end, she went into her room. She was a married woman, and she was no longer a virgin. Naturally, she also had a need in that area. Her body hadn't been used by her husband for so many years. She might forget about how it felt being held by a woman, so at this moment, she was afraid. She was afraid if he pushed her, she wouldn't be able to fight and just enjoyed being dominated by him. Is it good? Shishio asked. Give me the recipe later, Yuki Nashida answered without hesitation as she sipped the warm Chinese soy milk soup. She then reached out to Yushao, Chinese fried dough, and bit it lightly before she mixed it into the soup. While the Yushao was rather cold, it was still chewy, soft, and delicious. Before he went out, he brought some food he had made before for Yuki Nashida. Why did he do this? It was because this was Yuki Nashida's hobby. Her hobby wasn't reading or petting a cute cat, but it was eating. The two had always gone out to have dinner together in various places, trying various foods in Tokyo. Sometimes his girlfriends joined, or his older sister, Harino, also joined, but either way, the two often went out together, at least once a week. Still, she had to say that compared to all the restaurants they had gone out to try, his food was definitely the best. I will give you the recipe later. He sipped a cold barley tea as he looked at the scenery in their surroundings. They were in the parking area of the Nizu shrine. While it wasn't an official parking area, the visitors who visited this shrine would mostly park their cars in this place. Still, he had to say, even if this was a weekend, this place was fairly deserted. This was good, so he didn't have to complain. Still, he realized that the majority of people in this country weren't that religious, and they only visited the shrine when they needed something or a certain event. You know, if you become a chef, I am sure that you can become a restaurant magnate, Yuki Nashida said without a doubt in her voice. I will probably do that. Hey? Really? Yuki Nashida was dumbfounded since she could see his expression was serious. I was joking. Yuki Nashida. I have been busy with my internet business, but if I have time, I will make restaurants. It's a good business to wash dirty money. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio speechlessly. Leaving your purpose to wash dirty money aside, what kind of foods are you going to make? Are you asking me that now? I mean, why not, right? We still need to wait for Ui-san and Hikigaya-kun, so tell me, Yuki Nashida said with a smile. Or you don't have an idea. Don't provoke me, but if you want to provoke someone, you should do it better since I am not even angry. Instead, I think that you're cuter when you try to provoke me. Thank you for your praise. I know that I am cute. How uncouth. He kissed Yuki Nashida's cheek since this girl was too cheeky. Yukinohita only smiled and continued to ask, so? Well, while making a 3-star restaurant might be good, I might make a chain restaurant since it makes a lot more money and I can hire a lot of people, which means it will give me a lot of voices in politics. That's true. Yuki Nashida was dumbfounded since she didn't expect his purpose in creating a restaurant to be so deep, but she didn't hate it since if they wanted to survive in society, even if they were covered in mud, they needed to dive without hesitation. Well, I will make something simple such as takoyaki, curry, tempura, udon, steak, burger, ramen, bakery, teppanyaki, and probably a coffee. That's a lot. Right. But why all of those foods? Because it is simple, and it will be accepted by the people in the world. He looked in the distance and said, we are still in 2005, but in the future, I believe that all the people in this world will eat our food every day. You're so ambitious. But it's nothing compared to my dream to marry all of you. Yuki Nashida was speechless, but she also smiled and said, well, that's true. Compared to allowing polygamy in this country, your dream of becoming a restaurant magnate is nothing. He only smiled and didn't say anything. By the way, why not sushi or dessert? Dessert aside, it is troublesome for sushi since not everyone likes to eat raw fish after all. It is also troublesome if someone suddenly gets sick and blames the restaurant. I can't deny that. Even if sushi was a famous dish in this country, not everyone loved to eat raw fish. More importantly, it was troublesome to manage raw fish since the trouble was endless if one was sick because of the food. But no matter what, I will support you, Yuki Nashida said firmly. Thanks. He gently hugged the back of her head and kissed her forehead. Yuki Nashida blushed and hugged him back. The park was quiet, and it was almost deserted. While they were sitting in the trunk of his car, they didn't feel afraid that someone would notice what they were doing. By the way, Rita-san, didn't you come? No, I leave her in Sakurasu. Why? Because if I bring her, she will interrupt us. Yuki Nashida blushed and knew what this guy was thinking, but she pretended she didn't see anything. After all, currently, she wasn't ready. Well, you don't need to force yourself, though. He rubbed Yuki Nashida's hair and thought that the mood was weird. If he kept insisting, he would appear desperate, and she was also in his hands, so there was no need to be in a hurry. Thanks. She snuggled in his arms and rubbed her face on his chest like a docile cat. Am I bothering you? While Shishio didn't say anything, Yuki Nashida was startled and almost jumped out when she noticed Ui was staring at them awkwardly. Ui-san, this is… yes, we're just practicing for the movie. Shishio and Ui looked at each other and thought Yuki Nashida wasn't a good liar. Soon, Hikigaya also arrived, and the four of them gathered together near his car, talking about what they planned for today's shooting. The scene that we're going to shoot here is a scene of Shishio's past when he is in Kyoto. Kyoto? Then why are we here? Ui asked curiously. Shishio and Hikigaya. Yuki Nashida sighed and said, we don't have a budget to go on a trip to Kyoto. Meanwhile, the Nizu Shrine is in Tokyo, which is close to where we live. The scenery here is quite similar to the scenery in Kyoto. While Ui was a bit stupid, she explained to her calmly. Understand? Of course. I am not stupid. While Ui felt disappointed since she couldn't go to Kyoto, this wasn't bad. That's good. Should we start shooting now? Oh. 3x. The four of them quickly helped each other, so they could quickly shoot the movie without wasting their time. But this shrine is quite empty, hey. Ui felt strange since even if this shrine was massive, the people in the area were rather small. Ui-san, don't you know about the Nizu shrine? Yukinashita asked. Sorry. Well, it is normal since Nizu shrine is located in a different ward from her house. Shishio decided to help Ui. But this shrine is famous. I even know about this shrine, Hikigaya said. Ui was at a loss since even Hikigaya, who was a loner, antisocial, and warped, knew about this shrine, which made her feel conflicted. Hey, did someone think something rude of me? Hikigaya felt that he was insulted at that moment. As for why this shrine is empty, it is normal since we're not at the event, Shishio said. This shrine is also famous for the Azalea Festival. If you visit it at the end of April and May, you will see how crowded this place is, Yukinashita added. Really? Then should we go in May together? I want to see the Azalea Festival. Ui beamed happily. That might be a good idea. Shishio also nodded since he hadn't seen the Azalea Festival before. Hello? Are you ignoring me? Hikigaya sighed and thought that they were all bastards. In this place, they mostly shot a scene of Shishio's past in Kyoto, so Yukinashita, Ui, and Hikigaya followed him, shooting his figure, which seemingly looked around as he visited the shrine. Shishio also entered his character, walking on the various spots of this shrine from the Torii, Japanese gate for shrine, path, rumen, tower gate, hondan, worship hall, and various others, including how to pray in the shrine. He threw a 5-yen coin on the offering box and bowed deeply twice before he clapped his hands twice and prayed. All of them were perfectly shot. Is there something special about this shrine? As they weren't professional, they also talked about many things about this shrine. It was said that this shrine was built by the legendary prince, Yamato Takeru, Yukinashita said. Who? Ui was confused. 3x. It's the legendary prince who slew the Yamato no Orokai, Hikigaya said with a sigh. Don't tell me that you don't know that either. Of course, I know. It's the legendary evil serpent with 8 heads, right? They sighed in relief since it seemed this girl's knowledge was quite good. But was Yamato no Orokai the only thing that made Yamato Takeru famous? Ui asked curiously. While she didn't have an interest in this Yamato Takeru before, it made him curious about this figure after she saw how beautiful this shrine was. It was said this was the most beautiful shrine in Tokyo, and she could understand it somehow. Well, Yamato Takeru did many things in his life. Yukinashita thought for a moment and said, from killing his older brother, fighting his enemies, and many others. Folklore is always like that. The hero is always pictured defeating an evil. However, the hero isn't exactly good, either. They're pictured as good because they are the winner. I mean, do you think someone who can kill his older brother, so he can steal the throne is a good person? Hikigaya somehow talked a lot. That's how history is, right? Yukinashita said as she enjoyed the scenery of this shrine in a strange mood. The winner has always been the one who wrote the history. As for the loser? Who cares? Ui was surprised and asked, besides killing his older brother and many enemies, did this legendary prince do something extraordinary again? It seems he is also married to his aunt, Shishio said. 3x. The three looked at him speechlessly, wondering whether this was the reason why Shishio had prayed so devotedly before. 685, Modest Shop. Leaving the deeds of Yamato Takeru aside, the shooting was done, and they had successfully shot all the scenes that they needed. As for the rest, they only needed to do the editing. The rest is only editing, right? Hikigaya asked and felt a bit curious and satisfied since he didn't expect that he would make a movie. It was something that he had never expected to do in his life. Yet he did it, and he was strangely proud of it since he knew it would become a masterpiece. Of course, it couldn't be counted as one, but he somehow imagined himself walking on the red carpet with beautiful Hollywood artists or famous models in both of his arms when he thought about the future. He knew many would scold him for thinking this, but this was only his imagination, so it was all right, right? Yes. Yukinashita nodded. The rest is only editing. You don't need to worry. I will handle this. Hey? Is that okay, Yukinon? Ui was surprised. Don't you need our help? Can you do the editing? Yukinashita asked. Ui was silent, but her shoulder was patted by Shishio. Shishio-kun. Even Hikigaya-senpai can't do the editing, Shishio said. Hikigaya didn't deny it since even if he wasn't bad with a computer, it was a different matter with movie editing. If I need help, I can ask this guy, Yuki Nashida said as she pulled Shishio's hand. Ui and Hikigaya. Cough. Cough. By the way, since we're done with the shooting, are we going to eat again? Hikigaya asked since this was what he had always been looking for. To be able to eat something delicious for free. Even if he wasn't paid for his hard work in this movie, it was all good as long as he was treated to delicious food. Ui and Yuki Nashida. Hikigaya-kun. Hiki. Hey, what's with that expression? Why do you look at me like I am only here for the food? You're not. 3x. Of course not. Hikigaya felt he was hurt by their accusation. While this movie is a bit troublesome, I don't hate it. This was his true feeling since even if he felt this movie was quite troublesome, he didn't hate to make it with all of them. Sundara. 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 Shut up. Well, you're not wrong. Let's eat. Shishio touched his stomach and felt that he was hungry. The three looked at him at the same time, wondering what kind of food this guy would bring them. Hey? This place is... Ui looked around curiously since there were many big buildings and men and women in suits walked around. This is a weekend, yet there are still so many salarymen. Hikigaya was speechless. What do you expect? Everyone is like this. Yuki Nashida didn't feel surprised by this. Even her parents also mostly went to work, and the time they met each month could even be counted on one hand, showing how busy they were. Well, enough of talking about this dark topic. Let's go and eat. He didn't want to talk about the economy of this country. Instead, he wanted to eat. They nodded since they were also hungry and weren't in the mood to talk about this difficult conversation. Still, as they walked, they saw various shops. Sushi, monkfish, fugu. Hikigaya looked around and asked, "Are you going to treat us to something expensive?" He could see all the restaurants in this area were high-end restaurants. "No, I want to eat something commoners will eat," Shishio said naturally. Hikigaya and Ui wanted to say something, but in the end, they held it since when this guy was walking, they felt like they were facing royalty, so the words that came out from his mouth, even if it was quite disturbing, it was strangely fit on him. Yuki Nashida also rolled her eyes, but she didn't say anything. They walked around for a while around the area. Hikigaya almost drooled whenever he saw a shop since the delicious smell from the shop drifted across his nose. "Oh, we're here." "Oh." Hikigaya quickly looked around and found the shop. "Chinese food, Shibuya. We're going to eat Chinese food." Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio curiously. "Yes." Shishio nodded and said, "I have breakfast with Chinese food, so I want to try to have lunch and dinner with it too." "You don't mind?" "I don't mind." Yuki Nashida shook her head, telling him her opinion. As for Ui and Hikigaya, neither complained since they were treated by Shishio. The four quickly walked into the shop and looked at the entrance. The size of the shop was rather modest, but the shop's sign was quite noticeable with a striking red color, which would attract anyone's attention that looked in its direction. "Why did you choose this shop?" Ui asked curiously. "As I have said before, I want to eat commoners' foods." 3x. Anyway, the four of them entered without hesitation. "Welcome." 2x. They were quickly greeted by a pair of middle-aged couples. The mother was in the kitchen, and the father was in front, wiping the table earnestly. "Are 4 people okay?" "Yes." The father nodded. "Please sit here." He led them to their seats before he walked to the kitchen. Hikigaya sat by Shishio's side and Ui sat by Yuki Nashida's side. Still, Shishio and Yuki Nashida were sitting opposite each other. As they sat, they looked at the shop curiously. Similar to what they saw from the outside, it was a modest size, but everything was clean, and it was kind of cozy. The shop was also rather empty since they had already passed lunchtime. "Here's the water." The father brought 4 glasses of water to the 4 of them. "Please let me know when you have chosen your order. The menu is up there." He pointed to the menu, which was stuck on the wall at the top of the shop's wall. The classic menu was written on red paper and with white characters. They suddenly felt they could trust this shop from the way this shop made its menu. It might be because Shishio and Yuki Nashida often went out together to eat, so they gained the ability to judge whether they could trust the food from the shop or not from how the owners arranged their shop. Rice menu is chahan, fried rice, chikadon, Chinese bowl, niratera, egg and a garlic chive, twice cooked pork, veggie stir fry, mushroom stir fry, chinjao roast, mapo tofu, bang bang chicken. As for ramen, there is miso ramen, menma ramen, bean sprouts ramen, tanmen, yakisoba, chazumen. They have a lot of noodles on the menu. Hey. Hikigaya looked at the menu curiously. "It's a textbook example of the town's Chinese restaurants," Shishio said. "Is there such a textbook?" Ui asked curiously. Shishio, Yukinashita, and Hikigaya. Over there is dim sum and appetizers. Shishio decided to ignore Ui and looked at the rest of the menu. There is sesame dango, century egg salad, kimchi, jacai jellyfish, boiled gyoza, chicken carriage, seasoned greens stir-fry, shrimp oil, simmered pork belly, shrimp toast, spring rolls, meatballs, shrimp gyoza, xiaolong bao, shumai, and gyoza. Shrimp toast. Yukinashita was quickly attracted. Let's order that, Shishio said. Agree. Yukinashita nodded and asked, but what about the main? I will get. Shishio thought for a moment and asked, excuse me, what is the main specialty of this restaurant? He didn't know what to order, so he decided to ask the father. 3x. Well, everything here is delicious, but most people will order niratama, egg and a garlic chive, dot. Niratama. Yes. I will order that. Me too. Let me get that too. I want the same. Yes, 4 niratama. 4 niratama. The mother in the kitchen quickly responded. Can I also get shrimp toast, shrimp chili, mushroom stir-fry, and also kimchi? Shishio listed various side dishes for all of them. The father nodded and quickly noted his order before he told them to the mother in the kitchen. But niratama, hey? Isn't it just an egg and a chive? What's so special about it? Hikigaya couldn't help but say. He only ordered because he followed Shishio and Yukinashita, but when he thought about it, he couldn't see how good this dish was since it was only an egg and a garlic chive. Well, since the other party is confident, let us see whether their niratama is worth a second visit. Shishio cracked his neck slightly as if he was ready for the table. Yukinohita drank the water in the glass, trying to refresh her tongue, ready for her battle. Ooh. Ui wasn't sure, but she cheered loudly. Hikigaya's lips twitched, wondering whether the genre of this novel had changed. Here is the shrimp toast. Their first order came, and it was shrimp toast. The brown, rectangular food was placed on the plate and served to them. It has been seasoned. Please eat it the way it is. They nodded at the father's advice and tried the shrimp toast. Let's eat. 4x. They took the shrimp toast with their hands and ate it gently. It's hot. Yukinashita closed her mouth, but she couldn't help but smile since it was delicious. I see, it's a deep-fried shrimp paste. Hikigaya thought the taste of the shrimp worked really well on this dish. As for Ui, she kept eating since this dish was fun to eat. They enjoyed the side dishes, which kept coming until the main protagonist came. Thank you for waiting. Here's niratama. Here it is. 4x. The four of them looked at the niratama in front of them and couldn't help but fall into a daze. Whoa, what's with this niratama? Hikigaya was dumbfounded. Unlike the usual image of niratama, the niratama in this shop was special since the egg wasn't mixed with the chive, but they were made separately. There was also an addition of rich Chinese soup and a piping hot bowl of rice, which caused all of them to gulp their saliva. I have never seen something like this before, Yukinashita murmured. The bright yellow egg seemed so beautiful on the plate, which also increased their appetite. Well, leaving how beautiful this dish was, they knew this dish would end up in their stomach, so let's go. They took their chopsticks and were ready to eat. Shishio lifted the egg for a moment and saw a large amount of garlic chive. Let's see how it tastes. He took some niratama and ate it with the rice. What is this? Garlic chives, what a rich taste, so intense and thick too. It's wild. Wild, naked, delicious, tasting garlic chives. Exquisite sauce. All of them are together into one, creating a delicious dish, which makes them gulp their rice down. No one was talking, and they focused on eating. When the shrimp chili came, they also wondered who was the genius who created this dish. They wanted to thank this person since they benefited from the delicious taste. Delicious. I am a bit jealous that the people in this area have this restaurant. Yukinohita, Ui, and Hikigaya had to agree with Shishio's remarks since they were so jealous of the people who lived in this area. To be honest, there was nothing special about the dishes in this shop, but this was the best point. There was no forced punchy flavor or gimmicky. It was the town's staple food. It didn't curry favor with the times, and it didn't overreach itself. It was just this simple family taste that made them fall in love with this shop. Thank you for the food. 4x. They thought that all the foods were delicious. After they ate, he paid for the food before they left. He raised his hands, stretched up his body, feeling comfortable, and knew that there would be a lot of great shops that he would see in the future. By the way, Shishio-kun, can you send me home first instead of Ui-san? Yukinashita suddenly asked. As for Hikigaya, this guy would be sent home first. However, hearing Yukinashita's words, they were all dumbfounded. 3x. 686, shameless. Yukinashita's words stunned everyone, but she didn't change her mind. Shishio felt a bit strange, but he followed her words by sending Hikigaya first before he sent Yukinashita the next. When they arrived in front of Yukinashita's apartment building, Yukinashita looked at him and said, "Don't do anything strange to Ui-san." While he was speechless by her view toward him, he asked, "Are you sure?" Ui also looked at Yukinashita. While she was happy that she could have a chance to be alone with him, she wondered why Yukinashita did all of this. "Yes, be careful along the way." Yukinashita kissed his lips in front of Ui. "Ui. See you tomorrow, Ui-san," Yukinashita said and left calmly. While Ui felt complex, wondering whether Yukinashita had confidence that Shishio was going to choose her no matter what, Ui had never thought of fighting against Yukinashita. Even if she was his mistress, Ui might be okay with it, but she just wondered what Yukinashita wanted to say. On the other hand, Shishio knew what Yukinashita wanted to say, but he also knew it was impossible for her to fully support what he was going to do. Usually, when he tried to get close to girls and made them into his women, there was no presence of his girlfriends. His girlfriends also didn't openly support him, except for Shina, who asked him to do something to Rita the previous morning. However, Yukinashita wasn't Shina, so she should be different. Yet she told him to stay with Ui. Was it her way of apologizing to him? She might not be ready for the next step, but was there a need for her to do this? He wasn't so thirsty that he would jump into the bed of his girlfriends every time. However, when he thought about it, every time he did it with a girl, all the initiative was taken by the girls. Yet it was normal since he had set the situation where it was easy for them to make a move. Yukinashita was a bit different since there was no chance for them to do so, especially with so many people around him. He knew he was also partly at fault, but this couldn't be helped either since it was impossible for him to be for Yukinashita alone. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay. See you tomorrow." See you tomorrow." Yukinashita nodded and walked to her apartment after kissing him again for the last time. Shishio licked his lips for a moment before he looked at Ui, who was sitting in the back seat. "Ui-senpai, do you want to sit in the front?" Why?" Ui was quite flustered and looked at him shyly, wondering whether he wanted to get close to her. "Well, if you sit behind, you will make me like your driver." Ui realized that she was thinking too much, but in the end, she sat next to him shyly and quietly. As for what he was doing with Yukinashita, when she wanted Shishio, she had already prepared for something like that. "I will send you back home then." Yes." Ui lowered her head and answered depressedly. She realized this was different from her imagination since she thought they wouldn't go back and slowly spent their night together. Yet what she didn't know, Shishio was thinking about her mother, wondering whether Hana was alone at this moment. "Or do you want to go somewhere?" Shishio thought that he should focus on Ui at this moment since watching this girl show an expression like an abandoned dog expression was quite unbearable for him. Unlike the others, Ui's feeling was clearly expressed on her face. Sad, angry, happy, and many others. They were clearly seen on her face. Ui might be a bit stupid, but without a doubt, she was a wonderful girl. Really? Are we going to stop somewhere?" Ui was quickly excited and looked at him in surprise. She almost jumped from her seat, and she was like a happy dog. While she didn't have a tail, he could see her tail was wagging excitedly. What is this creature? Shishio felt that this girl was shining, almost blinding his eyes. She was so pure that he couldn't look at her directly, especially when he thought he had tried to do something to her mother. His heart was a bit guilty, but he forced himself to say, "Do you have a place you want to visit?" Ui thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the beach." "Beach? Yeah. Are you sure? Is there a problem?" "The beach in Tokyo isn't exactly clean, you know." Unlike the other areas, Tokyo was the center of the economy of this country, and there were more than 10 million people in Tokyo. Naturally, there were many ships, which let out a lot of bad smoke, and a lot of waste was also thrown out to sea. If you were unlucky, you might even be able to see 1 or 2 corpses floating from yakuza or suicide. If this wasn't Tokyo, he might be okay with it, but this was Tokyo. Unless they went to Chiba or other areas with fewer people, the beach definitely wasn't a place that was good to visit. Ui. Then, is there a place that you want to visit? Ui asked. A place that I want to visit. Shishio was surprised when he heard this question. Oh? Do you have it? Ui asked excitedly since she thought this guy had been anywhere in this country and the world, so she didn't expect that there would be a place he had never visited. Well, there is a place that I want to visit. Is it in Tokyo? Of course. Shishio nodded. If we're too late, I might be scolded by your mother after all. It's okay. It seems that my mother likes you, Ui said shyly. Ui-san, can you not say something misleading? He didn't misunderstand the meaning behind Ui's words. Instead, he knew well that she meant that he didn't have a misunderstanding. The only one that had a misunderstanding was Yui, since the relationship between her mother and him was so close that they might become a couple. Well, how about we go now, since it isn't good if I bring you home late? Oh, okay. Should you tell your parents? I will tell my mother. Yui took her phone quickly and called her mother. She didn't need to wait too long, and the call was accepted quickly. Ah, Mom. Is that so? So, be careful. Also, is Shishio there? What's wrong, Auntie? Hannah had a complicated expression when she heard his voice, but she took a deep breath and put a gentle smile on her face. Take care, Yui, okay. I will take care of her. Thank you. Hannah had a bitter smile and sighed helplessly. Ah, Mom, I will go now. Okay, take care of yourself. Thank you. Then the call was hung, and Hannah was alone again at her house. She looked at her quiet house and wondered what she should do with the dinner she had cooked. As for her husband, he wouldn't go home today. She sighed and decided to go back to her room, sleeping since she just didn't want to move. Let's go, Shishio-kun. Okay, senpai. Shishio nodded, then asked casually, by the way, your father isn't in the house. Well, he has been on business trips quite a lot. Yui thought for a moment and realized that she hadn't seen her father that much lately. She could only see him several times in a month, and it was only in the early morning when she was about to go to school. Yui might be stupid, but she was sensitive to the emotion of the people around her. She knew that the relationship between her parents was quite weird, especially her mother, who always seemed lonely. If it was before, she might have tried to search for other times to go with him, but it was different now. She could see that her mother often smiled and seemed happy. Moreover, her mother was radiant, which made her think that her mother and father had reconciled, which relieved her. After all, which children wanted to see their parents in a fight? Alone, hey. Shishio thought about Hannah and thought that it was just too much to leave her alone like this. While he knew that his relationship with Hannah might be wrong, he felt that the stress that she accumulated might break up, and she might be seduced by someone else. Instead of another person, why couldn't it be him? No, when she thought about her personality, he felt that it was impossible for her to cheat. Instead, she would meekly follow her husband without fighting and wholeheartedly take care of Yui. As for why he could enter the space in her heart, everything was because of an accident that summer. If such a thing didn't happen between them, Hannah might only think of him as the boy her daughter had a crush on. However, everything had happened, and it was impossible to forget what had happened between them. Yet when he still felt a bit conflicted about touching a married woman. Shishio-kun. Oh, right, let's go then. Ooh. Yui raised her hand happily. Shishio saw her breasts jiggling around, which made him sigh since no matter what the situation was, he had never changed. It amazed him but also made him realize there was no need to mask his desire anymore. If he wanted to, he should just go for it. He was already the lowest of the lowest, yet they still wanted to be with him, so why should he reject them? Still, there was one big problem. He wondered how Yui would react when he knew that her mother had a closer relationship with him. What's wrong? Yui noticed that Shishio was staring at him. No, I just know that you're cute. Yui was stupid and blushed. She felt embarrassed but also felt happy. What are you saying? I will tell Yukinon if you try to seduce me. Shishio realized that this girl was pretty shameless. 687, Tokyo Tower 1. You want to visit this place? Yui was in a daze. Yeah, I haven't been here even though I have been in Tokyo for several months. Shishio looked at Yui and asked, is that okay? It's okay. It's okay. I am just surprised. Yui was really surprised since she had never thought Shishio wanted to visit this place. Tokyo Tower. This was the place that Shishio wanted to visit. If people came outside of Tokyo, this would be the thing that they thought about the most when they visited Tokyo. In other words, this was the landmark of Tokyo, especially when this place was often shown on various shows on television. It was the most noticeable thing when one visited Tokyo. Yet unexpectedly, Shishio had never visited this place, which dumbfounded Yui. However, when she thought about it, she felt it was quite normal since it had also been a while since she had visited this place. Probably when I was in elementary school. She recalled that she visited this place with her mother. She remembered while she was having fun, her mother looked into the distance when she happened to look at her. By then, she thought that the gaze of her mother was so sad for some certain reason, which made her hug her legs, causing her to smile gently and caress her hair. She recalled how happy her mother was when she did that, which made this place quite memorable for her. Yet she also didn't visit this place again since she was afraid to evoke a certain memory of her mother. Well, I haven't been here. In his first month, after he became Shishio Oga, he visited the Kyoto Tower. It wasn't because he loved the tower, but because when he stood in a high place, everything would become small. It also made him realize that his problem was small compared to the vastness of the world, which made him visit a high place whenever he felt kind of blue. However, he wasn't alone anymore in this world, so he didn't need to visit a high place anymore. Still, he realized that even if he had been in Tokyo for a while, he had never visited this famous spot, so he thought to visit it. He also felt that it was also a good place to settle everything. Yet why did he feel that this girl suddenly felt melancholy? Ui-senpai, what's wrong? Nothing. I just remembered my childhood memory, Ui said with a forced smile. If you don't mind, can you tell me about it? You want to hear it? Ui was dumbfounded. I mean, your childhood. I want to know how you grow into a girl like this. A girl like this? Ui puffed her cheeks and asked, you're not saying I am a stupid girl, right? No, I mean, how can you grow into such a gentle girl? I wonder how your childhood was. Shishio was curious. Don't seduce me. Shishio. However, I don't mind telling you. Ui smiled and said, but how about we enter? We can talk while we're going to the top. Sure. The two walked together and entered the Tokyo Tower. During the evening, the bright red of the tower became more noticeable, as if it had become the center of the city itself. When they entered, they were quickly greeted by the staff that sold a ticket. There were 2 tickets, which let them reach 150 meters of the tower, which was only the middle, and the top of the tower, which was 250 meters from the ground. Naturally, the latter compared to the former, but he decided to go with the latter. Wait, let me treat you. Ui suddenly said. Are you sure? Shishio asked. Ui nodded and said, you have treated me to food, after all, so let me do this. She patted her chest and caused her breasts to sway. Let this Oni-san take care of you, Shishio-kun. Oni-san. While Ui was a year older than him, it was hard to say that she was the older one. Instead, he felt he was the older one compared to her. She was also childish and kind of silly, which made it even harder for him to treat her as someone older, but since she had decided to treat him, he was going to spoil her. Thank you, Ui-ne. Ui was startled and suddenly felt that her heart was beating so fast. Her face was flushed red as she looked at him. What did you call me? Ui-senpai. Not that one. The previous one. Call me that again. Also, use Oni-chan, please. Ui looked at Shishio with a puppy-like eye, begging him to call her a big sister once again. If you want to dream, you should do it when you're sleeping. Come on. He knocked her head lightly and walked toward the lift that would lead him to the 150 meters area of the Tokyo Tower. Call me. Call me. However, Ui begged him even more since she wanted him to call her a big sister again. I have treated you, right? Call me, please. The two entered the lift together, and when the door closed, he looked at her, who was still begging at him. He sighed and said while looking away, Ui Oni-chan. Wow. 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 Ui was so excited that she was dancing around. She felt that her face was so hot. While she felt embarrassed, she also felt excited for some reason. I am the big sister. Shishio looked at Ui helplessly and felt a bit regretful for saying something embarrassing like that. Geez, you don't need to get embarrassed, alright? Oni-chan is happy that you call me that, Ui said with a bright smile as she linked her arm to him while rubbing her head against his arm happily. Shishio was speechless, but he had to say that being with this girl was fun. He was sure that if they were together, their days wouldn't be dull, and whenever he felt something, she would do everything to cheer him up. Ui was a good girl. Yet, it made him wonder how she felt when he became closer to her mother than she was thinking. As they talked, they arrived in the 150 meters area and walked around, looking at the scenery of Tokyo through this area. Everything is so small here. Yeah, those humans have become a group of trash. Shishiron, did Hiki affect you? Ui thought this was a depressing way to describe something because of Hikigaya's effect. Then, should I say this place is amazing? It's my first time seeing something like this. No, don't do that. It doesn't match your character. Ui was speechless. You're full of requests, aren't you? Shishio looked at Ui and asked, by the way, I have noticed that sometimes you call me Shishiron, but sometimes, you call me Shishio-kun. Is there a reason for that? Well, you know, it can't be helped since I can't help but call you with kun instead of Shishiron. If I have to say, it is because of your aura. Ui thought for a moment and said, there is this something that makes me call you Shishio-kun instead of Shishiron. And that is my aura. Yeah. That's so ambiguous. Ui laughed awkwardly and said, sorry, I can't explain it well, but it happens on the mood, okay? It's okay. I am not angry. It's fun to hear someone call me Shishiron. Shishio gently patted Yui's head and said, "It's like we're close to each other somehow." Hee. Yui laughed, feeling happy with his pat. "If that makes you happy, I will keep calling you that." Watching how easy she was to get happy, he wondered whether she had forgotten that she was the big sister at that moment. They walked the entire area of the 150 meters area for a while. Someone might feel that it was kind of stingy, but the cost of entering the Tokyo Tower wasn't exactly cheap, especially for students. However, Yui decided to treat him, so he was also going to enjoy this trip thoroughly. While the scenery was the same, Yui's story gave this trip a different feeling. As he had asked her before, she told him about her childhood. Unlike her high school time, in elementary and middle school, she was rather plain, and she was usually one of the girls who were forgotten on the side and followed the flow. "The reason you changed is..." Haha. Yui laughed awkwardly and said, "I want to change after all. I don't want to stay the way I am." Unlike in high school, where she had a lot of good memories and also got a true friend, in elementary school and middle school, most of her memories weren't that good. As she grew older, she also knew the importance of appearance for a woman. If you were beautiful, everything would be easy. However, if you weren't good looking, everything wouldn't be easy. This was a cruel truth, but this is how it was. Unlike a man that could get a beautiful woman when they became rich. No matter how ugly, short, or fat you were, as long as you had money, the women, even the beautiful ones, would stick to you. However, the woman was different. Naturally, there was an exception, but it was rare. "I see, but I want to see the plain you. You must be plainly cute at that time." Shishio thought that she had changed because of Hikigaya, but it seemed that wasn't the case. "What do you mean by plainly cute?" She puffed her cheeks, but she asked, "But, do you want to see it?" "Can I?" Well, if you come to my house, I will show you." While she was a bit embarrassed, she didn't really mind him seeing her childhood photo. "I can't wait for it," Shishio said with a smile. "Why do you want to know so much about me?" Yui wanted to ask that question, but she was afraid to ask. "What's wrong?" Let's go to the top. The sky almost turns dark." "Okay." The two entered another lift, which would lead them to the top area of the tower. Still, unexpectedly, they entered the private lift to enter the top area, and the staff suddenly offered, "Let me take a photo of you too." "Eh? A photo?" Yui was surprised. "Is it free?" Shishio asked. "Yes." The staff nodded. Shishio also nodded, but he also knew the trick of the management of this Tokyo Tower. They would naturally give a free photo, but the size wasn't big. It was a small one, and if one wanted to get the better version, one would have to pay. However, they got a free photo, even if it was only a small one, so why should they hesitate? "Let's take a photo, senpai." Yui was a bit embarrassed, but she put on her best smile as she raised her 2 fingers and hugged his arm boldly. Shishio looked at Yui and moved closer, just right centimeters away from her cheek, causing her body to tense and blush shyly, but she was happy. He also raised 2 awkward fingers like Yui. The two were like a couple who went on their first date, and they were quite stiff, but even so, it seemed so sweet and sour at the same time. "It's done," the staff said with a bit of jealousy toward Yui. "Thank you. 2x. You can take the photo later when you go down to the customer service area." They nodded before continuing their trip to the top area, and it was time to settle everything. 688, Tokyo Tower 2. Wow, it's so amazing. As they arrived at the top area of the Tokyo Tower, Yui couldn't contain her amazement. The last time she visited this place was when she was an elementary student. While she was happy since she felt everything was so small and she was in a high position, she couldn't enjoy it because of the memory of her mother. However, it was different now since she was with the person she longed for. "You don't need to run so suddenly, senpai." Shishio followed from behind, looking at Yui, who was already on the edge of the tower, watching the scenery of the night in Tokyo through the glass. Unlike the day when one could see various scenery clearly without any obstructions because of the sunlight, at night, it wasn't much different. The lights from various buildings shone brightly with various colors and beauty, which made people who saw the scenery feel that it wasn't much different from the day. "It's beautiful." Yui stood by his side, so close, while watching this scenery in a trace. She only came to the Tokyo Tower during the day with her mother previously, so it was her first time seeing the scenery of the Tokyo Tower at night. Besides the sea, which was pitch dark, everything was so bright. It was as if several fireworks were shot at the sky at the time. However, those fireworks weren't momentary. Instead, they were all forever, which made her realize how amazing everything was. Still, while this scenery was amazing, she glanced in his direction shyly, looking at him from time to time since, compared to the scenery of the city at night, his appearance was more attractive. Yet, it was impossible for her to say something like that since it was too corny and the time wasn't right. If there was someone who was going to say something like that, it should be him. However, unlike Yui, who was amazed by the beauty of this city, Shishio felt a bit different. He might feel that this scenery was beautiful, but there was this strange feeling in his heart. If he was living in the past or reincarnated in an era where no light existed, he might miss this brightness and would do his best to get this light. However, when he was in this era, where light existed and made people unable to see the difference between a day and a night, it made him long for the dark. Somehow, he realized how complicated a human was and how troublesome they were. Maybe in the future, they couldn't get enough of the earth and wanted to live in another place, such as outer space or underwater. Either way, such a day wouldn't be so soon, and he just needed to enjoy every moment of his life. Why are you looking at me like this? No, no. Are you waiting for me to say something? Of course not. I never waited for you to say something. Yui puffed her cheeks as she looked away. Well, I can't deny that this scenery is beautiful, but Yui-senpai is more beautiful, Shishio said wholeheartedly. Yui blushed, flustered, and felt her whole face was so hot. Can you not seduce me like that? Oh? Is my seduction effective? No, no. Of course not. I am not so easy. Yui looked away while showing annoyance. Of course, she wasn't an easy girl. She only reacted like this because of him, but her words made her like an easy girl, which made her a bit angry. Shishio sighed, then smiled and whispered, then, maybe, I should seduce you more since you're not such an easy girl. Shishiron. Yui was so embarrassed that her face was so red. I was joking. That's not a funny joke. Yui was so annoyed at this moment since it was hard to tell whether he was serious or not, which made her even more annoyed. What do you think about me? She wanted to ask that question since, at that moment, she was clear about what she felt about him. Then, how will you forgive me? Yui wanted to say the words she kept in her heart, but she quickly stopped them. Her heart was far from calm, and she almost slipped the words that she had always kept in her heart. This wasn't a good thing, especially since she wanted him to be the one who confessed to her. However, was he going to confess to him? She couldn't see anything from his expression, and everything was as usual. Even if he came to the Tokyo Tower, she could see that he was just curious about this place, and there didn't seem to be any hints that came from him that he was going to confess to her, which made her head a mess. Should I do it? Or should I wait? However, if she waited, how long would she have to wait? Yet, if she didn't wait and let the words slip out, she was afraid their relationship would change. This was what she was afraid of since if she confessed, their relationship couldn't return to how it used to be. If she was accepted, it would be great, but if she was rejected, it would be different. However, she also felt that it would be weird of him if he was the one who confessed. He had a lot of women already, and she also knew that most of them were the ones who took the initiative. Still, she still wished for him to confess to her. Please confess to me. However, she knew that the bigger the expectation was, the bigger the disappointment was. I want an ice cream. In the end, she chickened out and asked him for ice cream. On the Tokyo Tower, there was this specialty ice cream where ice cream was sold in a fun packaging, which could be formed into a miniature of Tokyo Tower. She still remembered that she ate that ice cream with her mother during elementary school, so she couldn't help but ask. Okay, I will treat you to this one. Shishio nodded since he was also curious about the ice cream. No, let me buy it myself. No, let me treat you. But, can you let me be cool once? Okay. Yui could only agree and mutter in a low voice, even if you don't do this, you're already cool. What did you say? No, nothing. Come on. He held Yui's hand and led her to the stall of ice cream. Yui looked at his hand, which held her hand firmly, and smiled. She should be satisfied with this, but the more she enjoyed being with him, the more she wanted more. While she knew that there might be someone who could love her better in this world, unfortunately, she only loved him, so she wasn't going to change, and she was going to determine everything in this place. Here's your order. Thank you. Yui took her ice cream and ate it happily. He also took his ice cream, but he didn't immediately eat it. Instead, he looked at Yui, who used her small pink tongue to lick the tip part of the ice cream. As she used her tongue, he could see how happy she was. Is it good? Yui nodded, then asked, how about yours? Does the flavor of sweet potato taste good? She got the taste of soda, which was kind of sour, sweet and frizzy. It's good. It has a refined, sweet taste. The taste of the ice cream was quite okay. Can I taste it? Yui asked curiously. Sure. Yui looked at Shishio, who moved his ice cream closer to her lips. She felt a bit embarrassed, but she stuck her tongue again, licking his ice cream nervously and eagerly. How is it? It's good. It tasted sweet, but it was hard to say whether it was good or not since she was too nervous to taste it. Do you want to taste mine? Yui suddenly asked since she wanted to do revenge, making him nervous. Can I? Sure. She nodded and watched him lick part of her ice cream, and it made her body excited for some reason. Oh, how is it? It tastes good. He nodded and thought the taste of soda wasn't bad. However, his reaction was too plain, which made her quite disappointed. Let's continue to walk. Okay. As they ate their ice cream, they continued to walk around the tower. It was hard to say which was the most exciting part of this tower, but if one asked which part was the scariest, it was easy to tell, and it was the glass floor, which made people could see the ground from the top of the tower. If one was afraid of the height, they would feel weak when they stood in this area. Do you dare to walk there? Yui asked. Are you? Let's do it together. You're scared, right? Of course not. I am afraid that you can't walk because you're too scared, so I'm helping you by holding your hand. Yui made a cheap excuse. He stared at her for a moment before he nodded and said, thanks. It's good if you know. Yui nodded with a smug smile. He felt regret for letting this girl get a chance to get smug. The two held each other's hands and walked on top of the glass floor. While Yui was trembling in nervousness, Shishio had to say that people really enjoyed this kind of dangerous thrill, like seducing a housewife. As they passed, Yui sighed in relief and said, it's good that you don't cry there. How about we walk there again? But this time, we don't hold each other's hand. No. Don't tease me like that. Once was enough, and she didn't want to do such a dangerous thing again. However, he didn't mock her fear since it was normal. While the glass was made with the latest technology, anything could happen in life, especially if a sudden earthquake happened. Sorry. How about we rest on that sofa? As they walked away, Yui looked at him and thought to confess since she just couldn't control her emotion. As for her previous thought, she had forgotten about it, and she also didn't care about the answer, but she only wanted to say what she kept in her heart, but he beat him first. Say, senpai. You know that I have many girlfriends, right? Yui was stunned, but she nodded. I know. Yet, you're okay with doing something intimate with me like this? Are you okay being misunderstood as my girlfriend? After they walked onto the top of the glass ground, neither of them let go of the other hands, and if someone looked at them, one would think of them as a lover without a doubt. Yui hesitated for a while before she showed a gentle smile and said, girlfriend? I am a big sister, right? Shishio looked at Yui and asked, but what if I don't want you to be my big sister? Yui was stunned, but he didn't give her a chance to think. Instead, he held her two hands gently as he faced her and said, senpai, being with you is fun. Even if we don't talk, your presence can always cheer me up. You're an amazing girl. I am lucky that I can spend a night with you like this. No. I am also happy. No, I am the one who is happiest. No, it's me. It's me. Well, it's good that you're happy. You should say that you're happier than me again. But didn't you say that you're the happiest one? I won't fight you for something childish. Yui wanted to beat this guy up somehow. But, I can't deny that I am happy. Thank you for accompanying me here and treating me. It's okay. Yui nodded and felt a bit embarrassed hearing such honest words. You know, I feel like you're about to confess to me before. Ugh. Yui looked away before she glared at him since she knew that this was part of his bad hobby. But let me say this, I like you, senpai. I don't care if it is wrong or not, but I want you. So can you be my woman? His words were clear and firm, telling her what he wanted. Yui stared at him for a while, blushing, happy, and she felt that her heart could burst out anytime, yet she wanted to tease him somehow. No. Shishio. But if you say it again, I will think about it. Yui looked away with a blush and felt embarrassed, but he was too lazy to confess and just pinched her chin. Hey. Yui was confused, but before she reacted, her lips were taken. Yui was in a daze and couldn't believe what had happened, but she quickly realized everything and hugged his neck intimately, showing her answer through action. As their lips parted, they looked at each other with heavy breathing. More. I want more. Can I? Yui asked with misty eyes. Shishio kissed her lips without hesitation and felt that even if she grew old, he wouldn't get bored of her. Instead, he might be even more excited for some reason. 689, Happiness. Hehe. People will think you're crazy if you keep laughing like that. How cruel. Is that how you treat your woman? Shishio only looked at Yui and kissed her forehead gently. Be quiet, okay. Yui blushed and nodded happily. She's so easy. He was speechless, but it didn't really matter since she was cute. The two didn't go back immediately but sat in the Tokyo Tower area next to each other, enjoying the scenery together, but unlike before, this feeling was different since their relationship had changed. But are you not happy? Yui asked curiously. Of course, I am happy. He gently wrapped his hand around her while playing with her hair. But do you think that I will jump around crazily to show how happy I am? That does not match your image. She couldn't imagine how her boyfriend would dance around in happiness. But it must be fun. Do you want to visit a nightclub then? Ni nightclub? You mean the place where everyone is dancing around, drinking alcohol, and sometimes the girls are being drugged before they are. Yui didn't continue since this was the image she got from a nightclub. Well, it is that kind of place. Shishio nodded since he didn't deny that possibility. No, he was sure that all the guys that visited that place were mostly trying to aim for cute girls. Only a few probably wanted to dance, drink, or just enjoy the night in such a loud place. But of course, we will go to a safer place. Have you been there before? Yui asked. No. Yui was speechless and asked, then why did you invite me there? I thought that you wanted to visit one. Well. I will be lying if I am not curious. Yui had always been a good girl, so she wanted to visit a place that made her a bad girl. Naturally, if she was alone, she would be scared, but as long as there was Shishio, she knew he would be alright. Then, wait for a while. I am going to make one. Okay. Yui nodded, but then she was dumbfounded. You're going to make one? Well, how about we go back now? I am a bit hungry. Yui decided to ignore the last part, then said, let's go to my house. I will cook you something. How about we cook together? Shishio had to say even if he was immune to disease, Yui's cooking was like a biohazard weapon. Yui nodded and didn't realize that her boyfriend didn't want her to cook. Hana was sleeping after her daughter told her that she was going to stay out with Shishio. When she woke up, she wanted to go to the toilet, wondering whether her daughter had gone home, but when she was about to enter the toilet, she was dumbfounded since she didn't expect to see this young man. Hey! Hana was surprised, then asked, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Is this a dream? Hana tried to touch his face, and he didn't stop her. It feels real. Because this isn't a dream. However, he didn't say anything and let her do whatever she wanted. While it wasn't that noticeable since she was an adult, he knew that she wasn't that much different from Yui. Hana was kind of silly and also an airhead, and it might also be the reason why she seemed younger than someone around her age. He didn't say anything and watched what she wanted to do. While he was trying to prank her, Hana really thought that it was a dream. She knew that she shouldn't have something like this, especially when she had a husband and her daughter was also in love with this young man. Knowing that she wondered what her daughter was thinking if she was doing something that she had always dreamed of. Similar to a man, a woman also could have a wet dream. His image had always appeared in every one of her dreams, and they had always been doing something immoral together. She knew it was wrong, but it was a dream, so she wasn't the one who was in control. In their dream, he was also the one who made a move, and she tried to refuse, but she couldn't refuse him, and in the end, they drowned in the ocean of pleasure together. Why did she keep dreaming of this? The answer was obvious. It was because she wanted to do those things together with him. Yet how could she admit that? She was a married woman. However, this dream was different. She could feel that his body was so real, his scent, gaze, and heat. She could feel everything in the palm of her hand. She slowly caressed her cheek and neck, feeling his tough and hard muscles and bones. He might be more than a decade younger than her, yet she knew he wasn't a boy that she could only treat with a laugh or tease. Instead, he was a man, and when they were together, there was a chance for their relationship to develop further. Yet was it okay? She wasn't sure what he thought about her, but she knew that he was interested in her, yet for her, he was special. For her, he was like a blaze on her frozen grey-like life. When he stood by her side, he warmed her up, but if she moved closer, she knew that he would burn her up, destroying everything in her life. Her breathing became hard, and her body grew hotter and hotter. Their gazes had never been away from each other, and they had been staring at each other as if gravity had pulled them together. However, while Hana thought that it was a dream and it was okay to do everything, Shishio was different. He didn't expect this woman to be so scatterbrained that she couldn't distinguish between reality and dream. What should I do? He had just confessed to Yui, and they had been together, yet her mother suddenly came and wanted to kiss his lips. Yet, if he backed down, what was the use of his previous hesitation? He had decided to take everything that he wanted, and that also included Hana, the mother of his woman. The two of them knew that it was wrong, yet even if it was wrong, they just couldn't stop it. Their lips touched, and they kissed for the first time. The softness, warmth, and touch of their lips, they felt all of them when their lips were pressed together. It was such an amazing feeling, something that they had never felt before. However, Hannah felt that her lips were pried open. She rolled her eyes and didn't feel surprised by how naughty he was, so she opened her lips and let him insert her tongue inside. Yet, she regretted her decision since soon, she was instantly dominated by him. He was like a shark that had smelled the scent of sweet, delicious blood. He opened her lips and brutally tore every bit of her resistance. She just couldn't think of anything, and all she thought of was only the pleasure that came from their kiss. It was so amazing that she forgot everything. She had become a woman once again, and he was the one that awoken her desire. As they kissed, she could feel the heat on her stomach. When their lips parted, she looked down and saw a big bulge almost tearing his pants, showing how hard his erection was. Her face flushed red as she looked at him shyly. He almost lost his mind at this moment since this woman was just attractive. I want her. That thought crossed his mind, and he wanted to bring her to her room immediately, eating her whole and owning everything, whether it was her body or heart. It's bigger than in the dream. Hannah was also quite bold as she caressed his bulge through his pants. Even if this fabric separated her palm from his penis, she could feel how much desire it transmitted. However, as they were about to start something wrong, a single voice destroyed everything. Shishio, are you still in the toilet? Blood was drained from Hannah's face, and she realized this wasn't a dream. Shishio also quickly reacted and pulled Hannah inside the toilet before he locked it since Yui walked out from the living room. Sorry, Yui, my stomach is just a bit sensitive toward a cold like the ice cream that we ate before. Really? Are you okay? Do you need medicine? It's okay. I should recover after a while, and I want to eat your food as soon as possible. Is that so? Then, I will make the best dinner for you. Yui said happily. Hannah and Shishio looked at each other before they sighed in relief, especially when they heard the sound of the door closing. However, Hannah quickly looked at him and asked, This isn't a dream? Of course not, you silly. He lightly tapped Hannah's forehead gently. Hannah blushed at this small gesture, but then she quickly asked, But why are you here? Why can't I be here? More importantly, we just kissed. Yet. Hannah lowered her head and felt embarrassed. She thought that everything was just a dream, but it turned out that everything was a reality. She somehow understood why it felt hundreds of times better than reality. He looked at her for a while, feeling that this woman was so cute, so he couldn't help but kiss her again. Hannah was in a trace for a while, enjoying their kiss, but she quickly realized what she did was wrong, so she quickly pulled their lips away. She wanted to say something, but she stopped since she knew that she was the one that started. She took a deep breath and said, I. She hesitated, but her desire grew stronger as they were so close to each other. I want you to make Yui happy, Hannah said while looking at him with a solemn expression. Even if you don't ask me, I will make her happy, but I also want to make you happy, Shishio said as he held her hands, which was somehow similar to what he had done to Yui before. Hannah blushed before she took a deep breath and sighed, resting her forehead on his chest. Let's keep our relationship a secret. She was no longer hiding her feelings, but she didn't want to destroy her family. He looked at her for a while, and he knew that he had acquiesced to their relationship, but the reality around them made it hard for them to be together. I know. He hugged her gently as he caressed her hair. She smiled and wasn't sure how long their relationship would last or what their relationship would be in the future, but for now, she was just happy. 690, Cultural Festival? Let's have fun, okay? On the next day, the class was quiet because his homeroom teacher, Koharu Shirayama, had something to announce to everyone. However, even if she didn't say anything, they knew what she wanted to say. The exam had ended, and there was only one thing that waited for them. While everyone was excited, he was looking out the window absent-mindedly, thinking about yesterday's event. Yesterday, he made Yui his woman, and they became a couple. It was something that he had expected since she didn't hide her feelings toward him, and he also liked her. Their feelings were similar to each other, and it was something natural for them to be together. However, Yui wasn't the only girl that became his woman yesterday. Uegahama Hannah also became his woman, which made him excited for some reason. He knew that it was wrong for him to think so, but the feeling he got from Hannah was different from his other women. She had this immoral feeling, which was something that he shouldn't touch or taint, yet here he was, touching her and owning her as his woman. It was wrong, yet, he didn't regret what he had done. Similarly, Hannah also thought the same. They knew what they did was wrong, but at the beginning of their meeting during that hot summer, they knew that everything was already inevitable. The wheel of fate between them had already moved, and in the end, they chose the worst decision, which was to be together. However, even if they chose to be together, they knew it was wrong, so they decided to keep this matter a secret. No, she was the one who wanted this relationship a secret. He also understood her, and he didn't force her to announce their relationship, especially when he was the one who had messed up the Uegahama family. If he wasn't there, nothing would change for their family. Ui would be a happy girl who didn't know anything. Hannah was a good and happy mother since she had an obedient and cute daughter, but as a woman and a wife, she was far from happy. As for the father, Shishio wasn't sure, and he didn't really want to know. However, he came and interrupted their family. As for how their future was, he also wasn't sure, but he knew that he could make Hannah happy. The only problem was Ui since he wasn't sure how she would react when she knew about his relationship with her mother, especially on the day when they became together. So while he felt it was a bit hard to accept, he knew they should keep their relationship for a while. If something like this happens, will I do the same with Chihiro ne? When he thought about Hannah, he suddenly thought about Chihiro. Unlike Hannah, who was a married woman, even if they were together, the problem wasn't that big since as long as she divorced, there was no obstacle between them. As for her age, it was nothing but a number. However, Chihiro was different since she was his aunt. If they were together, even if there was no law for them that forbade them to be together, it was unethical in the eyes of people. Would he also hide their relationship? He couldn't give an answer since their relationship hadn't been formed, and as for whether they would be together or not, only the future could tell. Yet he still couldn't forget the kiss they shared that night. It was one of the most unforgettable kisses in his life. Even now, he could still taste the tobacco, alcohol, and traces of lipstick on her lips. When he thought about this, he suddenly thought about Hannah again. As of now, he knew that Hannah should be at the house, alone, without anyone. Whether her husband or daughter wasn't present, Hannah was the only one at her house. If I come, what will happen? He knew that he shouldn't think by using his lower body alone, yet the allure of a married woman was something that he couldn't resist. The kiss they did last night was also something he couldn't erase from his mind. It kept appearing in his mind, and it made his day hardly calm. In the end, after he had dinner with Hannah and Ui, he quickly returned to his apartment, bringing his women to the room one after another until he calmed down. It was also because of this that Nana and Nanamai were a bit sleepy in class. As for Maya and Mako, who noticed them, they could only look at him while rolling their eyes. However, inwardly, they felt even two girls were unable to stop him, which made them hiss, wondering how strong he was. Yet if Nana and Nanamai knew what the two girls were thinking, they would ask them for help since this guy was simply insatiable. The only thing they were glad about was that they weren't alone and they had a lot of sisters, which made them able to group up to defeat him. They were full of optimism, but in the end, the reality said otherwise, and he was just simply so powerful that they were all beaten. Nana and Nanamai glanced in his direction and thought they should have their revenge tonight. As you know, the cultural festival will start soon, and of course, our class will also participate, Koharu said. Oh. Let's do a play. Let's open a cafe. I wonder what is good. Please be quiet for a moment. We will discuss it now. Koharu looked at the class president and said, Class president, can you help me? Yes, sensei. While he had never mentioned it, the class president of his class was a female with glasses. She was straight-laced and strict. It was also because of this that she didn't look at him with good eyes since he was dating many girls at the same time. Whether he or the girls, they never confirmed what their relationship was, but it was already an open secret for everyone that they were all his women. To be honest, this girl was attractive, but she didn't trigger his system, so he had never thought much, yet he knew that this world didn't revolve around the system, and as long as the girls were attractive, he shouldn't have a hesitation, especially when he had never thought of the system when he decided to date someone. When the class president stood at the podium, she looked at everyone and said, Okay, let's decide everything with a vote. She looked at Nanamai and asked, Aoyama-san, can you help me with the votes? Sorry, but my body doesn't feel good. Nanamai quickly made an excuse since she didn't want to move out from her table. She then looked at Shishio helplessly as if she told him everything was his fault. Shishio. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary? It's okay. I should feel better soon, Nanamai said awkwardly since she felt it was too exaggerated for her to go to the infirmary just because she was too tired after her lovemaking with Shishio. Is that so? In the end, the class president asked another girl to help her with the vote of what their class would do in the cultural festival. With that said, the meeting started, and they started to talk about what they wanted to do for the cultural festival. Watching their excitement, he had a hard time understanding their enthusiasm since it felt like the cultural festival was their everything in the school. However, it wasn't only him who thought so since not everyone in the class was that excited about this cultural festival. After all, instead of preparing for this event, wasn't it better for them to study more? Or wasn't it better for them just to have a holiday? Especially when it was an open secret that the cultural festival was an event for the art division to show their worth. Still, the cultural festival had always been known for the unity of everyone, and it was impossible to fight with the wave of enthusiasm, especially for those loners and introverts. Let's have a play. With Oga-kun as the protagonist, no one can stop us. The girls were excited, but he quickly coughed and said, "Sorry to break your dream, but I am quite busy with my clubs, and it is impossible for me to become a protagonist in the play." Protagonist? Don't be kidding. He had a lot of projects already, and he didn't want to spend all of his time on this meaningless youth enthusiasm. Instead of a play, how about we open a stall? He knew that they wouldn't give up on making him participate, so in the end, he decided to take the initiative. Stall. As expected, everyone was looking at him and listening to him curiously. How about a crepe? I happen to know how to make one. Even the fancy ones, if you want, I can teach you. They were all in silence for a while before the girls quickly roared. Class press, let's make a stall. Crepe. Let's have a crepe. There's no doubt this is the best one. The class president looked at Shishio and asked, "Are you that you can make one?" "I am pretty good at cooking. You should ask everyone who has eaten my food." Whether Nana, Maya, Mako, Nanamai or others who had tried to eat his food also agreed with him. How good was his food? There was no need to ask since even the head chef of the 3-star restaurant would bow their head down at him as long as they tasted his food. With that said, the class president could helplessly write that their class would open a crepe stall. Now, it is time to decide who will become the members of the committee for the cultural festival. We need 2 people, 1 girl and 1 boy. If you're interested, please raise your hand. No one raised their hands. However, unexpectedly, 1 girl raised her hand and said, "I will do it." She then looked at USA, and he was surprised before he nodded. "Me too. Me too. I will do it too." Everyone. Their lips twitched, and they knew that USA and his girlfriend planned to use this chance to date, but no one wanted to take the position on the committee, so in the end, USA and his girlfriend were chosen. With that said, the cultural festival was about to start soon, and everything might be decided in this single event. Still, he sighed and wanted to skip school, so he could visit Hana's house. Or Ayaka is also good. 691, Occasion. Shishio wanted to skip school, but he couldn't since he had an appointment with Ritsuo Kawai. He waited for her at the usual vending machine ice cream, where he usually waited before the start of the service club. Shishio-kun. Senpai. Sorry, did you wait long? Ritsuo came hurriedly, and in her hand, she was holding a registration paper along with a game proposal filled with the game introduction. It's okay. I have just arrived. He just happened to take out a papaya ice cream that he had bought from the vending machine. Do you want ice cream, senpai? Is it time for this? Ritsuo was speechless, but she moved closer to the vending machine and looked at the various options for the taste of the ice creams. She took her money and chose the vanilla flavor. Vanilla. What? I like it. It's okay. I also love it. Shishio loved vanilla so much. Still, even if they talked about the flavor of the ice cream, why did Ritsuo feel that they talked about different things? Anyway, they weren't in a hurry to put the registration form to the student council and decided to enjoy their ice cream for a moment. Ritsuo glanced at Shishio for a while and felt that everything was so natural, but was everything going to continue? Even though she had made up her mind and also knew how she felt about him, she hadn't done anything. Yet how could she do that? To be honest, it was amazing that she could fall for a scumbag like him. However, her heart couldn't be changed, and she only wanted him. By the way, before we go, can you check this proposal? Ritsuo gave the proposal paper to Shishio. Shishio held his ice cream in his mouth and read the proposal for a short moment. Even though it was a proposal, there were only a few papers, so he didn't need a long time to read it. Frankly, there was no need for them to make a proposal, and they only needed to put a registration paper to the student council. However, if he didn't do that, Ritsuo would do nothing, and formally, this was better. Whether Misaki, Shina, or Ryu Unosuke were genius types, they always did everything on their own without caring for others. Formality? Who cares about it? Everything was about a result. As long as the student council saw the team members for their game, they would give an okay sign without hesitation. After all, whether it was him, Misaki, Shina, or Ryu Unosuke were all famous, and they were all prodigies. Knowing all of them wanted to create something together, no matter what it was, no one would stop them. Instead, they would do their best to support them. However, Ritsuo was different. She wasn't like any of them, but it was good since she didn't have to be like them. She was okay not to change and stayed like this. Because of this, he told her to become a manager and manage the schedule and various formalities needed for their project. Ritsuo had read so many books, and naturally, she knew how to make the necessary formalities easily. It's good. He put down the papers and continued to eat. Then, should we go now? Ritsuo stood up and extended his hand in his direction. He stared at her, speechless, wondering how she could make such a handsome gesture. Shouldn't it be the guy who does this? However, he reached for her hand and let her pull him. Ugh! You're too heavy. If I were a female, I might curse you now. Ritsu smiled and asked, do you want to become a female? No, I am happy to be a guy, but let me tell you that Mashiro can handle my weight. Hey? Really? Ritsu was confused since she took all of her power to pull him up. Yet he didn't give an answer since the circumstance where Shina could handle his weight wasn't something that could be explained in this place or to Ritsu. Once again, Ritsu felt that this guy was saying something that she didn't understand, which made her a bit annoyed and curious, wondering what this guy was talking about. Okay, we will accept your registration. We expect something great from all of you. The student council president, Suichiro Tatebayashi, accepted the game registration for the members of the Sakurasu happily. He knew that with the members of Sakurasu entering the cultural festival, this event would be even merrier, and he had confidence that this event would be even more exciting than any previous events in the history of Swime. That's all. Ritsu was speechless and asked, don't you want to read the proposal? She had made the proposal for a night, yet it wasn't read, and the moment they gave the registration, it was accepted immediately. It's okay. I believe in you, Sushiro said without hesitation. With Shishio, Shina, Misaki, and Ryu Unosuke, even if he didn't read the proposal, as long as they gave a registration form, they would be accepted. Ritsu realized that the world was unfair for the first time. Okay, then, thank you. It's okay. You don't need to thank us. It should be us who should thank you since you have decided to do something at this cultural festival. Shishio and Ritsu felt weird since this guy was too enthusiastic, right? He also felt that this guy felt that his presence was like the presence of God in front of his worshippers. He knew that this example was too much, but this should be something similar. Yet what they didn't know, Suichiro thought that Mitaka-jin would be part of the Sakurasu team and created a game together, which made him glad. Sushiro sighed in relief and thought that Mitaka was too stingy since he didn't say anything about this matter. After all, they were living together, yet he didn't know about this matter. He had thought that Mitaka had fallen, but it seemed that Mitaka had done a good job secretly. Was it because of my words back then? Suichiro thought that this was the case, but when he looked at the registration form, he was dumbfounded and quickly stood up. Wait. Yes. When Shishio and Ritsu were about to leave, they stopped when Sushiro suddenly called them. Is Mitaka not going to join you? Mitaka. 2x. Shishio and Ritsu looked at each other in confusion for a while. Who? 2x. Sushiro was speechless, then said, I mean Mitaka-jin. Isn't he your senior and also a tenant in Sakurasu? Shishio and Ritsu looked at each other again, then Ritsu said, Senpai, I think that you misunderstood something. Mitaka-senpai isn't the tenant of Sakurasu. He has moved from the dorm and moved somewhere else. But... Isn't he your senpai? Well, yes, but you're also our senpai, too, right? Shishio said. Sushiro felt conflicted before he sat in his seat again. Is that all, senpai? Yeah. Then, excuse us. The two left, leaving Sushiro looked at the registration paper for a while before he took his phone and called Mitaka. It didn't take a long time before Mitaka answered him. What's wrong, Soichiro? Are you missing me? Sorry, but I don't swing that way. Stop with your stupid joke, Sushiro growled. So what's wrong? Are you going back late again? Well, I will go back late, but there is something that I want to tell you. What? Sakurasu, I mean, all the student tenants in that dorm have sent their registration to show their game at the cultural festival. Oh. Is that all? I am serious. If you're like this, Misaki will leave you. Sushiro, this is my problem. Before Sushiro said anything, the call was hung. He looked at his phone speechlessly before he shook his head since even if Misaki was stolen from Mitaka, it had nothing to do with him. He also felt that it was better for Misaki to choose a different man since Mitaka was far from a good man. Mitaka looked at his phone for a while, and no one knew what he was thinking, but he was far from calm, especially when he held his phone tightly. While he was in this state, drowned and numbed everything while also having a delusion that everything would be okay and Misaki would still love him, he realized that Misaki had gone so far that they would become nothing but a mere stranger in the future. Yet he could do nothing, and he still believed that Misaki wouldn't abandon him. Misaki would still love him. Misaki, I believe in you. Misaki was shaking her waist as she held her breasts with her two hands, seemingly falling into pleasure. Shishio was at the bottom, watching her moving up and down while playing with her breasts. It was in the evening, right after school finished, and the two didn't hesitate to go back to Sakurasu. While they planned to work on their game, they somehow got distracted and spent their time in her room doing something they shouldn't have. As for how his room was, there was Rita, so it was a bit hard for them to do this, so he had to slip into Misaki's room, which was something easy for him, especially when he had a ninjutsu mastery. Shishio. Misaki screamed his name, but her lips were taken by him before she was pushed to bed. When she was at the bottom, she was at his mercy, and she hugged the pillow tightly to kill her voice. Misaki. HNNG. Misaki's body trembled and shook for a while before she lay weakly on her stomach. However, soon, her lower body trembled again when he pulled his penis out from her. If you're so wild like this, will you have the energy to work? He lay on her side while caressing her soft buttocks. It's okay. I am stronger than you think. Misaki rolled her body lazily and faced him. Now that you mention it, is your family going to visit the cultural festival? He had seen almost all the parents of his girlfriends except for Sheena since her parents were in England, and also Misaki since her parents were living outside of Tokyo. It didn't mean he was curious about her parents, but their daughter had become his woman, and he wanted to see how her parents had educated this uselessly cheerful girl. Yes, they will. My older sister will also come, Misaki said weakly, trying to catch her breath as she closed her eyes. Do you have an older sister? I do. She then opened her eyes and asked, do you want to have a Shimei-dan, having his way with two sisters, ... What the hell are you saying, idiot? He lightly tapped her nipple. She bit her lower lip, trying to hold the shiver in her body before she complained with a blush on her face. My body is still sensitive. Isn't it your fault for saying something stupid? Oh? You don't have such an interest. Why do you think I have? He was speechless, but he was even more at a loss when she looked at him suspiciously. He knew that he was a habitual offender, but it didn't mean that he would jump into every beautiful girl he saw, okay? Well, let me give you an interesting fact that might make you interested, Misaki said with a laugh. While I believe that I won't show any interest, let me hear what makes you so confident. She was Jin's ex-girlfriend. Shishio. As of now, Mitaka should be happy since Misaki didn't seem to forget about him. 692, it can't be helped. Leaving Mitaka, who might be happy when he knew that Misaki didn't forget about him, Shishio was speechless by the occasion and situation Misaki mentioned about Mitaka. If your older sister is Mitaka's ex-girlfriend, then what do you want me to do? You know, I have talked with my older sister before, Misaki suddenly said. Why? Because she wanted to visit the cultural festival. Frankly, her relationship with her older sister was quite awkward, but it couldn't be helped since her older sister suddenly dated Mitaka all of a sudden without telling her. When it happened, she couldn't react and realized she was alone. Her older sister and Mitaka had left her. Yet, who would have thought that when she decided to go to Tokyo to join Swimmei, Mitaka would also follow her? Why did he want to do that? Even though he was dating her older sister, why did he decide to follow her? When she thought about it, she realized that this guy had always liked her, but he didn't dare to express his feelings to her. If back then he had confessed to her, she might agree with him, but it was different now. It was already too late. Her body and heart were already owned by someone else. The feeling of love on her toward Mitaka had disappeared, and it was replaced by someone else. However, it didn't erase the annoyance when she thought about what Mitaka did to her. By now, she realized what Mitaka had been doing. He was nothing but an indecisive guy who didn't hesitate to use her. He also loved to torment her, knowing her feelings, yet he kept doing it with other girls as if nothing had happened. Mitaka was probably having fun when he had superiority toward her, especially when she stupidly followed him like an obedient dog. As for how Misaki could know all of this, it wasn't because of Shishio, but it was because she thought about it herself. When she wasn't in love with Mitaka, everything was clear, and she also lamented her past when she was in love with this worthless guy. She also talked about this matter to her big sister, and her big sister was so surprised when she learned that she was dating someone else, and that person wasn't Mitaka. By now, Misaki also knew that her big sister was nothing but a replacement for Mitaka, and her big sister was played by him. How could she not be angry? Thinking about this, wasn't it better for her big sister to date Shishio too? Anyway, everything about Shishio was better. The only problem was that this guy had too many women, but he could satisfy all of them, so everything was okay. So, talk about us. Shishio asked. Misaki nodded with a smile and hugged him happily. Our relationship was quite awkward before, but now it is different. I see, while I am not going to touch your sister, it is good to know that your relationship has returned to how it used to be. However, he saw that her reaction was a bit strange, so he asked, what's wrong? Well, my relationship with my sister isn't really that good. Really? She thought for a while and felt confused. I wonder why. Why, hey. If he thought for a moment, he could understand the reason. Envy. This should be why her older sister didn't like Misaki that much. He was sure that compared to the older sister, her parents would dote on Misaki more, but it was a normal thing since her sister should be a normal girl without any troubles, but Misaki was a genius type. While Misaki had the ability to stay alive with her anime alone, it was different from her communication ability. Naturally, her parents worried about Misaki more than her older sister, who could stand on her own. Yet, the human mind was impossible to read, and while knowing this, Misaki's older sister had a hard time accepting it, but she could only swallow it. Do you know the reason? Misaki asked. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he patted her soft buttocks and said, "Don't forget about the game. I will wash my body first." "Hey, tell me. Do you want to do it again?" Misaki was silent since her body was still sensitive. If possible, she wanted to sleep lazily now, but was she going to be defeated here? Like this? She can't accept this kind of defeat. He nodded in satisfaction, but when he was about to stand up, his penis was grabbed by Misaki. I can help you with my mouth and hands." In her anime, her protagonists had never given up. They stood up no matter how big the obstacles were, so how could she lie down here? She was going to stand up and fight him again. Her eyes were burning with an intense flame, and she was ready for the next fight. Shishio. Shishio sat in the living room with a towel on his neck. He was sitting on the sofa, feeling extremely relaxed after a tough exercise. He had to say that Misaki was a genius and she could learn various techniques on her own. Yet was it possible for a mortal to reach the height of God? Naturally, it was impossible. No matter how hard a human struggles in front of overwhelming power, their resistance is meaningless. In front of a superior species, they had no resistance. Suddenly, he realized that his Chiyunibyu act had returned, which made him shake his head furiously. "What's wrong?" Nanami asked curiously. "Nothing." He looked at Sheena, who was eating her Baumkuchen quietly and happily, but he suddenly took her Baumkuchen cruelly. "Sheena!" Everyone. They were all shocked by his sudden action, but his next action made them even more dumbfounded. He tore a small part of the Baumkuchen and fed it to Sheena. "Open your mouth." Sheena blinked her eyes before she opened her mouth obediently, letting him feed her like a stray cat. "Is it good?" Sheena nodded with a blush. "That's good." He caressed her hair gently, which made her purr. "Everyone." Chihiro sighed and wanted to say something, but Rita beat her first. "Hey, can you not flirt here? Also, how could you treat Mashiro like this?" Chihiro looked at Rita for a while before she closed her lips. She looked at the document in her hands. If someone looked closely, they would see that it was a detailed plan about the guests that would be invited to the cultural festival. Naturally, it also included alumni that had succeeded in their respective careers, but when she saw one name, she couldn't help but frown. Shishio didn't notice this since Rita tried to fight for Sheena because she felt that this guy was bullying Sheena. If she returned now, what would happen to Sheena? She couldn't help but imagine a scene where Sheena was being bullied by him. Yet why? Why did she feel a bit jealous of Sheena? "Rita, it's okay. Mashiro. I like when Shishio bullied me." Everyone. Sheena-san, can you not say something misleading? Shishio is always rough. Sheena-san. He realized that Sheena had done her revenge. "Anyway, is it a time for you to relax like this? Don't you have a game to finish?" Rita asked curiously since they were all too calm and relaxed, right? "I am done with my job." "Me too. I also have remembered my scripts. I have made the plan. So the rest is only that long-haired boy?" Rita asked. That's right. Their plan was smooth, and there was no need to be in a hurry. As long as everything was moved according to the plan, everything would be completed before the cultural festival. As for the literature club, he knew that everything would be all right. It was also the same with his class since he only needed to teach his classmates to make crepes. Everything was so smooth, and there was no need to think much about the cultural festival. If there was something that he was worried about, it would be the movie since when he thought about Yuki Nashida, this girl had always tried to push herself and tried everything on her own. "I should visit her later." "So, you don't need my help?" Rita asked with a slightly depressed tone. "Do you want to help?" I have never said that. I only feel it is too pitiful if you fail your cultural festival." This girl, was she a tsundere? While they were speechless, they didn't say much. "Thank you." "Hey, I never said that I would help. Rita, it's annoying if you keep maintaining that tsundere character." "Shishio, I am going to fight you." Rita leaped and wanted to bite this bastard, but he caught her in his arms and lifted her from her armpits. This guy. She had to say that this guy was strong, but how could she give up? She tried to escape by moving around, but because of this, his hands kept touching her breasts. Shishio looked at Rita for a while and decided to keep her like this for a while. It wasn't a moment later that she was exhausted and lay tired on the ground. You, just how strong your stamina is." Rita was speechless. "Shishio is super strong," Sheena added. Everyone. Shishio was speechless, but he suddenly noticed Chihiro's strange expression. He wanted to ask, but suddenly Sheena said, Shishio, are you not going to draw? Me? Hey. Rita suddenly interrupted and asked, can this guy draw something? Shishio is better than me. He is my teacher, Sheena said. Rita looked at Shishio in disbelief. This is a joke, right? Those words were clearly shown on her face. Frankly, he didn't care about Rita's thoughts of him, but Sheena urged him to draw to show Rita how amazing his drawing skill was. He took the sketch and pencil, but he didn't immediately draw. Instead, he looked at Rita and said, let me remind you that I won't accept a student. It's okay. If I beg you to become my teacher, I will become your maid forever. Rita didn't believe that Shishio had good drawing skills, and she thought that Sheena had exaggerated him. Shishio looked at Rita for a while before he started to draw. Rita was on his side, looking at him skeptically before her expression changed into doubt, surprise, startle, shock, and numbness. She was looking at him in a daze with various emotions in her heart. When he finished, he put down the pencil quietly and sighed. Sheena, Nanami, Ritsu, Shiro-san, Mayumi, and Sayaka looked at his drawing and thought it was as good as ever. Hey, draw me next time. Yes, draw me when I collect the porn magazines next time, or tie myself in bondage. Everyone. Shishio-kun. Why the polite way of speaking so suddenly? He looked at Rita speechlessly. Rita didn't care about Shishio's question and said without hesitation, I want you to become my teacher. Shishio. 693, change. As the cultural festival was about to start, not only the students in his class but every student in this school also prepared themselves for this important event in their lives. This was a normal thing since they could only enjoy this festival 3 times in 3 years, and after that, they would become adults who could only spend their time working, resting, or eating. It might also be the reason why many works had a high school student as the protagonist since they all hadn't been burdened by reality, and they could enjoy their lives and beliefs as much as they wanted to. Whether they wanted to spend their time studying, dating, playing, or just being a loner, everything was free, and it was why the high school had always been a magical place. It might also be one of the reasons why many adults longed for this time. Everyone was busy, and they were all festive with all the excitement which happened around them. Hikigaya was also included, but unlike the rest, he was chosen as a committee to help with the cultural festival, which made him sigh. Why should he have to do this troublesome thing? After all, if possible, he wanted to stay in his class and help with the play since the heroine of the play in their class was Tatsuka Saika. Yet he wasn't chosen, and in the end, he was forced to do the duty that he didn't want to do. What was even worse, the protagonist of this play was Hayama. In other words, Hayama and Tatsuka would be together in this play. Was this NTR? He wasn't sure, but fortunately, the play was about the little prince, so everything should be okay, right? Still, while Hikigaya was in a dilemma, Yumiko Miura also wasn't much different. She looked at Hina Ebina and Ui Yugahama with a complex expression. So you two went to the Tokyo Tower? He was the one who confessed. No, he was bullying me. The two laughed and talked happily to each other, yet Yumiko couldn't join their conversation, and her mood also wasn't good, so she had been absent-minded for a while. Still, as of now, their group was no longer 3 people but 4 people. However, Saki Kawasaki only glanced at them lazily and just lay on her table. This was her personality, and she didn't really have much of an interest in their conversation. This should be the case, but when it was related to him, she listened attentively. She might not say anything, but she only shook her head since she had done everything which they had done with him. Then, have you done that? Ebina asked with a lewd expression. Saki, Yumiko, and Ui. What are you saying all of sudden, Ebina? Ui blushed and felt embarrassed. We're in the class. What if someone hears our conversation? Yumiko was also embarrassed. Saki blinked her eyes and looked at Ui curiously. Embarrassed? If she felt that way, she wouldn't take the initiative to give him a threesome with Miu Ashihara. It's okay. It's okay. We're talking quietly, and no one will dare to listen to us with you here, Yumiko, Ebina said and thought that it was great to have a queen of the class as her friend. Yumiko. Not yet. Ui blushed and felt shy, but she looked at Saki and Ebina, then asked, is it good? Ui. What are you talking about? Yumiko was blushing all over, but she also timidly looked at Ebina and Saki. I mean, you seem to enjoy it much, so I am curious. Ui would be lying if she wasn't curious to have sex with Shishio. Instead, she was extremely curious and even wanted to do it with him. Suddenly, she thought it might be good to invite him to her house and maybe, they could do that. Ui. Yumiko looked at Ui with a complex mood since this pure girl seemed to have been infected by Shishio, but she would be lying if she wasn't curious. While it appeared she didn't want to know, she glanced in Ebina's direction. Ebina and Saki were in silence for a while. No, they fell into a trace. It's good, so good that you won't believe it, Ebina said with a helpless sigh and a shy blush on her cheeks. It feels so good. Saki nodded with a love symbol in her pupils. Ui and Yumiko were quiet, and they tightened their thighs. Really? Ebina nodded. But you need to be careful. Careful. 2x. He is strong. Your body might be wrecked by him, and you might be crazy from pleasure. Ebina didn't lie since she needed a long time to recover, but it felt so amazing that her brain turned into mush. He is that strong. Yumiko was shocked. Saki looked at Yumiko and shook her head since she still remembered how Shishio could destroy a man whose body was bigger than him easily. As of now, he might not fight anymore, but it wasn't because he was scared or something. Instead, she felt that all of the people he knew were too weak and they couldn't give him excitement, which was why he didn't bother to fight. He is. Ebina had no doubt that he was the strongest man on earth now. She then looked at Ui and said, but you don't need to worry. He is gentle, but if you want him to be rough, you can also ask him. I won't ask something like that. Ui roared at Ebina since she wasn't the kind of pervert who wanted to be dominated. Really? Please believe in her. Well, she felt that it might not be bad, though. However, she somehow wanted to invite him to her house soon. Well, everyone has their own fetishes, so it is okay. Ebina then looked at Yumiko and asked, Yumiko, how about you? Hui. Why did you mention me all of a sudden? Yumiko couldn't maintain her calm. I mean, you're clear, right? Ui, Saki and Ebina only looked at Yumiko helplessly since they knew what this girl felt toward their man. I won't fall for such a scumbag. Yumiko said, but she lacked confidence. Yes. Ebina only rolled her eyes, but she didn't force Yumiko to confess. Anyway, let's talk about the cultural festival. By the way, Ui, how is your movie? When this question fell, everyone was looking at Ui since if there was something they were curious about in this cultural festival, it would be the video, which was shot by the service club. While they talked to each other, Hayama Hayato looked at the four girls in a complicated mood. Their relationship was no longer as good as before, and Yumiko was no longer crazy about him. Then, somehow, they had just parted away, but when the girls were all right, the boys felt a bit uncomfortable, especially Tudge. No, it should be Tobe. Tobe looked at Ebina and thought that this girl had become more beautiful. Unfortunately, he could no longer talk with her. Meanwhile, the second most popular group among the girls tried to get closer to Hayama's clique to change Yumiko's clique. Unfortunately, they were just different, and they just couldn't be together, which made the second most popular girl feel dissatisfied. However, what could they do? This was Hayama Hayato, the second most popular guy in this school. Coming from a wealthy family, smart, handsome appearance, polite, and more importantly handsome, this guy was simply sugar in the middle of an ant nest. Hayato looked at Yumiko's group for a while before he took a deep breath subconsciously and walked toward them. Hey, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Yumiko, Ebina, Ui, and Saki were in silence, and they looked at Hayato silently. It's nothing. Hayato. Hikigaya, who saw all of this, felt satisfied somehow. By the way, why don't we stop our activity for a while? Yukinashita suddenly said. 2x. Ui and Hikigaya looked at Yukinashita in surprise. I mean, we're going to be busy with the cultural festival, right? I also have to edit the video and become a committee member, Yukinashita said. You're chosen as a committee member? Shishio asked. Yes. Yukinashita nodded. Did you take the initiative? Yes. The committee definitely wasn't a favorite position for any students in this school, especially the first year, since they would become nothing but a slave to the upperclassmen, so when he heard that Yukinashita took the committee position by her initiative, he didn't feel surprised since she knew that she wouldn't be the position of the slave. Instead, she would be the master. Are you thinking of something rude about me? Yukinashita stared at Shishio with doubt. No. It's your imagination. You are also quite busy, right? From our movie, literature club, crepe stall in your class, and also game from your dorm. You have 4 projects. Yukinashita couldn't help but remind Shishio. It is fortunate that you don't take the position on the committee. Ui and Hikigaya were speechless since they didn't expect that this guy would be so busy. He looked at Yukinashita and wondered whether it was because of him that she decided to make this decision. While he was moved, she should know that his stamina was as good as ever, and it was impossible for this small matter to take him down. However, he also felt Yukinashita's decision was good since they had nothing to do with the service club. As for our movie, we have made everything. The rest is only waiting for the cultural festival. They had made all the preparation, and they also wouldn't stay in the club room. Instead, their system would be leaving their club room alone, and they would play the movie every half an hour. If one wanted to watch the movie, one had to pay 200 yen, which they paid before they entered. Naturally, they would put a box at the entrance of the club room. As for whether one would steal the box or not, it was impossible. Unless one wanted to die. Still, the money wasn't that important, but they could use that money to go out to eat together, which was great. I agree, Shishio said after a moment of thought. How about you two? Yuki Nashida looked at Ui and Hikigaya. I don't mind. It's okay. Hikigaya and Ui didn't really mind. That's good. We'll start a break now, and the activity will start a few days before the cultural festival since we need to prepare for our venue. They nodded and listened carefully. Still, you forget one thing, Shishio said. What? The editing of the movie. I am in the middle of that. You don't need to worry, Yuki Nashida said confidently. However, Shishio kept staring at her. Still, she didn't flinch and was still confident. Well, the last thing is the title. Title, hey. This was something she hadn't thought about. They thought for a while and couldn't think of a suitable title. There are still so many days, but let's think of it together. This time Yuki Nashida didn't force herself to handle the matter alone. With everything decided, they decided to go back early. Still, when they were about to return, the hem of his uniform was held by Ui. Shishio-kun, do you want to visit my house? Shishio. 694, welcome, Shishio-kun. It hadn't been a week since he came to Ui's house. After their relationship was confirmed, he also confirmed his relationship with Hana. It was something unthinkable and probably might or might not happen in reality. No, it would probably happen in reality. After all, the first hominins appeared 7 million before the century, so, during those millions of years, many things could happen. It also included how a daughter and a mother could be together with the same man. Yet, he didn't care about those people from millions of years ago. Instead, he was more cornered about what he might be doing with Ui. Why do you want to bring me to your house? However, he didn't bother to ask and just walked with her while talking about what their class was about to do. It seemed Ebina planned to do a BL, Boys Loves, drama with Hayama and Tatsuka as the main characters. While he felt it was quite strange, and he wasn't sure whether he would come to visit or not, one thing was for sure, he felt sorry for Hikigaya since he knew Tatsuka would be with Hayama. By then, is it also included as an NTR? Probably. However, it didn't really matter to him. As they walked, he realized he hadn't mentioned the rewards he got from kissing Ui and Hana in the past. What's wrong? No, I just wonder whether I should bring something before we go to your house. Hey? What do you want to bring? Ui asked with a blush. I don't know what you're thinking, but I am thinking of bringing something like meat or fruit since your mother has always taken care of me and let me join you to dinner with your family from time to time. If I don't bring something, won't it be rude? Oh, that's it. Ui sighed in relief and somehow also felt disappointed. This girl. He was speechless, but he moved closer to her ear and whispered, if it's something you imagine, I have always kept it in my wallet. Hui. Ui felt that her face was like on fire. What are you saying? What have you been thinking for a while, you perverted girl? He tapped Ui's head gently, speechlessly. Ui covered her forehead while looking at him shyly. I am not a perverted girl. Then, tell me what you have been thinking. Ui. Anyway, let's get something before we go to your house. Shishiron, I am not a perverted girl. Yes, yes. Shishiron. As he walked to the shopping district, looking at various shops, wondering what he should buy before visiting Ui's house, he checked the rewards he got. The enhanced muscle was a good thing since his muscle became stronger and easier to recover, and if he wanted to develop it further, there was no limit to the growth of his muscles. Along with Seimei Kikken, which he's got in the past, he didn't need to get worried his muscles would make his overall body ugly. Suddenly, he thought that he might become a gym maniac. As for his second reward, which was a Feng Shui mastery, it was a strange skill. However, it was an extremely useful skill since it made him able to choose the best land to build anything that he wanted. It might be strange to say this, especially in a world where technology has developed to the point where we might be able to colonize another planet, but the matter of the supernatural couldn't be erased and still exists now. It also includes Feng Shui. By using this skill, he would be able to tell the point where a lot of luck gathered. If he built a house or a building in that area, while it wouldn't be obvious, it would make the people who lived in that place feel happy and also healthy because of the luck which gathered in that place. Naturally, he could also know the unlucky spot, which made his enemies feel depressed and sick. After he got this ability, he also bought a few lands that had good Feng Shui outside of Tokyo. Shishio, try this. Ui showed her bitten croquette with a happy smile. He looked at her for a moment and bit her croquette while wondering when this girl bought this food. How is it? Ui asked. It's good. Right. Yui looked at him and asked, there are so many things here. Have you thought about what you want to buy? She looked at various shops in the shopping districts with a confused expression, wondering what he should buy. I will get a melon. Hey? Is that okay? Yui thought that he was going to get something ordinary, but she didn't expect he was going to buy something expensive. While it might be strange, the price of fruits in this country was high. The reason? If he wasn't wrong, it should be because the fruits weren't suitable to be planted in this country. The proof? Have you watched a scene where a character in anime puts salt on top of a watermelon? Many might wonder what they are doing and whether it is delicious, but they do this because the taste of watermelon in this country is quite bland, and salt enhances the sweetness of the watermelon. Naturally, not everything is like a watermelon. There are some that are suitable to be planted, such as an orange. However, for those fruits, which were quite similar to watermelon, the price was relatively high. The melon that he mentioned was also the same. You don't like melons? No, I like them. We're the same. I also love melons. Yui stared at Shishio and wondered why the word melon in his mouth was different from the melon in her mouth. However, she knew that she couldn't stop him, so in the end, he bought a melon before they walked together to her house. As they walked, someone suddenly called Yui. Ah, Yui-chan. Ah, Yamaguchi-san. Yui was startled before she sighed in relief since the one who called her was her neighbor. Are you on your way home? While Yamaguchi-san asked this question, she couldn't help but cast her gaze at Shishio from time to time. By the way, is he your boyfriend? Yamaguchi-san had to say Yui was really lucky. Yeah, yes. Yui nodded with a shy blush on her face. Hello, Yamagaka-san. I am Oga Shishio. I am Yui-senpai's girlfriend, Shishio said. Ah, senpai? Are you his underclassman? Yui-chan, aren't you a naughty girl? You make your underclassman your boyfriend. Yeah, Yamaguchi-san. Geez, I am just teasing you, dear. Yamaguchi looked at Shishio and sighed. But the younger one is better, right? What are you trying to imply, Yamaguchi-san? He was speechless and saw a ring on her ring finger. He quickly realized that this woman was a married woman. Late 20s. No, it should be around the 30s. He quickly guessed the age of this woman, and he had to say she was attractive. To be honest, he wondered why there were so many attractive housewives around him, but as for now, his heart was already for Hannah. He didn't need any more housewives currently. Still, unlike Hannah, who often tied her hair in a bun, or Ayaka Sunoera, who tied her hair in a housewife's ponytail, Yamaguchi had short hair like Ritsu, but unlike Ritsu, who always gave a gloomy and quiet aura, Yamaguchi had this cheerful and flirty aura around her. If Yui wasn't by his side, he was afraid that Yamaguchi might invite him to her house to have tea or something. While they wanted to return quickly, Yamaguchi talked with them for a while. No, she talked to him. We need to go back now. Yui raised her voice as she hugged his arm tightly. Ah, yes, I am sorry for stopping you. See you later, Oga-kun. Yamaguchi bowed her head politely and left. Yes. See you later? Were they going to meet each other again? Probably. However, it was a normal thing since he would often visit Yui's house from now on. What's wrong? He felt Yui's gaze on him was quite weird. Shish iron, I know that it might be weird for me to say this, but do you like someone who is older than you? Yui asked with a suspicious gaze. If it was the girls in the school, he would ignore them, yet when it came to a housewife, why did he seem to be so gentle? This made her feel quite strange, and she quickly realized her man's fetish. Yes. Yui was at a loss since she didn't expect this guy to admit his fetish so easily. Because of this, I also have fallen for you, senpai. He kissed her forehead gently while looking at her with a gentle expression. Yui tried not to blush, but it seemed that she couldn't. I love you too. She quickly hugged him tightly and rubbed her face on his chest like a dog who missed her owner. Okay, okay. Let's not flirt here. If your neighbor sees us, they might say to your mother that she has a lewd daughter. He patted her head gently while thinking that this girl was too easy, right? As I have said, I am not a lewd girl. She puffed her cheeks, showing she was annoyed. By now, he usually would apologize, but she didn't expect he would throw a curveball. But, even if you're a lewd girl, I love it. Yui blinked her eyes and felt that her face was so hot. Ellie, let's go back. The two walked towards her house as they held each other's hands, yet unlike before, they had their fingers intertwined as he teased her palm by caressing it with his finger. Yui blushed, but she didn't stop him and even moved closer to him. Still, soon, they stopped since they had arrived. Yui didn't knock and entered the house directly. Mom, I am home. Ah, Yui, welcome Hannah, who walked out from the living room, stopped and widened her eyes. "Hello, Auntie," Shishio greeted Hana with a smile. Thump. Even though they had confirmed their relationship, Hana had to say whenever he was around, it was hard to calm her heart, but when he came, she also showed a bright smile. "Welcome, Shishio-kun." 695, ER. While the two had formed a relationship, they kept this matter from Ui and the rest. Everything was a secret. Yet they wondered why it felt more exciting. They knew it was wrong, yet they couldn't stop it. "A melon? Did you buy it?" After he came, Hana brought him to the dining room. Naturally, Ui also followed. When they were all in the dining room, he gave them the melon, which he had bought before. Ui-senpai says that she loved melons. Well, that's true. Hana nodded, but why did she feel the word of melon from his mouth seem different? Mom. Mom. Cut down the melon. Ui said hurriedly. Geez, calm down. You have a boyfriend now. You should act like a girl. Hana glanced at Ui as if trying to reprimand her. Naturally, she knew Shishio's relationship with Ui. The two of them were dating, but it didn't really matter to her since she had never expected to become Shishio's wife. What she only wanted was to stay with him and watch her daughter happy, so this position was good, especially when she thought about her status as a wife of someone. The only problem was if their relationship was known, but if something like that happened, she would give up even if her happiness was nice and all, the happiness of her daughter was more important. But Shishio doesn't mind, right? Ui looked at Shishio intimately. Well, it's quite annoying. Shishio. But you're cute, so it is fine. Ui blushed and lowered her head shyly. Hana knew that this was something normal, but she felt a bit helpless. Why are you in a hurry? Did her daughter love a melon so much? If so, couldn't she act more feminine? I want to bring it to my room to eat it with Shishio, Ui answered subconsciously. 2x. Whether Shishio or Hana looked at this girl dumbfoundedly. I mean, we're going to discuss our movie. And it is nice to have a melon as a snack, right, Shishio? Ui looked at Shishio while winking her eyes. Yes. Oh. Hana looked at her daughter for a while and felt conflicted. If it was Shishio who took the initiative to say that, she might scold him since even if it wasn't weird for a high school girl to lose their virginity, she wanted them to be a little older. Yet, unexpectedly, it was her daughter who was horny. Was she so gullible to believe that they would only discuss a movie? Naturally, no. Hana was a woman, and she also had given birth to a daughter. She might appear like an airhead, but her knowledge and experience were much better than her daughter's. Ui was also quite clumsy with her lie. Yet Hana had to say she felt conflicted at that moment. She knew they were dating each other and that someday they would do something an adult would do, but wasn't it a little too fast? Hana wanted to say that, but it was hard to say it when Ui didn't lie to her, and at this moment, she was going to pretend that she didn't understand. Is that so? Then, maybe, you should tidy up your room. If Shishio-kun sees your room right now. I am going to tidy up my room. Shishio, wait here for a moment. Ui dashed out of the dining room toward her room, leaving Shishio and her mother alone. Shishio and Hana looked at Ui, who disappeared before they looked at each other. Hana blushed and lowered her head shyly. Shishio didn't say anything and showed everything through action. He stood up from his chair and walked into the kitchen. While she lowered her head, she could see what he was doing, and her heart was beating so fast, and suddenly she was hugged from behind. I miss you, Hana. He hugged her from behind tightly as he sniffed her hair. He had to say that the scent of her hair made him comfortable and cozy. Her body was also so soft that he wanted to hug her forever. Wait, Ui is here. So you don't miss me? I miss you, but... If Ui isn't around, is it alright? Please don't tease me. Hana was blushing and also had tears in her eyes. As they had planned before, their relationship was a secret, and no one should know. Shishio-kun, let go of me. If you give me a kiss, I will let you go. What? Come on. Ui-senpai is going to come soon. Hana felt that her heart had almost stopped, but she quickly calmed herself. She put down the knife and twisted her body. She looked at him, hesitating, before she kissed him. When they kissed, they quickly forgot everything since this kiss was so wonderful. It felt like their brain was melting, and they had become one. It felt so nice that they wanted to continue forever. But soon, Hana quickly discovered something hard on her stomach. She blushed and instantly knew what it was. She had seen his penis and often dreamed of being forcefully pounded by him from behind. But it might not be bad to do it from a front. As they kissed, they kept hugging each other as they rubbed their bodies. They were almost crazy at this moment, but he suddenly pulled away, which made her confused. Ui is almost here. You should pretend to take something from the fridge. Shishio just returned to his seat naturally, as if nothing had happened. However, Hannah felt that her heart had almost stopped, so she followed his words subconsciously. She opened the fridge as if looking for something while squatting down since she didn't want her daughter to see her face at this moment since she was sure her expression was so lewd. Shishio, let's go to my room. Yui suddenly came and said cheerfully, coming to him and pulling him. Okay, okay. You don't need to pull my arm. By the way, where is Mom? Yui asked since she didn't see Hannah anywhere. I am here, Yui. You should go to your room first. I will send the snacks and drinks later. Okay. Yui smiled happily as she pulled him. Come on, Shishio. As Shishio was pulled by Yui to her room, Hannah sighed in relief since her daughter had left. However, when they left, she didn't close her fridge since her entire body was hot, and more importantly, she squeezed her thighs since she realized her pussy was wet. What's wrong? They walked through the stairs, but suddenly Yui tried to sniff his body, which made him feel weird. Naturally, he was using his pheromone manipulation, so Yui couldn't sniff the scent of Hannah on him. Yet. You smell like Mom, Yui said while touching her nose. Are you a dog? Hey. How can you say I am a dog? I am your woman. Yui pouted and felt angry. But, isn't it better to be my dog? Hey? Why? Yui was dumbfounded. That way, I will pet you a lot, Shishio said as he patted Yui's head gently. Yui had to say that this guy was a bastard, but each one of his words made her heart skip, and she was afraid her heart would explode. Bulletin, but I won't become your dog. And anyway, let's go to my room first. She moved behind him and pushed him from behind. Senpai, don't push me like this. While he was helpless, he decided to follow her whim since, because of this, she forgot why he had the scent of her mother on his body. Yui's room was on the second floor, and it was on edge, far from the room he had visited before. Besides those 2 rooms, there were another 2 rooms, which gave a total of 4 rooms on the second floor. They should be in the room and working room. However, he didn't question this since it might dampen her mood. We welcome. He also didn't have that much of an interest in her father's room since he was more interested in Yui's room. While Yui was nervous, she let him enter her room for the first time. First impression? Stupidly girly room. This was the impression that he got from her room. The color of the wall of her room was white, but it had a lot of pink things. There were also a lot of dolls and various other things. Still, the scent of her room was so sweet, which made him sigh. Shishio, sit here first. While Yui was a bit nervous, she quickly regained her calm since this was something she had always wanted. Instead of being anxious, she quickly became excited like a dog who saw her master had gone home. He sat by her side, and he could see that she wanted something from him. I want a kiss, can I? She looked at him timidly while looking at him. Their relationship had just been formed, and she wanted to do many things with him. Naturally, it also included a kiss. When they were at the school and met in the club room, she wanted to jump into him, hug him, and kiss each other. However, it was hard to do it with Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya around. Still, it is different now. They were in her room and also inside her room. No one was around, and she could do whatever she wanted with him. Shishio stared at her for a while and asked, so you're not a lewd girl? Geez, Shishio, don't tease me. Yui puffed her cheeks. I don't mind, but since you're the one who wants it, can you take the initiative? Am I the one who takes the initiative? You don't want to. She wasn't sure why. Instead of getting angry, she felt more excited now. She looked at his lips for a while and felt quite nervous. Even though they had kissed many times, it was her first time taking the initiative like this. She took a deep breath before she moved closer. She leaned forward and was about to kiss him, but suddenly. Sorry for bothering you, but I will place the melon, snacks, and tea on the table. Hannah entered the room and placed the melon, snacks, and tea on the table. Yui. Okay, you can continue. Hannah walked out of the door and closed it. Yui. However, before Yui could sigh in relief, the door opened again. By the way, don't forget to go down when the dinner is ready, Hannah said and closed the door. Yui. Shishio looked at Yui and asked, do you still want to continue? Yui. 696, ready. Yui. You don't need to get embarrassed. It's okay. Your mother will only think of you as a lewd girl. Nothing has changed. I am not a lewd girl. Yui, who was hiding on her blanket, poked out her head and roared with a blush. Yet she knew that his words were right. Her mother would definitely think that she was a lewd girl. It's your fault. While she knew she was the one who fell into his trap, she also wanted to do it, yet fate was funny since she didn't expect an accident to happen. If you're worried, Do you want to lock your door? While she felt she should get angry by how nonchalant he was, she had to say it was a good idea. Can you lock the door for me? Is that okay? What if your mother comes again? Yui seemed to be struggling for a while before she made up her mind. I think it is okay. He looked at her, but she looked away. Still, he would be stupid if he hesitated. Instead, he shouldn't give this girl time to think or prepare for the change, so he stood up and locked the door as she told him. Hannah, who didn't leave, and stood at the entrance of the door, was startled when she heard a locking sound. In this situation, what should I do? Should she pretend that she didn't hear anything? Or should she knock on the door again? If the one who took the initiative was Shishio, she might do the latter since even if she knew Shishio and Yui were dating each other, she was still her mother, and how could she let her daughter be eaten by this beast, who also wanted to try to eat her? If possible, she wanted them to wait until they were married. That was the case with her since she also lost her first time when she married. As for how she married her current husband, everything was because of her parents. Her family's condition wasn't good, and she also wasn't that talented, smart, or had a certain specialty. If there was something she could take confidence in, it would be her ability to take care of the house. In other words, a house chore. Also, while it might be narcissistic of her to say this, beauty was also part she was confidence, but when she was with her husband, she lacked this confidence, especially when he didn't have an interest in her after she gave birth. Even in the beginning, their lovemaking also wasn't that good either since he only treated this process as a way to make children. After she got pregnant, there was nothing. If it was other women, they might have cheated already, but she was different. Back then, she was pregnant, her family's situation wasn't good, and it was just the beginning of the lost decade. The confidence that everyone had in the past disappeared, and everyone could only fall into despair. There were many people that committed suicide, and everyone felt it was normal since living in this world was so painful. Leaving her husband was never an option. Even if there was no love, or she was treated as a maid, she had never thought of doing something else, especially when her parents also told her to be a good wife and shouldn't do anything strange. At that time, it was like the world was about to fall apart. She also lacked independence, and she could only lean on someone to live. Was she dissatisfied with this way of life? Probably, yes, probably, no. However, it didn't matter since everything changed when Yui grew older and older. Before Yui was there, she felt that she was alone. However, with Yui, she was no longer alone. Still, Yui would grow, and sooner or later, she would marry someone, leaving her. By then, what should she do? Should she just be a good grandmother? This was probably how it should be, yet everything changed when he came. He was like a storm, and he just swept away all of her resistance, morale, or even sanity. She had done something one shouldn't do, yet strangely enough, she didn't regret it since she felt she might have been waiting for him. She stood at the entrance for a while before she sighed and walked away since she thought it was better to make dinner. As for what they were going to do, it was their decision, and all she could do was support them. Naturally, when Hannah left, Shishio also noticed it, yet Yui, this stupid girl, didn't seem to realize it. She only poked out from her blanket while looking at him shyly. Still, even if this girl was a bit silly, he had to say she was charming. While he usually should sit on the edge of her bed, he decided to be bolder. Hey, what are you doing? Yui was startled. If you don't go out, I will be the one who enters. He slipped into her blanket and lay together on her bed. While Yui was speechless, she didn't push him away. Instead, she felt that it was kind of interesting since the two of them were inside a secret base where they shared together. The sun was still bright, and there was at least an hour or more before the sun went down, turning the day into the night. Yet even so, the two of them stayed in bed together, staring into each other's eyes under a blanket. Why are you laughing? It's so fun like this. Really? Yes, it's like we're going back to our childhood and playing on our secret base. Shishio somehow also chuckled when he heard her words since he also remembered that he also made something like a secret base in his room during his childhood time. He used his blanket and various things, creating a fortress where he could play around. It was so much fun during childhood, yet when he became an adult, money was more interesting somehow. By the way, can I ask you something? Have you done it with Yukinon? Yui stared at Shishio curiously. He blinked his eyes and shook his head. Not yet. Hey? Why? She was confused. It's just not the time. Oh. Not every girl is perverted like you, senpai. He tapped her forehead lightly with a teasing smile. I am not a pervert. She covered her head shyly while looking at him furiously. Yet could she deny him again this time, especially when what she wanted from him was obvious. By the way, did Yukinon say something about our relationship? No. Really? Yes. She only looked at me with dead eyes. Yui. I was kidding, but even if I did something to you, she wouldn't say anything. Why? Because she has given up. Yui was speechless, then asked, why can't you say that because she loves you? If I say that, it makes it like I am using her love. You're not. I can't deny it. He gently tucked her bang behind her ear and said, it's similar to what I have done to you, right? Well, that's true. Can you deny it? I can't deny it. She smiled cheekily before rubbing her cheek against his palm. Well, if I have to say, she might be shy. Shy? Yes. She nodded. If you always say I am like a dog, then she is like a cat. Even if she loves you, she is too embarrassed to convey it. It's strange when you say that. Hee, but wait. I am not your dog. Shishio had to say he was a bit worried that this girl was deceived by a scumbag. Oh, wait. She's been deceived by one. Still, I don't regret it. On the contrary, I am happy that I can be with you. Me too. By the way. What do you think of my mother? What do you want to say? He was speechless by Yui's question. What did he think about her mother? She was attractive, and he loved her so much. Yet, he wasn't so stupid to say all of that. I mean, do you think she is lonely? Lonely? Yui nodded. My father has always been working, and my mother has always been alone. It is also why I have always stayed at home most of the time. You don't want to make her lonely? You're such a good girl, Yui. Your mother is happy to have you. Really? Yes, it is even better if you're not so loud. Shishio. She puffed her cheeks, showing her annoyance. She was talking so seriously, yet why did the guy keep teasing her? But you know, you shouldn't worry too much about her. After all, if you're worried about her, she will also be worried about you. Instead of worrying, you should smile more since I am sure she will be happy. Really? Yes, after all, the happiness of the children is the happiness of the parents. If you're happy, your mother will also be happy. I see. While she was relieved, she wondered whether it was okay. Still, she could see the mood of her mother was better than before. If her mother was happy, she was also happy. By now, she didn't think too much and looked at him in his profile carefully. It might be her first time doing this. However, it was normal since it was their first time to be so close to this. While kissing might be the closest, how could she observe his profile when they kiss each other? Yet she had to say, the more she looked at him, the more the atmosphere between them became more delicate. They stared at each other for a while before they moved closer and closer. You're really a perverted girl. Yui blushed, but she looked at him boldly. Bulletin, but I am only doing it with you. With you, so it is okay, right? He had to say that this girl was so cute. He didn't hesitate and pushed her onto the bed. She also didn't stop him. Instead, she asked, Did you bring the condom? I brought it. She sighed in relief and hugged him. From now on, she was ready to become his woman. 697, Happy Dinner. When the sky turned dark, he walked down the stairs toward the living room. Hana-san, are you there? I am here. Hana quickly answered nervously. Why are you so nervous? He was speechless. Why am I so nervous? Hana looked at the time and sucked a deep breath since Shishio and Yui had almost done it for a few hours. It was fortunate that the sound insulation of this house was good and that the noise wouldn't spread out, but Hana, who had finished cooking the dinner, had nothing to do, so she walked to the second floor again and stood in front of Yui's room. As for what she was doing, she was eavesdropping on what they were doing. She had seen Shishio's penis and knew how big it was. It terrified her, yet it also tempted her at the same time. Still, her daughter was a virgin, so she thought Yui would be in pain, yet Yui was like a lewd little animal. Yui's moan didn't stop from the beginning to the end, and her voice was rather loud. Even if Hana couldn't see it, she knew how happy her daughter was. Still, one thing was for sure, her daughter was fully conquered by this young man. When Hana thought about all of this, her body became hot, and it was quite hard for her to look into his eyes. What was he going to do with her? Was he going to do the same as he did to her daughter? Still, his question made her a bit annoyed. Her beautiful eyes stared at him resentfully and said, You still need to ask. Shishio looked at Hana, who was sitting on the sofa, before he sat next to her. Even if he sat close, she didn't move away and kept looking at him. Your daughter was the one who asked me. What should Hana say in this situation? Was her daughter a pervert? This was only the conclusion that she could get from his words. Yet she also understood her daughter's feelings since even if she knew it was immoral for her to do this, she wanted him to do it. Still, when they sat next to each other, she could smell the scent of her daughter on his body, so even if they had decided to be truthful to each other's feelings, there was something that should be done and shouldn't be done. However, this temptation was too strong. Her body, which was dry and had never been watered, was already in a drought state. She was dying, and her world was grey. The only color in her world was only her daughter. However, when he came, everything changed. Her drought-like life became lush and wet, but it wasn't enough. However, she quickly calmed herself, then asked, where is Ui? She should be sleeping now, so I think it is better for you to put away her dinner since she might wake up tomorrow. Whose fault is it? Hannah rolled her beautiful eyes, then sighed. Now, I wonder what should I do with the dinner. The dinner. He raised his body and saw that the dinner was ready, and it was already placed in the dining room. Your husband isn't home. Why do you mention him now? I am just asking. Isn't it obvious? Hannah looked at him bitterly since his question put a damp on her mood. Then, let me eat them. You'll eat it. Is that not okay? No, no. It's okay. If you want to eat it, then it is fine since I have also prepared your portion, but what about Yui's portion? Can I eat it too? Is that okay? Won't it be too much? It's okay. I am a bit hungry now. Hannah's lips twitched, wondering what he meant by those words, but she stood up and straightened her wrinkled skirt with her hands. I will warm up the food. Can I watch you? It isn't something interesting, though. For me, it is interesting. Hannah blinked her eyes at him and showed a gentle smile. Just do what you want. Shishio also smiled and followed behind her before he sat in the dining area while watching Hannah, who was warming up the dinner in the kitchen. What's for dinner? It's nikujaga. You're okay with it, right? I love it. Really? I think this is also my best dish, Hannah said with a smile. I can't wait for it. You can't be too impatient, okay? Wait for a moment. Nikujaga is a Japanese meat stew with potatoes and various vegetables. It is also a typical dish of this country. Yet instead of this dish, he was interested in Hannah. As of now, he could see her mood was good, especially when she shook her buttocks right and left while humming a random song that he didn't know. Unlike at the beginning of the story, where he had a weak body, his body is different now. He was so strong, and it was also because of this that Ui couldn't satisfy him. However, it was normal since it was her first time, so he couldn't be so rough on her. Yet, he also felt it was quite wrong to do with Hannah immediately. He hadn't taken a bath, and his penis was just in Ui's pussy a moment ago, but was he going to use it on Hannah's pussy now? When he thought all of this, while he knew it was wrong, he would be lying if he wasn't excited. He looked at his penis and sighed, moving his leg slightly, thinking that his penis would lead him into hell sooner or later. Here you go. Thanks. Hannah prepared dinner for Shishio. Everything was warm, and everything also seemed so delicious. He also didn't hesitate and ate all of them as if he was afraid that someone might steal from him. Geez, you don't need to be in a hurry. No one is going to steal it from you, Hannah said with a helpless smile, but her heart was warm since watching him eating her food happily made her feel all the effort she had put into cooking was worth it. Suddenly, she thought it would be great if he was born sooner and they met each other before she had a daughter. She was sure even if the two had children, neither of them would change, and they would keep loving each other. Maybe, even if they were older, they might have more children. However, there was no if in this world. Naturally, life was full of regret, but it definitely wasn't the end. It was like how she met him. Their relationship was definitely immoral and something that shouldn't be done, yet it made her happy. She only wanted to be by his side and didn't think anything else, but it was all right. You can't blame me. It's delicious, after all. Still, he slowed down his eating speed, chewing every bite carefully. As they spent their time alone, naturally, they talked to each other. Say, Shishio-kun. You're wearing a condom, right? Yes. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly, and he decided to speed up his eating speed. Hannah also blushed and fell silent for a while. Thank you very much. It's okay. Hannah also started to talk when he finished his food. What are you going to do after this? Do you want me to go home? Hannah. Then, I will stay for a while. Is that okay? You have school tomorrow, right? It's nothing. I am afraid that you will cry if I leave you. I am not going to cry. Yes, yes. Shishio-kun, I am your girlfriend's mother, you know? Isn't it rude for you to tease me? But don't you like it? I don't like it. Really? Geez, stop teasing me, okay. She puffed her cheeks. Suddenly, he realized whether Hannah and Ui were quite similar to each other, but he had to say Hannah was cuter since there was something known as a gap. Hannah was known as a virtuous woman and also polite, yet when she acted cutely childish like this. Still, when they realized they were already laughing at each other and talking happily. It felt like they were dating. Well, they were dating, but their relationship was more complicated. It's so late already. When one spends a happy time together, time moves faster. Hannah saw it was quite late and thought that it was time for him to go home, even though she felt reluctant. I will wash the dish first. Let me help you. You don't need to do so. But I want to. She looked at him for a while before she sighed helplessly. Thanks. However, she smiled inwardly since it was the first time someone had done this to her. No problem. They stood next to each other as they washed the dish, but he tricked her and sprayed some water on him, which caused her to give revenge by spraying some water on his face. The two played for a while before they stopped since if it was too much, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Then, I will go home now. Hannah looked at him for a while and nodded. I will send you to the entrance. Thanks. The two walked next to each other before she watched him wearing his shoes at the entrance. She didn't say anything, only looking at him in a complicated mood. Then, I will go back now. He had worn his shoes, and he was ready to go back. Hannah nodded. Be careful on the way, okay? Yes. They stared at each other for a while before he moved closer and kissed her lips. HNN. She didn't push him. Only put her hands on his chest as she moaned from the kiss. This might be something she had been waiting for, but when she thought the kiss would end, his hands started to move. Her face turned red before their lips parted. He didn't say anything, but his eyes clearly told everything. Her mood was complicated. She should have pushed him away and told him they shouldn't do anything today, but when she thought how loud her daughter's cries and moans were, she gulped and felt that her throat was dry. Her breathing became hard, and she also couldn't look away from him. As he started to move closer, she knew that she couldn't reject him. No, not here. Ellie, let's go to my room. While she knew Ui wouldn't wake up until tomorrow, it was better to be careful. Sorry, Ui. She apologized inside her heart before she pulled him into her room before she locked it tightly. As for what they were going to do, there was no need to explain, right? 698, again? Shishio didn't stay at Uegahama's house. Instead, he returned to Sakurasu. Still, he had to say that it was quite late. However, he suddenly stopped and looked at the house of Yamaguchi-san. The light inside was already turned off, and he knew that she should be sleeping, but he wondered whether she would be thinking that he was staying at Uegahama's house. However, it didn't really matter since he had a ninja mastery, so if he didn't want to, no one could see him. Still, it was normal since it was a well-off neighborhood area that was rather quiet, and except for the police, which patrolled most of the time, the people were rarely seen since they were either using a private vehicle or busy with their jobs. Even now, when he walked in this area, he could see some cars moving to pass him before they stopped at one of the houses. He could see that they had just gone home from their jobs, showing that to get that much wealth, they needed to work harder than anyone. If he didn't have a system, he would also do the same thing in the future. Still, more importantly, he realized how much he had changed. In the past, he would hesitate, thinking what he was doing was wrong and how what he did would hurt the girls or thinking about his previous girlfriend in his previous life. But now? He hardly thought of any of that. He had fallen deep into the abyss and only enjoyed his life to the fullest. Many might say what he was doing now was wrong, yet many would look at him enviously, wanting to exchange a place with him. He looked at his palm before he moved it closer to his nose, sniffing it for a moment. The scent of Hannah, which was mixed with Ui, invaded his nostrils, and the memory of his previous actions resourced his mind. He stopped for a moment and faced the wall while crouching down, trying to calm his mind and body. After all, walking with something noticeable wasn't something that he wanted to do. Still, would his relationship be known by Ui in the future? Probably. However, for now, it wasn't something that he thought of since something like a future wasn't something that she thought of at this moment. Love. This was Hannah's reason why she dared to do something which might destroy her family. Or lust. Either way, he had to say his penis couldn't calm down, especially when he thought of Hannah and Ui. He had to say that even if the two of them were similar, they were quite different. If Ui was proactive and tried many things to play and take him down, Hannah was so submissive and let him do whatever he wanted with her body. Hannah might be a married woman, but she didn't have much experience since her husband didn't do much for her and didn't try many styles when he did it with her. In other words, he got many of her first time. As for what kind of first time, there was no need to explain it currently. Instead, as he kept walking, he arrived in Sakurasu. From the outside, the light was turned off, and he could see that everyone had already fallen asleep. Or not. Geez, where have you been? When he opened the door, Rita was there. She was wearing pajamas over her cardigan, looking at him with a helpless expression. If it's a painting, you can ask me later, right? He sighed when he thought this girl wanted to become his student. While I am your student, I am also your maid, right? Come on. Take a bath. You reek. Reek? Reek of what? He felt a bit speechless, but he didn't fight back and decided to take a bath since this was something that he needed currently. He put a towel on his head as he walked to his room, but when he opened his room, he saw Rita was there. Unlike before, she was holding a sketchbook in her hand and a pencil in her hands, seemingly in the middle of painting something. To be honest, this scene should be impossible to see, especially when she had given up on painting, but after she met him, she knew how stupid her decision was to give up, even though she loved painting. Sheena? So what? She might not be able to see Sheena's back at this moment, but it was different now since she had a master. However, Shishio was speechless by Rita. Her decision not to give up a painting was a good thing, and he supported her, but he wondered why she loved to stay in this room, especially when her way of sitting down was quite seductive. Her attire might have been decent with a cardigan and pajamas, which were wrapped around her body loosely, but she sat on his bed as she opened her legs, showing her inner thighs, nether region and the mark of her panties, which made him restless once again. Oh? Have you finished? Yet. He closed the door naturally as if it was a normal thing to do. Come here. I will dry your hair. It isn't good to dry your hair with a towel. He looked at Rita for a moment and nodded. Okay. Rita smiled and asked, it's rare for you to accept my service. Maybe, I am just being kind? And you have changed. Isn't it because of you? Because of me, hey. Anyway, sit over here for a moment. I will dry your hair. Rita pointed at the ground, which was located between her slender legs. Why do you want me to sit over there? It's easier this way. Don't you know how hard it is for me to look up every time when I talk with you? Rita rolled her eyes, telling him he was too damn tall, which made it hard for her to dry his hair, so she thought this way when she sat on the edge of the bed and sat on the ground. By then, it would be easier for her to dry her hair. Well. He felt her explanation wasn't wrong, so he sat between her legs, but he decided to be naughty and leaned his head behind. Hey! Your hair is still wet. Don't move. Rita quickly stopped him since his head was just right in front of her vagina. Her face blushed, wondering whether this guy did this deliberately or accidentally. Sorry. Geez, be careful, okay? She took the hairdryer to the side before she started to dry his hair. Your hair is so smooth. When she said those words, she was full of envy. What kind of hair product did you use? You can check it later. Most of my women use my product. He had a hairdresser master, pharmaceutical master, a company, a laboratory and many other things, and it made it easier for him to create various hair care products, including shampoo. His women also used his shampoo, conditioner and many other things, which made them more beautiful. However, the real reason why his hair was so good was that he had enhanced hair. Still, while his women couldn't have similar hair to him, their children would have them. Please. She begged this time. Still, he had to say Rita was good at taking care of people. Her finger traced every part of his hair, trying to dry it without missing a single one while also massaging his scalp. You're so good at it. Right. Her voice sounded so smooth, which made him sigh, but then his body was slightly tense. What's wrong? Rita was confused. No, nothing. Is that so? I will continue then. He looked at his thighs and saw 2 of her feet were placed there. Suddenly, he felt this situation was a bit familiar, especially when Rita started to rub the bottom of her feet on his thighs. Her movement was gentle, unhurried as if trying to emphasize something. Still, he sighed, wondering why his penis couldn't calm down today. He had done it with a mother and daughter before, so was he going to do it again with Rita? While he tried to fight against his desire, her voice made him feel relief. It's done. Thanks. He was about to stand up, but her feet tried to stop him in a place. What are you doing? Do you want me to massage you? You're so kind today. I just thought that you were working so hard and as I had promised to become your maid, right? So let me pamper you. Shishio looked at Rita for a moment. He saw her smiling, showing a charming yet mischievous smile. Okay. He wasn't sure what this girl planned to do, but since she wanted to play a game with him, he was going to play it. Lay your head on my stomach. He leaned back and felt her flat yet soft stomach on the back of his head, but then, he could feel her slender fingers start to massage his head. Is the power enough? Can you do it a little harder? How about this? That's enough. Good. By now, he hadn't thought of anything and enjoyed Rita's massage for a while before he told her to stop. Why stop now? She could see that he enjoyed his massage, so she wondered why he told her to stop. I have a job. It's also a little late. You should rest. You're going to work now. Only an hour or so, but you should go back to Mashiro's room to sleep. Can I sleep here? With me? Yes. He looked at her for a moment and said, you should know the consequences, right? He wasn't like a normal harem protagonist in this country, and he didn't hesitate to eat the women when he was given a chance. It's a maid's job to take care of her master, right? Rita answered cheekily. He looked at her for a moment and said, is that so? Then, keep quiet for a while, okay? I will work first. When he turned, Rita couldn't control it anymore, and her face turned red like a tomato. However, she had made up her mind and decided to stay, especially when she consulted Sheena about this matter. She took her sketchbook once again, but she realized she was hardly able to draw anything at this moment. 699, Night. As he did his job, Rita was hardly calm, and she kept thinking a lot of things in her head. She looked at her sketchbook for a while before she glanced at him, who was working with a serious expression. She couldn't look away and was mesmerized by his side profile. She kept staring at him until she saw him about to look in her direction, so she quickly looked away. After all, she didn't want him to get all narcissistic, thinking she had fallen for him. However, she glanced at him again. Have I fallen for him? Suddenly, she felt conflicted. Without a doubt, the meeting between the two was far from good. This guy was such a bastard, and he wasn't like any other guys who pampered hers, so why should she fall for him? Shouldn't she fall for a guy who was gentle and kind to her instead of such a bastard like him? She grumbled for a while and felt complicated. If it was in the original, she might not hesitate to chase after her love, especially when her original partner hated a woman so much. If she didn't dare to chase forward and wait for her original partner to move, it was impossible for a relationship to begin. However, with him, it was different. This guy was a beast. He was someone who had put his fangs on various women without hesitation. On the other hand, she was a virgin, and she knew how important her first time was. If she knew he loved her and would take responsibility for her, she might not hesitate to give everything to him, yet she didn't know how he felt about her. Initially, their relationship was far from good, and if he was in her place, she could imagine that he viewed her as an annoying girl. While he might have helped her and made her return to the world of art, she felt everything was because of Sheena. Because she was Sheena's best friend, he did all of this. If she wasn't Sheena's best friend, he might even ignore her since she knew while she was beautiful, his girlfriend's beauty didn't even lose to her. Sheena, Yukinashita, Nanami, and many others. She even heard that he also had a famous actress as his woman. She knew that except for her rarity since she was from England and the others came from this country, which was her advantage, but it could also become her advantage since she didn't know much about the culture of this country. By now, her mind was a mess, and she wondered what he was thinking about her. However, when she recalled his previous words, she couldn't help but blush. You know the consequences, right? She knew that this guy wasn't a herbivore. Instead, he was a carnivore who would bite any delicious prey. She also happened to be his prey, which made her wonder whether he would do that to her. When she stayed in this dorm, naturally, she knew that this guy wasn't a good guy, and she also heard a moan from his room from time to time. While she wanted to enter, the key she held was already taken by him, so she couldn't do anything unless he opened the door. While she was annoyed, she also didn't want to be rude since, after their outing to the art exhibition, she didn't want to annoy or make him hate her. She might not have realized it, but she tried to please him whenever she could. It was like how she tried to dry his hair and massage his head before. After all, even if she had promised him to become his maid, she didn't do much since Nanami wouldn't give her a task to take care of his daily chores. Still, she told her she could take care of him in that area. What's the area you mean? She asked back then, and it caused her to blush since she realized that almost all the girls in this dorm had been corrupted by him. But if he does that, can I refuse? Suddenly, she realized the thought of rejecting had never crossed her mind. Am I really falling for him? Ugh. She held her head and rolled on his bed several times, hoping to catch his attention. Unfortunately, he was as cool as a rock, and he didn't even turn his head. While she didn't realize it, she puffed her cheeks, showing her annoyance. Can you see that I am in trouble? Can you care about me more? If it was someone else, they would look at her and ask her what was wrong with care and gentleness, but this guy ignored her. However, why? Why couldn't she get him out of her head? She couldn't think of anything except for this trouble that she didn't realize his work was over and he was looking at her strangely. What are you doing? She was startled when he was in front of her and looked at her strangely. Have you finished your work? Just now. He looked at her and asked, so, what are you doing? While she was panicked, she quickly calmed herself because of her lady education. She sat on his bed like a lady before she said, it's rude to ask a lady such a question. I am going to sleep. Okay. I can't sleep if you are there. Hearing those words, she smiled and asked, didn't you say that I should be ready for the consequences? Are you going to back down now? Inwardly, she chuckled since she thought that he was still a gentleman and he wouldn't do something as crude as eating her without confirming their relationship or telling her how he felt about her. By now, even she thought he would sleep on the futon, which he usually put on the wardrobe, but it seemed she was wrong. He turned off the light, moved into bed, and lay on her side as he pulled her to his side before covering the two of them with a blanket. She was in a daze and couldn't react for a while, but after she realized their situation, she panicked. What are you doing? Aren't you ready for the consequences? Then, you should be prepared. But, that. However, she didn't have time to think, and she saw him moving closer and closer to her face. She subconsciously closed her eyes and waited for her kiss, but suddenly her body was rolled to the side like a rolling pin before she was hugged like a pillow by him. Good night. What are you doing? She turned her body and faced him, but when she did this, her face flushed red since they were just so close. She could feel his heat, and his scent was just so close. He smells nice. Wait. This isn't the time for this. It was fortunate that they were inside the blanket and the light was turned off, so he shouldn't be able to see her expression, right? However, just in case, she put on a fierce expression like an angry puppy. Anyway, what are you doing? This is the consequence. He closed his eyes when he said those words. Consequences? Yes, be my pillow tonight. After all, a naughty maid like you needs to be punished, right? He looked at her helplessly while rubbing her head. She tried not to blush. Unfortunately, she couldn't, she was blushing red, and her heart was beating so fast at that moment. Ugh, what is this? Isn't he too hot? Why do you say something like that at this moment? She almost couldn't control her emotion, and she was in a daze while her mind kept struggling since she was afraid the demon in her heart might tell her to do something she might regret. But your hair has a nice smell. Right. Somehow hearing his praise, she became smug again, but she knew it was just a guise since she didn't want him to see how panicked she was at that moment. He looked at her for a moment before he kissed her forehead. Rita couldn't think of anything at this moment, and she felt that the world had stopped for a moment. It's your reward for being obedient. Let's sleep now. I am sleepy. She answered quietly while lowering her head and touching the spot where he kissed her. Even if she tried to calm herself, it was impossible since she knew that, at this moment, her feeling was clear. She knew that she had fallen for him. However, when she realized this, she let out a long sigh, wondering why she should fall for this scumbag. After all, if she fell for someone else, she could take the initiative, and she could be the one who teased that person. However, unfortunately, she fell for this guy, and this fact couldn't be changed. It had nothing to do with his talent for painting, identity, or anything else. It was just that it was him as a person. This is what made her fall for him. She looked at him, who had closed his eyes, sleeping so comfortably. Shouldn't he be more excited that he couldn't fall asleep? She felt annoyed and pulled his cheek for her revenge. When she saw him grumbling in his sleep, she chuckled, and her mood improved. Still, she didn't do it for too long since she didn't want to wake him up. She tried to search for the most comfortable position before she closed her eyes too, sleeping since, unexpectedly, it was so comfortable to sleep by his side. She loved him, and she wondered what she should do to take him down. Sexy lingerie? That might work. By now, she had made up her mind and slept comfortably in his arms. On the next day, everyone on the swimmay was filled with the festive mood of the cultural festival. Everyone was working hard together, so they could bring this event to success. While it was good for a normie, it was hell for a loner. Yet, there was nothing that they could do, and they could only become forced laborers in this event. Shishio might not be a loner, and he might not be a forced laborer, but he had become an unpaid educator, which made him realize that even students had been trained to handle the pressure from the evil capitalists from the moment they entered the school, so when they were an adult, they had become numb. He looked at everyone and sighed. Shishio. Shishio. Is this right? Shishio here. He looked at the guy who called him before he ignored him and moved toward the girls. The guys. 700, Troublesome Cafe. Everyone was working hard toward the cultural festival, and naturally, it also included his class. As mentioned in the previous chapter, his class would open a crepe stall, but in the end, they decided to make it bigger by opening a cafe. As for what kind of a cafe it was a cafe with a theme of the Taisho era. They would all be wearing a student uniform in the Taisho era, which was a mix of Western and Eastern fashion. If one had a hard time imagining it, they could use the internet to browse it or wait until the future chapters when the author mentioned the uniform. Anyway, leaving the uniform aside since it seemed USA could get it from the cafe where he worked part-time, which was also Shishio's cafe. Still, everyone in the class also had to do a little promotion, so the cafe could lend their costumes, to which everyone in the class had agreed without hesitation. After all, they didn't have to pay, and they could lend such an awesome costume. All they needed to do was to do a little promotion, so why not? Still, while they didn't understand why the cafe would do such a thing, Shishio knew how famous this Wime cultural festival was. It was a regional event that would be held for an entire week, showing how famous this festival was. He knew that he might have mentioned this matter several times, but he wanted to make sure that everyone knew how popular this event was, so he had to repeat it several times. Anyway, as his class had decided to make a crepe cafe, they borrowed the home economics room, so he could teach them how to make a crepe. Still, since it was made by the students, he avoided any ingredients which could cause food poisoning and only used safe ingredients that were okay to be eaten even if it was cooked by amateurs. Naturally, while not all the students were tasked to cook, they still learned from him since it was rare for him to teach someone, and they felt that the knowledge they learned from him might become a good thing for their future. Still, leaving the guys aside, he was more interested in teaching the girls. The food is mostly settled. Their crepe had several varieties, from savory to sweet taste, but there was one problem. What about the drink? When this question fell, they subconsciously looked in his direction since, among all of them, they felt he was the most reliable, but more importantly, they were afraid to make a mistake and took responsibility for it. This was the problem with this country since most people were afraid to make a choice since they didn't want to take responsibility. However, with Shishio, it was different since he didn't hesitate when he wanted to do something, and he didn't want to waste his time discussing annoying things. After all, if something could be finished shortly, why should they waste their time? Let's just get a soda, tea, or something easy like getting it in the vending machine. Then, if you want to make it fancy, just pour it on the glass. He was too lazy to think, and all the guys also agreed. That's a good idea. It's not like the people who come to the cultural festival expect us to do something professional. These crepes are enough. The guys all agreed with his words. Even if Shishio was biased toward the guys and gentler toward the girls, their minds had become one, and they worked together to reduce their work since they didn't want something so troublesome. But isn't it a bit too lazy? I mean, we can do better, right? Yeah, how about something like a cocktail? We can't serve alcohol, you know. Then, how about a mocktail? The girls became excited and started to talk without stopping. Even if every student must join a club, it didn't mean that they were active, and many were ghost members, which meant they only registered their names on the club but didn't participate in the club activity. They only joined, so they wouldn't be troubled by the teachers. The teachers knew this and closed one of their eyes toward this situation. However, because of this, those girls wanted to put their energy into their class's cafe, which made everything become so troublesome. After all, he had so many projects. Even if it was easy to teach them and make the recipe, if he could make it easier, then he would do it. He looked at Nanami, Nana, Meiko, and Maya, hoping that they could stop this situation, yet they also became excited and talked about what kind of drinks they should serve. Ah, we should also get a coffee. The fancy one. The one with the coffee machine. USA, the cafe where you work part-time, has such a machine, right? USA was flabbergasted. While he was chosen as a part of the members of the cultural festival committee with his girlfriend, it didn't mean he didn't participate in the class activity with his girlfriend. Instead, he helped with a lot of things, such as borrowing the costumes of their cafe. However, the coffee machine was different. As someone who had worked in the cafe, he knew many things, such as the price of the tools and the coffee machine was fucking expensive. If this thing was broken, what should he do? The guys were all speechless since the girls became excited, and they were all looking at Shishio, hoping he could stop this situation. Shishio was also helpless since he knew how troublesome the woman was, so he could only rely on his girlfriends. He looked at Nanami, Nana, Maya, and Meiko, yet they didn't seem to read his signal, and they were also excited to make their cafe more exciting. He was speechless, but he coughed and said, I think that having a coffee machine is a bad idea. Hey? Why? It's expensive. Expensive. We're all students, and we get our money from the pocket money of our parents or working a part-time job. We treat our money carefully, so in case this coffee machine is broken, then we might need to repay it with our hard-earned money, you know. Shishio had a coffee machine in the dorm, but why should he bring it to class? Nana, Nanami, Maya, and Meiko seemed to be able to read him, so they didn't mention this matter. Everyone. I'm just asking for information, but how much is a coffee machine? About this much. Everyone. But more importantly, there is one troublesome matter. One troublesome matter. The money aside, since we might be able to collect it as long as everyone takes part to repay it, the person who has broken it by accident might become a target of being isolated by everyone. This was the most troublesome thing. The money aside, since they could group up together to repay the coffee machine, the one who broke it by accident definitely might receive trouble unless this person wanted to repay the coffee machine by themselves. However, when they heard the price of the coffee machine, no one wanted to do it since it was fucking expensive. Also, as I have said before, we can use something cheap to make something fancy. If I give an example, how about herbal tea? Herbal tea. Like chamomile, lavender, jasmine, and many others. You only need to buy the tea and pour it into hot water. It is easy, right? Easy? Naturally. Wow. That's great. Let's just serve such a herb tea. The guys were all excited since all they needed to do was pour water. No, they didn't need to pour it in since they could let the customer do it by themselves. All they needed to do was to prepare hot water, which was something that all of them could do. Hot water? At this moment, they would say that it was their specialty to make one. While the girls were speechless, they felt that his words were right. After all, making a crepe wasn't easy, and if they could make an easy-to-make drink, then it was a good thing. What if the customers want something cold? Then, just give the tea and ice. However, his words were right. If their customers wanted something cold, then just give them tea and ice. If this isn't enough, you can also add a soda and add ice cream on top of it. By then, we'll be able to make a fancy float soda. Everyone. You should know that those popular cafes or restaurants are ripping us off by using a cheap drink and serving it in fancy glasses or other ways, so they can charge us more expensively. If they can do so, why can't we? Hearing his words, why did they all feel that they had sold their souls to Satan? Still, everyone was speechless at this moment since this guy dared to say such a thing. However, don't blame the cafes or the restaurants. It isn't cheap to manage a business, and they can go bankrupt anytime. The profit from the drink is the most secure and easy to get, so they use it well. In the future, if you are involved in the food and beverage industry, you can use this knowledge. They nodded, but then, the class representative raised her hand and asked, how about a coffee? Even with all of that, do you want a coffee? Isn't it normal for one to drink coffee, right? Still being stared at by everyone, the class representative said nervously, but if it isn't possible, you don't need to force it. He looked at the class representative for a while before he let out a sigh. Prepare me an instant coffee and milk. Everyone was in a daze, hearing his order. Oh, also, get me a clear glass. Yeah, yes. They quickly reacted since they knew that their coach was going to prepare his magic. When the ingredients were prepared, he said, now, I am going to make a coffee latte and dalgona coffee. Hey? Coffee latte? Can you make something fancy with these cheap ingredients? Also, what is dalgona coffee? Just watch first, okay. Everyone turned and became quiet. He took the instant coffee and poured a small amount of hot water into the glass, but he didn't stir it with a spoon. Instead, he took a small automatic hand mixer and whipped the coffee calmly. Everyone was also in silence, watching him quietly while wondering why they felt they were inside the bar of the five-star hotel. His figure and elegance also made them though so, especially when he was so cool when he was just wearing an apron. Nana and Nanamai suddenly thought that they should ask him to wear nothing but an apron tonight. After he whipped the coffee, he took a glass, put in a lot of ice before he poured milk, and at the end, he poured the coffee that he had whipped. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hey! This is really a coffee latte. How? Damn, are those cafes or expensive restaurants ripping us off? They were all speechless since it only took such cheap ingredients to make something so fancy. Nana, try it. Yay! Nana took the coffee latte under the envious gaze of everyone. Wow! Still, she was dumbfounded by the taste. Nana, how does it taste? Don't drink all of them. The girls robbed each other, but the guys could only stare at this situation enviously, wondering why they weren't born a woman. How about dalgona coffee? Nana quickly asked. It's like this. When he was about to show how to make a dalgona coffee, he saw someone unexpected outside of the class waving her hand excitedly at him. His lips twitched, and he wondered why this person was there.